Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is present. Honorable Jimmy Yellow here, and your location, please. Honorable Jimmy Yellow here. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, and your location, please. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, and your location, please. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty, and your location, please.
Yes, this is Delegate Amber Kenneth Crotty, and I'm calling in from Shiprock, Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty is present. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, and your location, please.
Good morning. Delegate Brown is present from Gallup. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown is present. Chairman, we have 4 members present upon roll call and 2 members not entering roll call. Chairman?
Thank you for that roll call. We do have a quorum. It's 8:12 a.m. on August 23rd, 2021. Call this recess. Back into order. We are back on record after recessing Friday evening, And so we are back on record. And with this, moving forward on our agenda, let's begin with the invocation. To start off this week, Monday morning, Lester Smith,
Chair Henio, good morning, Budget and Finance Committee members. Beautiful Monday morning. Those staff and Finnegy. Those dignitaries, still other council delegates that are listening in our 3-branch government, those that will be presenting, and those that are listening in this morning. Ja, they've been seen. Ja, dat die niet het zo de zin dat had also. Being show. So the Zen Ashley. Gracious Father, comes to you this morning. To then say here, the day no ignihat, the hygiene, but creature. Order. Hinanish. But that is niet so, not ja. Order. Ben jij het ne. But you know at home. Order. Agenda the adult so stall much we gotta give bendo nation kadi what should be in a shoulder no ka the hygiene but okay this week we can manage law and order though RDC though na bigiyat that Lana Needson, Nicole, Shadian. We just want to thank you for being with us every day with our families. COVID-19, the Kusan Sana, states us that the Hindi, it not this kid. Nicole, Quichin, the Hahud we need to be conscientious about our social distancing, washing our hands, and wearing our mask, whether we're vaccinated or not. And those that haven't been vaccinated, I see, and their families and loved ones. And those that have lost loved ones to this devastating COVID-19 and the Delta that's coming forth, and other variants. Come to you to ask you for protection through your Son Jesus. And Lord, as we move forward, let us have a smooth day today and get our budgets taken care of and resolutions taken care of and things that we need to accomplish. And if there's any amendments or if there's any things that need to be adjusted according, we have dollars to work with this FY 2022. We have funds that were set aside through the Permanent Trust Fund, and that $40 million has come to play. Our leaders in the past have foreseen that one of these days our natural resources would deplete, or we wouldn't be reliant upon it like we usually do. The Permanent Trust Fund has now grown to a substantial amount, which creates interest, and we have passed a 5-year Permanent Trust Fund to utilize the $40 million to offset the revenues that we have lost. And we just ask that we can utilize the revenues accordingly and adjust our budget, and we have to sometimes tighten the belt and to be, I guess you could say, frugal about our expenditures, be wise about our expenditures. And Father, we come to you knowing that you will provide that for us. Open those doors, and we have the ARPA funds too that's been released to us, and we just ask that we can open those doors, that you open those doors to get more contractors in and more projects completed in the time frame. And we need water to our homes, running water. We need electricity. We need telecommunications. We need roads. We need houses. We need things to help our constituents throughout the Navajo Nation, 27,000 square miles of responsibility, and help us to reach out to the counties, the state, the federal government, to coordinate, to work in behalf of accomplishing these tasks, Father. I know that it is sometimes monumental to get things going, even though we do set money aside. It's like years before the project even is completed or has even started. There's a lot of things that need to be reviewed too, such as 164 review, make it faster, quicker. The archaeological and right-of-way clearances and things that put a stall on things, get those expedited so that we get these projects completed. So Lord, we just ask that you help us to work together within our own Navajo Nation, the 3-branch government, so that we can move forward and have a vision and have a site that we can say that will accomplish these tasks and get it done and move forward with the funding that we have received and other fundings that will be coming forth that will be available to the Navajo Nation in the near future. And take care of one another, and pray for one another, and pray for our safety, and pray for that even our enemies too. We pray for them too. And thank you again for this through your Son Jesus' precious name. Amen.
Vice Chair Smith for providing that invocation. It is good to hear that. On our agenda, Friday that we were complete with Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. Before I go on to the next review and adopt the agenda, I'll call on recognizing guests and visiting officials from Nantasa that they have called in. And I've heard Chairman Rickness, the Madam Chair, Charles Newton. So, Nantasa, based on the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Please identify yourself for the record. That way we know who's listening in.
Oh, yeah. Shana, Chairman Hanyo, can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you, Shadeja.
Oh, yeah. Good morning. At a Ben Lon Budget and Finance Committee. This is Delegate Charles Newton. I am calling in from Shiprock, prepared to present on behalf of the divisions and departments that we oversee, and I say we as a Law and Order Committee. Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to present today. Just very quickly, for those who are listening in on the line from Budget and Finance, Dona and Shvanigi Ebit Afni, Ashiha Bashish Chin, Ashi Ishichet Kapashan Nala, not Ani Neze Ada, Nashada Adishiaho. So I look forward to the presentations that will be given today. Thank you, Chair Hanyo.
Good shake, and hey, last thought, Nona.
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Rick Nares. Can you hear me?
No, Shinantao,
Okay. Chair, Hawasaman Shiro, Zetchin, Bashish Chains and Abbas, Leshi Chiro Kian, Leshin Nalhata, and Engine. Has kind of chapters, Banash Nishigay, Hogback, San Juan, and Nizar, Upper Fruban, Burnham and Newcomb. Thank you. Going it. I'll be on the call.
Gashik, and Chairman Nez. Here that's though, 24th Navajo Nation Council. This month, Sunday, Sangi. Kushin Antonida Nakita. Do Navajo Nation Office of Legislative Council. Are you on the line?
Oh, yate, Chairman Henyo, she, auto, not on, she, Troy cooking, she, OLC 8 on this. I'm on the line listening in. Thank you.
Gashik, yeah, Troy Cook. Thank you for being on the line. Navajo Nation Department of Justice.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. This is Mel Rodas from Tax and Finance Unit. Thank you.
Good morning, Mel. Thank you for being on the call. Office of the President, Vice President, Sean. Office of the President, Vice President. Navajo Nation Legislative Branch, Office of the Speaker.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, committee members. This is Donovan.
Good morning, Donovan. On our agenda, we do have Navajo Nation Judicial Branch. Madam Chief Justice Joanne Jane, are you on the line?
Yet Bina, Chairman Henyo, and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Good morning. Yet Bina, yes, I'm on the line. Joanne Jane, Chief Justice.
Good shake, lunch, and for being on the line. Other with all your staff. Do not see do we have the Navajo Nation Ethics and Rules Office on the line? Navajo Nation Ethics and Rules Office. Moving on down, Navajo Nation Labor Commission. Navajo Nation Labor Commission. Navajo Nation Public Defender's Office. Navajo Nation Public Defender's Office.
Shana, Chair Hanyo, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Yes.
Shana, I do want to apologize. There was a little bit of confusion. I believe that many of our division and department directors were informed that the Budget and Finance Committee budget hearing was going to begin at 10 this morning. So I'm currently emailing and texting them this morning to let them know that the budget hearing does begin at 8 o'clock this morning. So I do apologize.
Okay, Sheila, thank you for that. And let's move along on our agenda. For time's sake, it's already almost 8:30. So, I think I reviewed the agenda. Peggy, if you would lead us on reviewing the agenda into the record. Peggy, are you there? Ramona?
Yes, Chairman.
Would you read the agenda into the record for us this morning?
I don't think we'll get signatures on Friday.
Okay,
I'm gonna do it on Thursday.
hold on a second.
Ramona, if you would read the agenda into the record for us.
Yes, Chairman, I can read the agenda into record for today.
Chair Henry,
Good.
this is Peggy. May I interrupt? I'm sorry.
Peggy?
I'm sorry, I apologize. I had a call right when you were calling on me. The agenda, you actually adopted it last Friday, Chair, and this was just a placeholder in case you adjourned on Friday, but instead you recessed good for the agenda for Friday. The main motion was held by Elmer P. Begay and seconded by Jimmy Yellowhair, and there was a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. So we don't need to adopt the agenda for today because you recessed on Friday at 6:41. So there was a recess motion. So we're just good to start with the agenda as it is right now. Chair Henio, the members of the Budget and Finance Committee. And then the next item was just a placeholder too. If you want to have me review the rules, but you've already adopted the rules, you just have to explain to the presenters how you're wanting to proceed on that, on how you're doing the oath, if you're going to do the oath again today. Chair Henio.
Thank you, Peggy, for stating that for the record. With that, let's move forward as we already have an agenda adopted by the Budget and Finance Committee. Though we did adopt the budget hearing rules and affirmation of oath. Therefore, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, all the presenters that will be presenting on your behalf, starting with this resolution LOCAU 03-21, and so forth. All the agents will be called upon to, and Peggy will administer the oath before they move forward to presentation. And so, but as council delegates in Bega, you're not subject to the oath, just the presenters for the budgets. With that, let's move forward on this resolution number LOCAU-03-21. But before we begin, Shinanta Budget and Finance Committee, I hope one more member comes on the line. I have to leave for Torjule this morning at 9 o'clock in the a.m. this morning from the house, and as soon as I walk out the door and get within 10 feet, I lose signal because my internet only goes so far. So I have a very important event that they cannot do without me at Torjule as we are kicking off our road construction meeting this morning. So Chair Smith, Vice Chair Smith has agreed to take over once I announce that I'll be leaving from here, from my house. So I'm just hoping we have one more member that comes in before that. But I'll be with the group until.
Delegate Yellowhair's on the line.
Oh, good. I can't mention that. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Welcome. Good morning. We are beginning our business in resolution LOCAU-03-21. Peggy, if you would read that into the record for us, please.
Chair Henio, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, I just emailed those out to you. The resolutions for LOCAU 03-21. Resolution of the Law and Order Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, third year 2021, an action relating to the Law and Order Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch. Be it enacted, Section 1 authority. A, the Law and Order Committee is a standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council 2 and NC Section 600A. B, the Law and Order Committee is the oversight committee for the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch 2 and NC Section 601 C1. C, each oversight committee shall review and make recommendations to the Budget and Finance Committee concerning the budget in accordance with the annual budget instructions 12 NC Section 840A. Section 2 findings. A, the Law and Order Committee held a budget hearing and took budget testimony regarding the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch's fiscal year 2022 budget 12 NC Section 840A. B, the Law and Order Committee recommends to the Budget and Finance Committee a fiscal year budget for the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch 12 NC Section 840A. Section 3, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch. A, the Law and Order Committee hereby acknowledges the proposed Navajo Nation fiscal year FY 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch recommended by the Chief Justice, Navajo Nation Supreme Court, as provided on the fund type budget summary attached as Exhibit A. B, the Law and Order Committee requests that the Budget and Finance Committee and the Navajo Nation Council adopt the changes to the budget as set forth in the General Fund Comparative Summary, Exhibit B. Recommended changes to the general fund budget, Exhibit C. Recommended conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns, Exhibit D. And recommended needs, Exhibit E. C, the Law and Order Committee authorizes the committee chairperson and vice chairperson to meet and negotiate with the Budget and Finance Committee on these recommendations. And this was passed up by a vote of 3 in favor on the 10th day of August. And then we have the budget, the fund type budget summary, which is Exhibit A, and there's $21,334,863. Exhibit B is the general fund comparative summary, and it's the total is $15,765,785. Exhibit C, recommended changes to the general fund budget. There are none. Exhibit D, recommended conditions of appropriations and legislative concerns. There are none. And then Exhibit E, the recommended unmet needs budgets. And there's several business units that are listed, and it totals $1,244,915. Attached is also the vote tally sheet to the legislation. Mr. Chair. Chair Henio, are you there? Vice Chair Smith.
Gashina, thank you for that. Thank you for that reading. I understand, Peggy. I'm just trying to do two things at the same time here. For that reading, Shinanda, Budget and Finance Committee members, is there a motion?
Yellowhair.
Shinanda, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair motions. Is there a second? Is there a second to this, to the legislation as been read to the record? Motion by Delegate Trio here, is there a second? Going once?
This is Delegate Brown. I'll second.
Motion by Delegate Nathaniel Brown seconds. With that, we do have a motion and a second. Though with this, do we have the Office of Management and Budget on the line? Office of Management and Budget staff. Office of Management and Budget.
Chair Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty. Before OMB can provide the report, can we get an idea of when the report was sent out to the committee, the date and time? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Peggy?
Budget and Finance Committee and members, if you can look at your
No, I'm on
email
another
for
call.
Friday, August 20th at 6:21. I sent out the OMB report for judicial.
Thank you for that explanation. You have the OMB report as of Friday.
Friday at
Office of Management.
21.
Office of Management and Budget, first call. Nomination Office of Management and Budget.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Lisa Jim with OMB. I'm having some technical issues trying to bring that up right now. Give me a few minutes and I can try it again.
Okay, thank you for being on the call. Let us know when you're ready.
Yes, give me about 3 minutes. Let me see if I can connect to my Wi-Fi.
Just as a reminder, Chair and members of the committee and callers, *6 unmutes your phone if you need to speak.
Chair Henio, this is Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith. I'm frantically looking for LOCAU-03-21. And I went up to legislative or the steno over the weekend looking for hard copies. Then, so I found the OMB report. Have that in hand. Just need a little help here. Thank you. Okay, thank you for that, Vice Chair Smith. Peggy, what time did you send out the legislation?
The legislations I sent out this morning at 8:23. The electronic copies, and then Ida Burnside has the hard copies in a binder for the Budget and Finance Committee. The way that Ramona prepared everything, all of the resolutions are in your binder up to the end of LOC. Thereafter, we need to add the RDC resolutions to the binder. So Ramona's taking care of that part of our presentations. But Ida Burnside at the Navajo Nation Council Chambers has your binders.
Okay, thank you, Peggy. There must be something wrong with the internet or the server again. All I see is emails to last evening. That's it, nothing from today. Let me see if I can restart my computer again.
Okay, when you get going to your presentation, your event, Chair, maybe you can let Vice Chair Smith know so he can take over your chairmanship.
Hello, Chairman. Good morning, and Vice Chairman. I have a hard copy of binders. The resolutions is filed in there too. The one you just stated and read it. Vice Chairman. Binder. And then it'd be so you left the resolution. One question. Yeah, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, committee members. I have it now.
Good morning, Lisa. Again, thank you for joining us this morning. Right now, we are on the LOC AU-03-21 registration, and you have the floor for the OMB report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, committee members.
Before I begin, Mr. Jim, hold on. Vice Chair Smith, did you find the email that we were looking for? Back to Chair Henio. Yes, I did. Thank you very much. Budget and Finance Committee members, does everybody have the OMB report for this legislation?
Yes, Chair, I have the report. Thank you. This is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Chairman, this is Delegate Yell here.
I believe everybody has the report. So, Mr. Jim, if you would, please proceed. Ms. Jim, please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, committee members. Again, I'll be reading the OMB report. The Navajo Nation Budget and Finance FY22 budget hearings for Judicial Branch, the Navajo Nation OMB report. The table of contents. Part A, FY22 fund type budget summary. Part B, FY21 third quarter budget expenditure report. Part C, FY21 third quarter performance assessment report. Part D, FY21 third quarter planned operations status report. Part E, FY21 conditional appropriation essay concern report. Part F, FY21 external funds expenditure report. Part G, FY19 single audit report. Oh, there is none. Moving on to Part A, FY22 fund type budget summary. And then I'll be reading the bottom lines. Judicial Branch FY21 approved budget. The total was $624,653. FY 22 proposed general fund budget, $15,765,782. Indirect cost is $144,564. General wage adjustment allocation was $439,253. Zero proprietary fund, zero fiduciary fund, zero special revenue fund internal, and $4,985,246 in special revenue fund external, giving a total amount for the judicial branch of $21,334,863. Moving on to Part B, the third quarter expenditure report. This again as of 8/20. The original budget was $3,838,169.43. The revised budget is $17,246,420.37. Actuals is $12,018,791.78. Encumbrances is $121,473.62. Budget available is $5,106,154.97, giving the expense total of 70.39%. Part C will be read by Rhonda.
Good morning, committee members. This is Rhonda Johnson from OMB. Under Part C is your FY 2021 third quarter performance assessment report. You will see the 18 business unit listed with the business unit number, name of the program, and I'm just going to be reading the average. First quarter is 2.12, second quarter is 2.16, third quarter is 2.33. Under Part D is your FY 2021 third quarter plans of operation status report. You will notice that all of the judicial branch have their plan of operation in place. Under Part E is your FY 2021 conditions of appropriation legislative concern report. There's legislative concern number 23 that is for all the divisions and programs, and you will note at the bottom it says responsible entity, all division and programs. The due date for this was the end of second quarter. As of third quarter responses, we didn't get any response from judicial branch, and the status is non-compliant.
Hello, are we still on?
Yes, moving on to Part F, the FY 21 external fund expenditure report. Again, I'll be reading the bottom line as well for column I, judicial branch. Moving on to column J, original budget for the external funds, $13,409,944. Column K, revised budget, $9,975,166.54. Column L, the expenditures, $6,555,968.83. Column M, open commitments, $126,964.52. Column N, available balance, $3,292,233.19. Column O, percent spent, 67. Column P, percent balance remaining, 33%. Thank you, Chair, committee members. That's all of these reports.
Kashina, thank you for that OMB report. With this, Senator, Budget and Finance Committee, are there any questions for the Office of Management Budget? Then let's move to the next item on this part of the agenda. Senator, Madam Chief Justice John Jay, do have you on the agenda to provide us your budget statement report.
This is Delegate Yellowhair, Chairman.
You have a question for IMB?
Yeah, I had, not for OMB, probably a question for Chief Justice, probably after her statement, Chairman.
Actually, let's hold off on that.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chief Justice Joanne Jane. Madam Chief Justice Joanne Jane.
The star six.
Are you
Madam
able
Chief
to hear me?
Justice.
Mr. Chair, this is Chief Justice Joanne Jane.
Okay, should I have you on the agenda to do a budget statement for the judicial branch? You have the floor, Madam Chief Justice.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yat e bina shi e yat Joanne Jane and she tkabahen shle kenya ani bashish chin pura chini dashi che tkabahen dashi nala ekeha. Thank you very much. I have the honor of presenting the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch presentation for our fiscal year 2022 general funds budget. We had a law and order committee. We participated with the law and order committee recently, and it was already stated previously. We are presenting our budget at this time. As already stated by OMB, the amount that is requested for the judicial branch is a total of $16,349,599 at this time. I wanted to express my gratitude at this time for the judicial branch employees who have worked diligently, who have worked all these days and also all these weeks to prepare their budget. The budget has been prepared from the units. There are 18 units, and the process is that staff from each of those units prepare their own budget, and they make a presentation. They work diligently through this process. So this budget represents all of the units, their representation from their hard work. And I would like to thank the Law and Order Committee also for assisting us going through the process. And at this point, also would like to thank them for their vote for our budget at this time. So, Mr. Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, what Office of Office of Management and Budgets, what they presented certainly is what it accurately describes what the judicial branch has presented. I have two individuals that will be agents for Madam Chair Charles Eugenia. Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, Madam Chair. I wanted to, they will respond to a couple of the items in this OMB report. One is in response to Section D as in Delta, and then also, if need be, an update on the budget status report also. The budget status report that is in the binder right now is dated July 19th, and certainly numbers have changed a month later. However, at least the submission of the budget at this point represents the budget status report on July 19th, 2021. With that, the judicial branch has gone through many challenges. When there was a continuing resolution earlier for this last budget season, the staff and the judicial branch certainly had to make that transition, and that transition was done with lots of enthusiasm, and the staff responded very quickly, and they responded quite well to that. And with that, Budget and Finance Committee, we are presenting and are here to assist Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, who is representing the resolution to the Budget and Finance Committee for the Judicial Branch. With that, thank you, and we are requesting for a favorable outcome to this presentation from the Judicial Branch for the legislation for the fiscal year 2022 General Funds Budget. Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Madam Chief Justice. With this, we'll go to the legislation, and our sponsor, Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. So if you would introduce the resolutions to the Finance Committee, Shinada.
Shanad, Chair Hanyo, you do have before you a legislation that has been brought before Law and Order Committee regarding the budget for the judicial branch. We are requesting at this time, Chair Hanyo, that the budget that has been approved by the Law and Order Committee does proceed forward to Navikiaska as it is being discussed today at Budget and Finance. I do want to make the committee aware of two things. One is we did not discuss very much the unmet needs because we weren't given any guidance from Speaker Damon on whether unmet needs would be considered during this budget session. So Judicial Branch, I don't recall if they did present their unmet needs to us. I think we got the information a little bit too late, but I know that the Department of Justice was able to include their unmet needs, and I believe they may, and another committee may be the only two that were able to present that to the committee. Again, I do apologize. We weren't given any guidance regarding the unmet needs. In addition to that, we also did ask Speaker Damon how the carryover was going to be handled this year and whether that was considered part of the three chief agreements. However, we never got a response back on that question as well. So we didn't talk very much about carryover, so that may be presented today. During the process of the Budget and Finance budget hearing, there were some changes that had to be made. I believe there was some confusion coming from Paulson Chaco and the directions that were given to some of the division directors. So there were some changes and amendments that were made at the Budget and Finance, at the Law and Order Committee. So with that, I do have my agents on the line, Chief Justice Joanne Jane with the Judicial Branch. I believe Stephen Edsity is also on the line as well. So with that, Chair Henry, I'd like to turn the floor over to Chief Justice Joanne Jane at this time as to have.
Okay, again, for introducing this legislation to the Budget and Finance Committee. With this, we do need to administer an oath. So Peggy, if you would take over on the oath.
Thank you, Chair Henio. The Judicial Branch representatives that will be speaking to the budget, could you please stand and raise your right hand? State your name for the record.
Joanne Jane.
Thank you. Chief Justice. Anyone else? From the Judicial Branch. Star 6. I believe Stephen at City is trying to get on the call. Anybody else presenting on the budget? Okay, would you
Peggy?
Yes.
Peggy, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Stephen at City is an agent, and so is Yvonne Gorman and Gwendolyn Williams.
Okay. Could they state their names for the record?
This is Yvonne Arvisa Gorman from Judicial Branch. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who else? Okay, we'll just do the oath. Do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you're about to give?
I do.
Thank you. Yvonne? I didn't hear you.
I do.
Thank you.
Peggy, excuse me. I know that Stephen is probably trying to get on the line, and he is an instrumental part of the details of this budget as well. Thank you. If we could see if he's trying to get on. Thank you.
When he does get on, we'll go ahead and administer the oath at that time.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah.
Peggy for administering the oath, and we do make a note that Mr. City will be getting on, and as well as maybe a couple of the staff members. And so once they do, we'll administer the oath as we move along. So with this, Vice Chair Smith, I'll be handing the virtual gavel over to you, and I should get back in service within the signal area once I get into grants, about an hour or so. Vice Chair Smith.
Hakushi, Chair Henio, it's Vice Chair Smith. Peggy, we got the oath done, and we're pending for Stephen at City, so the oath has been taken. I heard somebody in the background. I think that's us. Is that you, Steve at City?
Hear me now?
I hear somebody's voice. I don't know who's talking. Hello. Good morning. Continue on the law and order. I mean, law and order.
City, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Peggy, would you administer the oath for Mr. at City so that we may proceed?
Okay, could you state your name for the record, please? Mr. at City.
Stephen at City.
You swear to tell the truth in the testimony you're about to give?
I do.
Thank you.
Agushi, thank you, Shada, for the administering the oath to the three that have sworn in. Proceeding on, Chief Justice, you have the floor.
Vice Chair, I think we had the overview from the Chief Justice on her statement. Maybe Mr. at City.
Mr. at City, I'll give you the floor.
Chair Pro Tem, Mr. Vice Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. I will be continuing to enter into the record legislation LOC AU-03-21, and I will be reading Exhibit A, listing for all of the business units of the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch. And by business unit and by fund type, I will be reading line by line. So if you can follow along on your Exhibit A, I will be reading those individual budget numbers into the record. Starting off with Business Unit 102001, Administrative Offices of the Courts. Our fiscal year 2021 budget is $2,188,449. Our proposed budget for FY 2022 is $1,471,982. And then added to that, indirect costs, fund recovery, $144,564. The general wage adjustment allocation, $44,373. We're also reporting the total number of our federal funds in the column for special revenue external, $4,985,264. For a grand total on the right-hand column, $6,646,183. Moving on to the next business unit, 102002 for the Chinle Judicial District. 2021 budget is $1,134,707. The proposed budget for 2022 is $1,116,631. The next item to add to that budget is their general wage allocation, the general wage adjustment allocation of $31,357 for a total in the right-hand column of $1,147,978. For the next line item, 102003, the business unit for the Crown Point Judicial District. The 2021 budget stands at $955,169. The proposed 2022 general funds budget request, $950,636. Plus the general wage adjustment allocation of $27,032 for a total on the right-hand column, $977,668. The next business unit, 102004 for the Window Rock Judicial District. The 2021 budget amount, $1,193,259. Proposed for FY 2022, $1,167,606, plus the general wage adjustment allocation of $33,356 for a total budget request of $1,200,962. The next line item, the next business unit is 102005 for the Shiprock Judicial District. 2021 general fund budget, $1,130,207. Proposed for 2022, $1,130,534, plus the general wage adjustment allocation of $32,076 for a total budget request of $1,162,610. The next business unit number 102006 for Tuba City Judicial District. The 2021 general fund budget is at $1,098,543. Proposed budget for 2022 is $1,065,191, plus a general wage adjustment allocation of $30,153 for a total $1,095,344. The next line item is business unit 102007 for the Rama Judicial District. The 2021 general fund budget is $540,000 $545,116. The proposed general fund budget for 2022 is $627,116, plus a general wage adjustment allocation of $14,990, for a total budget request of $642,106. The next business unit is business unit number 102008 for the Supreme Court of the Navajo Nation. The 2021 general fund budget is at $1,372,561. The proposed FY 2022 general fund budget amount is $1,343,201, plus a general wage adjustment allocation of $37,771, for a total budget request of $1,380,972. The next business unit number is business unit number 102009 for the peacemaking program of the Navajo Nation. The 2021 general fund budget stands at $1,276,659. The budget request for FY 2022, $1,243,111, plus a general wage adjustment allocation of $35,077, for a total budget request of $1,278,188. Moving on to business unit 102010 for the Kayenta Judicial District. Their 2021 budget amount, $881,440. The proposed budget for FY 2022 is requesting $871,689, plus a general wage adjustment allocation of $23,829, for a total budget request of $895,518. The next business unit, 102011 for the Dilkon Judicial District. The 2021 general fund budget amount, $783,719. The request for FY 2022 for general funds is $774,480. Add to that the general wage adjustment allocation of $21,136, for a total budget request $795,616. The next business unit, 102012 for the Anna Judicial District. The 2021 budget amount is $655,035. The proposed budget request for FY 2022 is $648,241, plus a general wage adjustment allocation of $17,642, for a total amount requested for 2022 in the amount of $665,883. The next business unit, 102013, Pohajile Judicial District. 2021 general fund budget amount, $670,786. For FY 2022, the proposed general fund budget amount, $652,279, plus the general wage adjustment allocation of $17,642, for a total budget request in the amount of $669,921. For business unit 102014, the Alamo Judicial District. 2021 general fund budget amount is $187,814. For fiscal year 2022, the proposed budget amount, $175,533, plus the general wage adjustment allocation of $4,315, for a total budget request in the amount of $179,848. The next business unit is Business Unit 102015 for the Disagene Judicial District. The FY 2021 budget amount is $465,896. The proposed FY 2022 general fund budget amount is $456,978, plus a general wage adjustment allocation of $12,501, for a total budget request of $469,479. The next business unit is 102017 for the Pueblo Pintado Circuit Court. The FY 2021 general fund budget amount was $214,348. Proposed for FY 2022 budget amount is $199,533, plus a general wage adjustment allocation of $5,595, for a total budget request of $205,128. The next business unit, 102018 for the probation services. The FY 2021 budget amount, $1,827,251. The proposed general fund budget for FY 2022 is $1,843,829, plus the general wage adjustment allocation of $50,418, for a total budget request of $1,894,247. The final business unit is business unit number 102019 for the Judicial Conduct Commission. The 2021 general fund budget is $40,694. The proposed general fund budget for FY 2022 is $27,212. There is no general wage adjustment allocation and no other funding types for this business unit. So their total budget request amount is $27,212. Again, the bottom line totals match the same number that were read earlier by OMB. The fiscal year 2021 budget total amount, $16,624,653. The proposed general fund budget amount for FY 2022 in the next column over is $15,765,782. The total amount of indirect cost fund is $144,564. The total amount of the general wage adjustment allocation for the entire judicial branch is $439,253. We have zero proprietary funds, zero fiduciary funds, zero special revenue fund internal. For special revenue fund external, the amount is $4,985,264. For a grand total amount for the judicial branch for FY 2022 proposed budget year, $21,334,863. Chair Pro Tem, I want to just ask our fiscal services manager, Ms. Yvonne Arvizo Gorman, if there's any other items that need to be read into the record.
Thank you, Mr. City, for the budget summary, Exhibit A. Yvonne Arvizo Gorman. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. This is Yvonne Arvizo Gorman. The only other item that needs to be read into the record is the unmet needs, and that's Exhibit E. So do you want me to read those into the record too, Chairman?
Yes, this is part of the report, so go ahead.
Okay.
Good
afternoon, everyone. Okay, good morning, everyone. For the unmet needs budget, Business Unit 102001, Administrative Office of the Courts, the amount of unmet need is $607,321, and it's for travel, supplies, lease and rental, repairs and maintenance, contractual services, and special transactions. For Business Unit 102002, Chinle Judicial District, the need is $35,303 for travel, supplies, repairs and maintenance, and special transactions. For Business Unit 102003, Crown Point Judicial District, the amount of need is $13,402 for travel, supplies, repairs and maintenance, contractual services, and special transactions. Business Unit 102004, Window Rock Judicial District, the amount of need is $32,487 of travel, supplies, lease and rental, repairs and maintenance, and special transactions. Business Unit 102005, Shiprock Judicial District, $33,575 for travel, supplies, lease and rental, repairs and maintenance, and special transactions. Business Unit 102006, Tuba City Judicial District, $62,510 for travel, supplies, repairs and maintenance, contractual services, and special transactions. Business Unit 102007, Raymo Judicial District, $17,317 for travel, supplies, repairs and maintenance, contractual services, and special transactions. Business Unit 102008, Supreme Court, $52,392 for travel, supplies, repairs and maintenance, contractual services, and special transactions. Business Unit 102009, Peacemaking Program. I'm sorry, my phone is ringing. Okay, let's go back to peacemaking. Business Unit 102009, Peacemaking Program, $149,300 for travel, supplies, lease and rental, repairs and maintenance, contractual services, special transactions, and capital outlay. Business Unit 102010, Kansas Judicial District, $40,000, travel, supplies, repairs and maintenance, and special transactions. Business Unit 102011, Dalcon Judicial District, $47,325 for travel, supplies, repairs and maintenance, and special transactions. Business Unit 102012, Annis Judicial District, for $20,400 for travel, supplies, repairs and maintenance, and special transactions. Business Unit 102013, Tohajo Lake Judicial District, $40,471 for travel, supplies, repairs and maintenance, special transactions. Business Unit 102014 for Alamo Judicial District for $29,064 for travel, supplies, repairs and maintenance, and special transactions. Business Unit 102015, Josephine James Judicial District for $5,408 for travel, supplies, and repairs and maintenance. Business Unit 102017, Pueblo Pintado Circuit Court for $11,690 for travel, supplies, repairs and maintenance, contractual services, and special transactions. Business Unit 102018, Probation Services for $39,200 for travel, supplies, repairs and maintenance, and special transactions. For Business Unit 102019, Judicial Conduct Commission for $7,750 for travel, supplies, contractual services, and special transactions, for a total amount of unmet needs is $1,244,915. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gorman. On the Exhibit E, back to Chairwoman of Law and Order Committee, So that's it. Regarding the resolution LOCAU-03-21, resolution recommendation.
Vice Chair Smith, we have presented the information to the Budget and Finance Committee. We ask that you take into consideration the budget requests that have been submitted to you, also the unmet needs. I'm not sure how the Budget and Finance Committee is handling the general wage adjustments, but we are asking in this case that they be taken into consideration. In addition to that, there was also information shared with the committee regarding other amounts. I just ask the committee to take that into consideration. We stand for question at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton. At this point in time, we'll go ahead and turn the floor back over to the Budget and Finance Committee for any questions pertaining to the resolution. But we let the dogs out. Committee members, any questions? Please mute your phone. We hear animals out there barking.
Hello, Pro Temp Chairman Sue, Honorable Smith. This is Delegate Yellow Hair.
Yes, Chache. Honorable Yellow Hair, you have the floor. If you have a question.
Yeah, I had a question, but first of all, I'd like to say, thank you, and Justice, Chief Justice, and your staff. Also, Shema's son, Chairwoman Gina Charles Newton, Chairwoman Shahad, bring this budget forth, and Stephen at City Judicial. Anyway, I had a question here. It pertains to program performance assessment scores. There is one at the 2 or 3 courts, plus the Opinion Judicial Court. It has rating 1% all the way across from first to second to third quarter. And then also Judicial Conduct Commissions and also Telecom Judicial Branch. Their score is low all the way to third quarter. And also Supreme Court, first and second, third quarter. But third quarter you had 2.2. And Tuba City Court 1.80 all the way across. And those are items that were have concerns on that one based on program performance assessment scores. And then I'd like to say thank you, Mr. Stephen at City. Thank you very much. Your budget is pretty well balanced, pretty so forth. But by your budget later on, you don't see that number, we'll see. The report is good. Your budget report is great. In general, I thought Stephen. Once another kiddo, this Pro Temp Chair, Honorable Chitu.
I'll go shoot Jay. Committee members, any further questions before I turn the floor back over to the presenters on this resolution?
Da, Vice Chair, just Delegate.
So, good morning, Da. Go ahead. You have the floor, Honorable Begay.
Yeah, it's other members of the Budget and Finance Committee, other Judicial Branch, other Mr. City, here for doing the presentation. Others, Shadido, Chief Justice, Joanne James, I have a question. I know that the whole plan or the emphasis of Judicial Branch, I know that there's the reason why Peace Court was created. Ako Ajabigya Everton Steel. أظن تأي يوم نبصان فيه أخذ هذه يعني هذا التنازل بايتي أخذ هذه يعني بس أخذ يعني أخذ تيجي this part of the neck أخذ هذه يعني هذا بايتي دوت التنازل شو دوت التنازل شو نادا التهيك أخذ أصلا أخذ so today I wanted to know that how it's being rated. I know that judicial you have a goal and objective since though through the Supreme Court. I see the nahat ajat asad lahaki it's the whole concept. Khalid Abin Nahat is there any funds that was put aside for that to go further, to start using more of the peacemaking courts? Especially with the kids, especially with the today through the pandemic. حسن تقضي والتخليني ده هي كده ده النسلينه حالت إنها أصل هذا what's the whole plan and emphasis to combat the housing. We know that there's a lot of abuses and neglects that happen that is within the Navajo Nation. My son don't say that Cecily or Yiji. What are these the head what's the future for these people, to the kids? How are you really going to be using the peacemaking courts? I thought that was the most important part of it. The courts, the reason why is I don't know that I don't know that to really work with the behavioral health, Navajo Nation clinical areas. This is to the second year now. Increase using the that peacemaking courts. I haven't heard anything on it yet. I don't need that. Every year it's a crime. So it's increasing. So that will be what's the plan for the future for the peacemaking courts? Thank you.
We'll go ahead and have the sponsors of this resolution respond to your question. Committee members, any other questions before I turn the floor back over to Judicial? Mr. City, you have the floor.
This is Delegate Yellowhair, Chair.
Honorable Yellowhair, do you have a question?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. You have the floor. You have the floor, and then I'll turn the floor.
This one will be related to a budget status report under a probably way back in under an OMB report, the third quarter budget expenditure report. I was looking at your 21 approved budget under a fiscal year 2022 budget summary report by fund type FY21 total budget on the yard and this is then the hindi civil all the business unit number you have 16,624,653 could you give ONC report you get on revised budget based on the expenditure report you have $17,246,420.37 okay yes what budget and later that's my questions Vice Chair Honorable Smith and just probably to judicial branch Punto. Now this dándole.
I'm trying to keep up with the questions on the revised budget. And I think you're talking about the OMB report on page 16.
What the OMB national to judicial branch but budget national this year though this year 2021. Thank you, Vice Chairman.
Hagoshi. Back to Mr. City. You have the floor.
Thank you. Chair Pro. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Loud and clear.
The first question, get yellow hair, regarding the performance criteria. As you probably have heard from a lot of other parts of the Navajo Nation, we try our best last year at this time to forecast what the performance criteria would be, and a lot of us hoped at that time that we would be over this pandemic. Some of our business units continue to make assumptions about the continuation of the pandemic and how that impacts the normal level of performance criteria and the normal performance that you would see for some of our business units on their actual performance criteria form, what we call the Form 2. They've written in language there that says these numbers may fluctuate or they may be impacted due to the length and the extent of the pandemic. And of course, some of the programs were able to do a little bit better job of forecasting, or at least making some assumptions that gave them the opportunity to perform during this extended public health emergency. Some of the districts have been having a more difficult time with maintaining their caseload targets. A lot of that has to do with just a variety and variation of the ability to staff their courts. There are often, all of our courts now have staggered staffing, and many of the adjustments that we made throughout this whole year have been worked out so that the level of the number of people that work safely inside every court is now it's working better for many of our courts. operate at essential services levels only, meaning that in one of our administrative orders, we've detailed about 9 specific emergency and statutorily required cases that we have to continue to respond to and provide services for. And the rest of the cases that are coming into the courts, they're still being put on the calendar, but they're either continued or they're put later in the calendar. Right now, some of our courts are starting to put their case backlog already into the year 2022. And so operating at essential services, operating with the minimum number of staffing, and then also we have had several of our facilities from time to time have either potential or confirmed COVID exposures, and sometimes staffing have to be staff people and our personnel for safety have to be placed on self-quarantine or self-monitoring, and that can also be reflected in lower numbers of cases processed and some of our districts not meeting their performance targets. For some of the other courts, it will be a combination of all these things plus the scheduling of our judges. We have always had a challenge of filling all our vacant judge positions, and many of our judges are now helping other courts when our judges have to step away either for their time that they're requesting, or if they too have to be placed either on self-monitoring or self-quarantine, and that's happened. So things have slowed down for some of the courts that Mr. Yellowhair named. Over in one of our, I think you mentioned Dilcon. We've had an acting court administrator that has stepped in, and she's done a great job coming in as a court clerk and then taking on the responsibility of being an acting court administrator and working with her judge to keep things moving. But they still, however, didn't make a rating of a 2 or better, but they continue to provide the essential services to the people of the Dilcon district. And so, struggling with staffing issues from the judges all the way through to custodians and especially court clerks. We have a lot of attention that we're paying towards safety of our employees. And so we also understand that many of our employees, after we worked out our staffing arrangements, we pay attention to their additional needs. Many of the guidance that is out there recommends that we make proper accommodations for people who are vulnerable or have pre-existing medical conditions. And so when we talk to our staff and when we talk to them about safety, we learn about either their own health status, or even if they're caring for someone in their home that is a vulnerable person or that has health concerns, maybe an elderly parent or young children. These all impact our personnel to varying degrees, and then when you put it all together for some of our courts, especially some of the smaller courts that only have about maybe 3 or 4 court clerks. If the staggered schedule gets impacted by one of those particular clerks having to be out of the office, that can easily show up in the reflection of a quarter in terms of the performance numbers and targets and goals not being met. So all of these things we're trying to manage, and I have to acknowledge that all the court administrators and the judges are doing a very good job of maintaining the staffing that they have, and with the number one thing being health and safety. One of the phrases that we always use here in the judicial branch is out of an abundance of caution. Even when somebody is not exposed to COVID, or if they're just feeling sick or you have flu symptoms, we follow the recommendations and we ask those people to stay at home and self-monitor for a few days until they feel better and then come back to work. So it's all of those types of experiences across the branch in our courts that can cause some of our courts to have lower numbers in each quarter. So that is kind of an overview of the concern raised by Delegate Yellowhair. I know our courts we're hoping to start moving towards reopening, and our plans were to begin that before the most recent events started to occur coming out of July 4th with the emergence of the Delta variant. And now we're also very concerned about that, as the surge in cases has started to slow us down in our plans to reopen. But I do know that many of our courts, many of our judges and our court administrators are wanting to move out of essential service delivery. They're concerned about the growing backlog of COVID-related or pandemic-related case backlog. And as I said, some of the courts are now starting to put out their calendar and schedule cases into the year 2022 already. And that is something that we're trying to manage so that we can have safety and we can do our part to, on one hand, address more cases, but at the same time do it safely. We've been very good as a branch that our court, while they've remained closed to the public and offering essential services, people still come to the court building and get their needs met. They just have to do it through the telephone or through the internet. But there's been no incidences within the court system of any of our courts being identified as a location for a mini outbreak or anything. We've only had our staff exposed to COVID from outside, from outside of work. And so, you know, we are having our challenges balancing health and safety for our employees, health and safety for our communities, scheduling court cases and working with essential cases at this point in time. And I know that many of our judges and many of our court administrators would like to put more cases back on the docket and get more of these cases processed. But you know, we take our lead from the Health Command Operations
Vice Chair Smith, I think we dropped Stephen at City's call.
Okay, the committee members, we've been at this at exactly 8:30. I think we're just asking questions on behalf of the sponsors or the agents. Committee members, I don't know if we lost Mr. City. Mr. City, you back on board?
Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Crotty with the question.
Good morning, Honorable Crotty. Go ahead and proceed with your question. I don't know if we have the agent on board, but I think we do still have Chief Justice and also Ms. Gorman. Go ahead with your question.
Hagushin, thank you, committee members and Chair Charles Newton for being on the call and providing this report. Shama, Chief Justice and your staff. I wanted to ask the judicial branch a question regarding the OMB report, regarding the non-compliance for some of the legislative concerns. And I also then wanted to ask Chair Charles Newton if the committee had any additional legislative concerns that we could support here at Budget and Finance. I do recall there was issues raised with the process for domestic violence processors, and also in terms of hearing Delegate Begay's concern about peacemaking. And I wanted to round up the legislative concerns when it comes to the probate cases that has really impacted our community members. So Chair or Vice Chair Pro Tem Smith, I wanted to get some clarification regarding the oversight concern and how we can draft these legislative concerns, who would be the responsible individual, and identify the business unit. Thank you, Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Agushi, Shimayoshi, those questions that were posed to the sponsor of this resolution and also the agents. Back to Mr. City, are you on board with us?
Chair Pro Tem, can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you. Could you make your statements directly to the questions? I know we're going off on a lengthy discussion. The questions were just merely asked on behalf of the performance assessment, and also another question from Honorable Elmer Begay regarding the peacemaking, and then back on the question from Honorable Yellow. And then there was a question also posed by Honorable Amber Crotty regarding the OMB compliance, and also a question to the chair woman of Law and Order Committee, Eugenia Charles Newton. That was the order that was presented here. So back to you on the floor there, Mr. City.
Thank you, Shanant. Okay, for Delegate Elmer Begay's concerns and questions about the plan and the future for peacemaking and the peacemaking program and the peacemaking courts. There are resources that we have set aside specifically to assist peacemaking. Number one, we have had some grant assistance over the last several years from the United States Department of Justice. We continue to have a $347,000 grant. If you look at the OMB report, the last section on external funding, you'll see that the at the top, the first entry on the external funding shows a peacemaking youth education apprentice program. We've had that in place since 2017, 2018. and that grant continues to be available and open for us. We've extended it several years to keep working on it. As some of you may be reminded that US DOJ has placed a hold on our grant and didn't allow us to draw down money on it over the last couple of years, but we still have it open, and we're still looking at working with the youth across several school districts on the Navajo Nation in this apprenticeship program. That's just one example of dedicated funding specifically for peacemaking's purposes. We also have what we refer to as the DOI settlement funds. We're putting an expenditure plan together, which has targeted increasing support for the peacemaking program and their programmatic needs. We've also placed, for going forward in the future, a big emphasis on trying to get some new federal assistance for the construction of a new peacemaking program building here in Window Rock, to be the first part constructed of a complex here in Window Rock, which will eventually house the new Supreme Court permanent building, a new administrative permanent building, as well as a peacemaking permanent building. Peacemaking is the first in line to try and receive. We're arguing and we're proposing funds, working with our LOC and working with Division of Public Safety on a proposal for facility and infrastructure needs. But peacemaking is up front, along with the Kayenta Court building, as those projects that are identified as project ready or shovel ready or construction ready. Those are just a few examples of the peacemaking program being prominent in several areas. I know that the peacemaking program during this pandemic, people have been reaching out to our peacemaking staff, our traditional program specialists, and some of the management, and we've been going out and as much as possible. As I mentioned earlier, our buildings are still closed to the public, but people still reach out, and we do as much as we can over the phone. And we realize that the one-on-one interface, direct looking into the eyes and being able to talk to people is sorely missed. But our peacemakers are often sought out for all kinds of advice, not just on cases, but just going and families going through the pandemic and all the hardships and challenges. Our peacemaker traditional program specialists and the peacemakers in the community that are associated with our branch are resources out there, and we continue to try and support them when they do that one-on-one interaction with their community partners or with their relatives and people that they know in the community. But thank you for that question, Mr. Elmer Begay. The last question that I heard had to do with the differences in the budget. I do know that the accounting can take into can add different dollars once we get through the first quarter. And I believe some of the differences that you see in those two numbers, Mr. Yellowhair, has to do with encumbrance carryovers and the reflection of IDC. I believe on our budget page, we're going off a set of numbers that captures our budget, and then the OMB number of 17 million might be a more comprehensive reflection of what's now contained in our budget as we're now at the end of the year. But I'd also like to ask maybe if Yvonne Gorman can help explain that discrepancy, and then after that we can address Delegate Crotty's question. Yvonne?
Chairman Pocan, this is Yvonne Gorman. Pertaining to the question from Delegate Yellowhair, The original budget column is basically the continuing resolution budget that was first input into the FMIS, and then the revised budget of $17,246,420.37 consists of the budget FY21 budget that was input into FMIS in late December. It also has carryover amounts, and then like incumbent carryovers, and then it also has the GWA for FY21 of 439,253. So every time something is added to the budget, it goes into the revised budget column. And so when in your budget binder, when I first ran our report, we had the financial report as of 7/31, and then OMB revised the report on Friday evening to include the budget status report as of August 20th. And so I ran another report to coincide with their report. But it's not in your budget binder, but it is the same numbers as what OMB has provided, and we are balanced at this point in time. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ms. Werman. Back to Mr. City.
Okay, thank you. As far as Delegate Crotty's concerns, I have to admit that I was coming back onto the phone when I heard her speaking at the end, and I heard her asking if there was any coordination that might be possible between the Budget and Finance Committee and the LOC on any legislative concerns. If she also had a question about performance criteria, I didn't hear that portion of it.
Hakushi, Mr. City. I'll turn the floor back over to Ms. Honorable Crotty. I think you asked a question on OMB report, and I think that was particularly to the Chief Justice. Is that how you were posing your question, Honorable Crotty?
Yes, thank you, Pro Tem Vice Chair Smith. So the question is regarding the OMB non-compliance. I'll just address it to Judicial Branch, who's ever able to provide insight. Since the legislative concern is not compliant, I'd like to move forward with the condition of appropriation. So I would need to know who's the responsible individual at Judicial Branch, the business unit, and at this time, and working with the Chair of Law and Order, Chair Charles Newton, is then at what quarter this will be provided to the committee, the Law and Order Committee, as an update. Budget and Finance, we receive written updates or report updates from OMB. The other areas were legislative concerns. So there was legislative issues regarding private servers for domestic violence petitions. Also, I raised the issue regarding the probate process for those grazing permittees who are trying to go through the per se process. And the last area was the conversation that Delegate Begay brought up regarding peacemaking, how we could put that into a legislative concern. Thank you, Pro Tem.
Thank you for the clarification on that, Honorable Crotty. I'll turn the floor back over to Chief Justice. I'm not sure which agent, our Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton. You have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith, Delegate Crotty, for the questions regarding legislative concerns. As we're all aware, when someone is chairing, it's very difficult to ask questions and also be a part of
Madam Charles, breaking up. You need to get closer to your phone, please. We can't understand what you're saying. You're still broken up. Charles Newton.
Okay, I don't understand why I'm breaking up right now, but let me turn the floor over to Stephen Outcity to can answer the question, and then he can Vice Chair, if you could turn back over to you regarding some of the legislative concerns that we should probably get addressed during this budget session. Will that be okay?
Well, you're still breaking up. What I gathered was you want to turn the floor over to Mr. City, and the rest was broken up. So we'll take it from there. Mr. City, you have the floor.
Yeah, Shanant, can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you clear. Thank you. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Let me address Delegate Crotty's question about the non-compliance. The way I understand the legislative concern has to deal with a review of Americans with Disability Act issues with any of our buildings and any of our facilities across the entire branch. And it's my office that would have been responsible for supplying the report by the end of the second quarter. And it was my responsibility, and I will admit that I did not complete that report. So it is my inability to get that report in. It's my responsibility. I take full responsibility for that non-compliance. However, if there is an interest in having another legislative concern to give us more time to provide that information, I'd be happy to. I do know and understand generally that many of our judicial branch facilities are ADA compliant. Most of our newer facilities, we have Tuba City, we have Dilcon, we have Chinle, we have Crown Point that are in some of the newest facilities. They're fully ADA compliant. They had to go through an inspection before they were given a certificate of occupancy. Some of the newer modular buildings that are temporary facilities for the branch, such as at Pinon, here in Winter Rock for the administrative offices of the court, the Supreme Court building, out in Pueblo Pintado Circuit Court, all of these have been opened up in the last 3 years, and they have all met the review for certificate of occupancy and ADA compliance in their construction and in their setup. The rest of the buildings are fairly ADA compliant. I'd probably have to spend a little bit more time addressing what their needs are, but that would include Rama, Tohajale, Alamo District, Aneth District, Kayenta, and we have a small building in Shiprock for the probation services. We also have another separate building in Kayenta for probation. We'd also have to take a look at the Shiprock building, because the Shiprock building is one of our oldest buildings. But I do understand that there's a fair amount of ADA, Americans with Disability Act compliance, even in some of our older structures. We've got parking established. We have ramps in place.
Point of order. I'm sorry, Vice Chair Smith. My question, and this is why budget and finance budget hearings different in the oversight. So we don't necessarily, Mr. Etchity, we don't necessarily need to hear the update. What I'm going to do is create that condition of appropriation, and then you submit that document in time for your oversight, and so then you'll be in compliance. Thank you, Vice Chair.
I simply just didn't get the report in, but we have it ready. We'll have it ready.
Hold on, Mr. City. Let's conduct this meeting accordingly. I haven't recognized you. Please don't interject until I recognize you. Honorable Crotty, you got a point of order. Your point of order is recognized. Go continue with your point of order, and then we'll consider giving the floor back to whoever we may need to. Point of order is in order right now. You have the floor, Honorable Crotty.
Thank you, Pro Tem. My point of order is for regarding the response. What I requested was the response. I'm going by the template. So for legislative concern, I just need who is responsible, the business unit, and at this time we could recommend by second or third quarter. And so that's the information that I would need at this point to answer my question. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you for that clarification, Honorable Crotty. On the point of order, is in order. Who is responsible and the business unit number needs to be provided. Therefore, we'll turn the floor back over to Mr. City. You have the floor.
Thank you, Shanant. Apologize for interjecting. If the legislative concern that was written this year was for all divisions and programs, I would imagine that all business units within the judicial branch would be subject to supplying the information that would come in one report, but the responsible entity for supplying that report would be the administrative offices of the courts, which would be business unit 102001. And end of the second quarter is fine. Third quarter would also be fine as well. That's just my recommendations, but I'll also leave any statements for Madam Chair from the LOC committee.
Thank you, Mr. City. Back to Budget and Finance Committee members. Any other questions pertaining to this resolution?
Pro Tem, this is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty, I'll recognize you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Pro Tem. I did want to then ask Chair Charles Newton, in terms of not only this legislative concern is our understanding arrived or was developed by Delegate Eugene So we're just trying to keep the programs accountable to that. So we'll be creating the condition of appropriation. But for the legislative concerns dealing with peacemaking, private processors for domestic violence, and the issue with the probate, because this is, we're negotiating, I just wanted to give time to Chair Charles Newton if there's any additional language that we should be adding in that legislative concern. What the process was for the HES oversight is we draft it, and we're still working on that draft, and then you and the committee receive a copy, and then when this is dropped for our comprehensive budget, then we'll start adding them collectively together. So I just wanted to make sure, since Chair Nez and Chair Charles Newton is on the call, that's the way that the Budget and Finance has been trying to develop these legislative concerns to keep the programs accountable. Vice Chair Pro Tem, thank you.
Well, thank you, Honorable Crotty. I'll turn the floor over to Madam Chair Eugenia Newton. You have the floor. Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable, are you still with us on the phone call?
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
I do apologize. Yes, I'm actually calling in from my personal phone because I wasn't able to get back on my other phone, so I apologize. So yes, Madam Chair Crotty, I appreciate the question, and as I tried to state earlier, it is very difficult to to chair a meeting and to be able to ask questions and then also to make those concerns known. But we do have a few concerns that were not raised at the time. In fact, I'll go ahead and list them and the reason behind them. One is, as you did bring to the attention, there are the domestic violence process servers who they were having issues getting them paid out. I have not received a report from judicial branch letting me know that all of the DV processors have been paid out during the time that they were serving individuals during the pandemic. So that is still a concern. And at this point, judicial branch hasn't been very communicative as far as whether they have been completely paid out and whether there are some who are still owed. So that's one. The second one is the Law and Order Committee has brought to the attention of the judicial branch making domestic violence documents more accessible. One of the issues that we ran into during the pandemic was there were concerns brought forward to the committee about people not being able to get onto their Wi-Fi to access documents that some courts did put on their website, but then some did not either. And there was confusion on the way that those documents could be submitted to the court. So we did ask the court at one time if they could update their web page to make it more accessible for people who can access the internet, but to also make those forms printed and available outside of the court, along with directions on the way that they should be submitted to the court. As Delegate Crotty is aware, domestic violence, it was an issue and it still continues to be an issue on the nation, but during the pandemic, it made it very difficult for a lot of our people to access those documents because the courts were closed. And so that issue was brought forward to the judicial branch, and we still have yet to hear any updates on the way that they are providing documents to the people. So that is another, that's number two. The third issue, the probate cases, I'm not very aware of what is going on aside from a lot of the cases have been pushed back because of the pandemic, because of the way that the court is working. However, there is a backlog of probate cases. And to be honest, the Law and Order Committee has not had that discussion with the judicial branch on the number of probate cases that are open and what the time frame is for addressing those issues. I believe that the court is, my understanding, is because of the time frame involved with criminal matters. I think they tried to get the criminal matters taken care of first, but I will. We can make that a conditions of appropriation or a legislative concern at this point. I'll leave that up to you, Delegate Crotty. Another concern that the Law and Order Committee has asked about is the consent decree. The consent decree does affect how long an individual can be sentenced to jail or even be held before an arraignment. We are working on Title 17 to address that issue. However, we run into the problem because the court has not addressed the full merits of the issues involving the consent decree. Our hands are tied a little bit until the Supreme Court makes that determination regarding the consent decree. At this point, all the agencies aside from Window Rock and Shiprock have built facilities with ARA money. So I think at this point that the consent decree should be addressed. However, they did a partial judgment on the consent decree, and that consent decree does affect the entire Navajo Nation. It affects it also affects the criminal cases that are going through the process. And it affects, more importantly, the victims who are out there, because we cannot hold individuals as long as we can because of this consent decree. Because the consent decree has not been addressed. So that is one that we have had conversations. At one point, Law and Order Committee was told that we probably should not be pushing the court to regarding the consent decree. However, as chair, I did argue we're not asking them to to rule a certain way. We're only asking them to address the matter so that we can properly make adjustments to Title 17 regarding those individuals who are arrested and who are going through the court system. And then the last, as was brought up by Delegate Elmer Begay regarding peacemaking, we have asked the courts continuously to work with peacemaking, as we understand that they are an important and vital part of the judicial branch. Peacemaking is actually what makes the Navajo Nation unique in the way that we address our cases. We have had peacemaking come before the Law and Order Committee previously, and they've informed us that they were not part of the conversations regarding the budget or any of the unmet needs. However, they did at one point in the last month come before the committee to say that they started the conversations. Whether they are in the room or not when decisions are making, I am not sure. Again, however, we did get an update from them that conversations have begun, and the conversations were basically surrounding the needs of peacemaking in regards to infrastructure. So that is the information that I can provide to this committee, and I do apologize. I was chairing the budget meeting during the time, so we were not able to bring these forward to talk about them. And in addition to that, I'm sorry, hold on. I apologize. I'm on the Law and Order Committee meeting as well. We did run into some issues during the budget session that resulted in us having to adjourn early on 2 days because our documents were not properly prepared, nor were they sent out to the committee. We actually had to involve Speaker Damon in this process because, again, that was outside of the committee members' control as far as the documents being sent out. So, again, I do apologize that these were not brought forward during the Law and Order Committee budget hearing, but those are the concerns that we do have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Law and Order Committee, Eugenia Charles Newton. Committee members, any further questions? Honorable Crotty, do you have a follow-up question on this matter?
Vice Chair or Pro Tem, I apologize. I do not. I just want to make sure we have the correct business units, as these will be legislative concerns. And I would recommend that they all of the issues be addressed by second quarter, and we'll work with Ms. Tapahi. I would just defer if our legislative counsel has any additional questions that she needs to assist in the drafting of these legislative concerns. Thank you, Pro Tem.
Thank you for that clarification, Honorable Crotty. There's a business unit number needs to be provided for the legislative concerns. There's a few of them that were mentioned. And Legislative Council will be drafting up a legislative concern regarding for the second quarter. I heard Shida speak. Da, you have the floor. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Thank you, Shida, Vice Chair. I know the BNF Committee, I know the Charles Newton, Honorable, I know the Mr. Chidido, I have I don't know if this can be I'm trying to look for where there could be a legislative concern on the one that I brought up with the peacemaking, because a lot of it, like today, the probate, how they could address everything's to address some issues. What's the plan? I know that you brought up all the funding that is being supported by that. How is that money going to be have a plan for achieve income? I guess I could say that. Today, people are having the hardest time, just that how it was mentioned, that they're disabled with their phones and communication. If we can be using, they have to go out to from their home to Dalcon, and they can do the I guess any type of video and telecommunication for this probate. Halit Abanas, I know that there's districts, they have peacemaking courts. Some of them has more than 2 or they have 3. Halit, how they can be making these arrangements to do this, continue that. We know that we went through this pandemic, and then we nothing, but people got vaccinated. How do people are vaccinated? Some of these. What's your procedures on it? Is there going to be a restriction for people that don't have that's not been vaccinated? If it has a legislative concern, we can maybe add to the second quarter of it, and how it can be changed. We want to see it changed. Thank you.
The way I understand your question is that you want to develop legislative concern for the second quarter on how they're going to coordinate and how they're going to do plans and the development of the procedures for the Kusinsa states that they finigi. That's what I understand. Ashwate Ashta.
I think I'm not sure because I don't see any plans, direct plans from the peacemaking courts at the end. They should be given the opportunity to say something on their own. Thank you.
I think that would be to Legislative Council on your request to develop that. Behind the second quarter, Legislative Council requested the least.
Okay. Yeah.
Hagoshi. Back to the committee members. Any other further questions or concerns? We're talking about the legislative concern. I think there's going to be 2 drafted up. One for Honorable Elmer Begay and also Honorable Amber Crotty. Committee members.
Mr. Chair.
This is Delegate Yeller, Chair. Shatsui, Pro Temp.
Agushi, Che, I recognize you. Go ahead. You have the floor.
Na Kigoya, na this Kidida. This Tilia, T. Elmer Begay. This was in us. I always have concern that this is basically what's going on. Your concerns and our concerns are all important. Each judicial peacemaking, I evaluate on each case. If they evaluate and check these cases for a husband or like one of the peacemaking up every the peacemaking is no file is so dark has cajun in the so they fall over there. It down what and what decision. So it's up to the people how the court will go, which side they want to have a court. Up to that is they have right to where they want to file. Out of the court, just a regular judge going before the judge or go before the peacemaking liaison. I could ask now, but this kid there, done cut us as a there's only some mobbed snow. Could you please make a not toss? Other Shara, nay, also it has no when the seal told there. There are only peacemaker one bend that see can't none. There are the Ebahun in our none side or I thought was done hit her not. Peacemaking that over zero line. No, it's such a see. Eben has its own test case. This is going to be law and order committee. They have to study how many cases are been satisfied with the people up there that were fathers went before the peacemaking. So all the thousands, as a councilman, here we cannot force how it's going to happen. We cannot predict the cases how it's going to go to. It overnight it could just judicial job that is caught about. That's my legislation concern. How many of our defendants have satisfied or victim have satisfied in the court and peacemaking? That's very important. That has to be done. The legislation that they know out of they need to because we're interference with court. I hope you understand me. I don't think this is going to go before questions to Chief Justice. How far are we as a Pinion Court judicial system? As yours, not the court building. No, number one was I think was either Wonder and Shipwreck. We need a court in Pinion. That then small court building. We're jeopardizing our people out there. They want to hear a case, but we're delayed. We should not be delayed. The court case, it cause injustice to the people. Victims. The court, Ebony, now your court, you had to come up, help the people, protect the victim, and protect the criminal. So Ebony, yeah, that's their mission statement. This going to be Chief Justice. We need to get on the ball. We just can't wait around and just go by again. Judicial court and Pinion is important. It should be number one. No, that Pinion. Pro Temp Vice Chairman, thank you very much for giving me the floor, and also the people who are listening out there too. That's enough signed on out of here to OMB staff, out on the judicial court staff. Hope budget in Junon had a sala share over getting out. Yeah, thank you very much, Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Asha, for that recommendation on the legislative concerns. I think you should get with Legislative Council to draft up language on behalf of that. I think there's going to be several legislative concerns, but the question is, I know that Honorable Crotty said second quarter, though. Honorable Elmer Begay second quarter. So being dealing with the Legislative Council, so we can get that in order and then present that with the Budget and Finance Committee, and then we'll vote on the question if there's no other questions at that point in time. But Law and Order Committee concerns that for the judicial on behalf of that, and the question that is posed to Chief Justice on behalf of the Pinion, I'll turn the floor over to Steve at City or the agents, or to Eugene Charles Newton, Chairwoman of the Law and Order Committee. You guys have the floor.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to my agents at this time to answer the questions that have been posed during this time.
Agents, you have the floor. I don't know who's going to be answering the question on the Pinion. The rest are all legislative concerns that will be drafted up. So we'll turn the floor after this over to Legislative Chief Counsel, our Legislative Counsel. Go ahead, Mr. Steve City, you have the floor, or one of the agents.
Chair Pro Tem, Mr. Vice Chair, I do have the peacemaking program acting coordinator on the line too. She wasn't sworn in earlier, but I think it would be very informative and would be helpful if we could give her some time to address some of the points being raised by Delegate Begay, Delegate Yellowhair, and some of the discussion we've had about how peacemaking.
Motion by Charles Newton.
Chairwoman Charles Newton, I heard your voice. Go ahead, you have the floor.
Vice Chair, I think she's making a motion at Law and Order Committee.
Okay, thank you, Peggy, for that clarification. Committee members, we're allowing another folk from Peacemaker, and this is going to go into like a report. I think we should just stick with what the legislative concerns are, and they are ready to, hopefully they'll be ready soon here shortly. So Mr. Stephen City will go ahead and just address those legislative concerns. They're in order, and I don't think we need to request for an additional justification on the peacemaking at this point in time. But the question that was posed by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is imperative. In his area, he's waiting for the answer on what and how far along are they in the process of getting that Pinion Judicial Complex completed. Back to Chairwoman, who would you like to have that answered on the request from Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair for his concern within the Pinion area of getting that judicial complex completed? Chief Justice Joanne Jane, are you
Can you hear me?
Board?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now. Did you get the request?
Yes, I apologize, Vice Chair. I was muted. I didn't realize that. Yes, so as far as the agent goes, I will go ahead and turn that over to Chief Justice, since she is the head of the judicial branch and oversees all of the courts and the administration. So I'm going to turn it over to my agent at this time, Chief Justice Joanne Jane. Thank you.
Mr. Pro Tem Chair Smith, this is Chief Justice Jane.
Yes, good morning. You have the floor. There was a question posed. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. And this is in response to Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton in regards to the Pinion Court building. The judicial branch and also the Department of Public Safety have been working on facilities that have been recommended in previous years. We have been working with the Law and Order Committee in regards to a list for possible funding, and it is, I believe, at a legislative stage right now, meaning that there's an introduction. I believe probably it's going into not probation, but it will be developed into legislation. And so I have turned that task over to Stephen Edsity in regards to where that process is right now in regards to all of the projects, which includes Zipagene Court. And so just an overview is that there are a number of projects that have been forthcoming in regards to facilities and funding for those facilities. And most recently, there, again, as I said, there will be legislation. So at this point, I will turn that over to Agent Stephen Edsity to clarify the present status, because he's been working with the Department of Public Safety on this project. So thank you, Stephen.
Chair, Pro Tem, do I have the floor?
Yes, you do. Go ahead, Stephen, Mr. City. Go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you. Chief Justice, she's right on point. We've been working with public safety. We normally work with them every 2 years. We put together a priority listing of projects. Dislodgine has been on that list ever since I've been here, since 2017. It continues to get a lot of support. We have put together a new project listing with the goal of trying to secure additional federal funding, as Chair Eugenia Charles Newton mentioned, for infrastructure and facilities projects. The Pinon complex is prominent on that list. There are about 7 judicial branch facilities specifically, along with another longer listing of public safety projects, such as their substations. But for Pinon, Judicial Branch and Public Safety met specifically with Chapter President Bessie Allen and some of her staff in a couple of months ago. We're happy to work with them on any updates to the plans that have been developed by the chapter. Their status is pretty close to construction ready. And we're hoping that the legislation that would be developed by the Law and Order Committee will be ready for review very soon. One of the reasons we're holding off on it, because we were asked to also develop a housing component, not only looking at the actual court or public safety facilities needs, but also taking a look at the supporting facilities, such as housing for the people that would be working in these buildings. So we put together a housing component for our Law and Order Committee to take a look at, and we submitted that about 3 or 4 weeks ago as well. So we have a lot of information that we've updated, and we've been consulting and working with the leadership local there in Dislodgine District and in the community of Pinon with the chapter folks. And the overall costs have been adjusted downward. The complex is not going to be as large, but it's going to meet the needs that Delegate Yellowhair has talked about. And it also meets with the approval of the local chapter officials as well. So we're hoping to get that legislation going and to be able to put ourselves either in line for ARPA funding, or if there's going to be other federal funds that might come out of an infrastructure bill from the federal government. We're hoping to secure funds for not only the Pinon project, but for the other priority projects that we have in this package. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. City, for that update. Committee members, we've been at this since 8:30 this morning. There'll be legislative concerns that will be worked out through the Legislative Council, and we'll be doing a revisit on this with the legislative concerns. I think there's 3 of them. One is from Honorable Crotty, the other one is from Honorable Elmer Begay, and the other one is Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. But at this point in time, committee members, I don't see any major concerns on the budget as requested on the resolution LOCAU-03-21. So therefore, I will call for the question. We have a motion, Jimmy Yellowhair, and a second by Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Mr. Vice Chair, excuse me, this is Mariana Khan, Office of Legislative Counsel. I don't usually sit in for this Budget and Finance Committee, but Ms. Laureline Tapahi is having to jump on to the Law and Order Committee call. and she will be back on. But before you move on to your next legislation consideration, I was wanting to get clarification. You said you wanted 3 legislative concerns, and you mentioned 3 at the end there, and I do not know if I have all of them. Ms. Honorable Crotty had a concern having to do with the domestic process servers. Is that correct? Not being paid out? I am sorry that I will have to have you basically summarize this for me so that I can get it to Ms. Laureline Tapahi for her to fashion the legislative concern, Mr. Vice Chair. And then Mr. Honorable Elmer Begay's also, and Jimmy Yellowhairs. And I do believe Mr. Yellowhairs was having to do with the Pinion Court building. Please excuse me for not having everything ready at this moment, but if you could give me some basic clarification, and then we can fashion the legislative concern and be ready for you when the committee meets to vote on this. Mr. Vice Chair, thank you for your assistance.
Well, thank you for sitting in, Ms. Khan. Back to Peggy. Could you work with Ms. Khan on this to repeat and to reiterate, and that will be taking up more time on behalf of this. It's just a legislative concerns regarding number 1 for Honorable Crotty. Number 2 is Honorable Elmer Begay. Number 3 was Honorable Mr. Honorable Yellowhair for the legislative concerns, which we'll be doing a revisit. So that could be coordinated through our advisor, Peggy. We'd appreciate that. So at this point in time, I'd like to ask for the question. Shanella, could you do a roll call?
Chair, question of privilege. This is Delegate Yellowhair.
Honorable Yellowhair, question of privilege. What's your question of privilege?
My question of privilege, this is going to be a pertain to judicial complex building in Pinion. I'd like to request Pinion court administrator and judge need to involve for this building a construction for a court building. They need to get involved. They're not involved. They need to get involved with chapters officials up there. They should be number 1 there with the judge and court administrator. Should be involved in this judicial complex building. That's my my concern. Legislation. If you could put one like that too, appreciate it for your help, Chairman, Pro Temp Chair. Yeah, once about thank you.
Pro Temp Chair, this is Delegate Brown.
I'll go see Honorable Yellowhair. We'll go ahead and take that and have advisor work with the Legislative Council on your concern that who needs to be involved in that. I think that would be a legislative concern that will be revisited back on Wednesday. I heard Honorable Brown. Honorable Brown, before we do the question on the vote, you have the floor, Honorable Brown.
Yes, before we vote, this subject is coming up in this discussion. So thank you, Budget and Finance Committee, had a Law and Order Committee as well. And all our staff, thank you for the work. My question is on this topic that we're discussing. With the different courts, I know that previously last year during the budget season, we did ask for the court building priority listing. I know it's an approval that's generated with Navajo Nation courts, as well as and then eventually Law and Order Committee approves it. So my first question would be, is that approved yet? I know that Mr. Delmar did forward a copy last year, and I'm interested in that listing first. So that would be my first question. The second thing would be to Mr. City, if you could forward to us that list, and also prioritize on the list where the status of these courts are. And I'm really interested in I'm saying this because I was advocating for all the courts, specifically Kayenta Judicial Court Complex, that we are 100% shovel construction ready. Again, let me repeat that to the Law and Order Committee as well as Mr. Steve City, that reconfirm for the record that the Kayenta Judicial Court Complex is probably the number one ready construction ready project for as far as court building. All the documentation is there. And I think the first phase of any type of funding, and I'll continue to do my part advocating for more funding, either whether it be through general dollars, UUFB, ARPA, or other infrastructure bills that are coming forward. So, Mr. City, if you could forward that information to us, really, where are the status of each of these buildings? And that way we have, as Law and Order Committee, we can also probably produce our own document that is going to be approved by the Budget and Finance Committee on some of these expenditure plans as well. That and I think adding to these facilities and I think as Budget and Finance, that it would have to go through our committee and our approval and our edits and recommendations as well, since we do follow and our responsibility directly lies with any type of expenditure plan, execution of funding. I think that would be another step that I would like to add to that also. So that would be my legislative concern, is specifically a documentation of these court buildings and the priorities. And I understand that some of these buildings are condemned maybe because of the state, that they're deteriorating, and some of them are really bad shape. So that's the biggest distinguish, is on one side is who is actually really shovel construction ready, and then the other side is a condemned building. So if I could request for that, and then that legislative concern also, Vice Chair. Thank you.
Agushi, Honorable Brown, we'll go ahead and recognize that. We'll go ahead and have the agent, Mr. City, provide that priority listing for you and for the committee members, and also LOC on behalf of where we're at with that. And I hear your area is shovel ready and it's ready to go. Work with Peggy on the legislative concerns, so that will be revisited. So there'll be 4 concerns that will be posed on the judicial side for the Wednesday's visit. So Honorable Brown will go ahead and do that. And at this point in time, we'll go ahead and call for the question. Shanella, could you do the question on the vote on resolution LOC-AU-03-21?
Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Chairwoman, we're doing the voting right now.
Vice Chair, I do appreciate that, but I do want to, the legislative concern that has been brought up by Delegate Brown, I'd like to comment on that if I have the opportunity, because I don't believe that it is a legislative concern.
Chairwoman, we'll go ahead and allow you to respond just particular to that item. You have the floor.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair, and I apologize. I kept hitting mute. I didn't mean to do that while I was also on Order Committee meeting, but I do want to state that that currently the Law and Order Committee is working on a legislation to request for ARPA funding. We have been working diligently with Department of Public Safety as well as the judicial branch. And I understand now that delegates are coming forward, making their request for their communities to be included on that list. There is a process that is in place, and I don't believe that this is a legislative concern. We are having open dialogue right now, and in fact, we've had a few meetings that delegates were invited to take part in the conversation regarding the projects in their community. I think that the legislative concern would come into place if there was, concerns regarding the work that is not being done by Department of Public Safety and Judicial, but the work has been completed. And I know every delegate is saying that their project is number one and that it is shovel ready. So, I appreciate the advocacy at this point. However, the Law and Order Committee has been working with the Judicial Branch and Department of Public Safety on the projects that will be requested for ARPA funds. In addition to that, we have been advised by Legislative Counsel that the process for making the request has not been provided to the Budget and Finance Committee, and it's got to be something that's got to be voted on and approved before Legislative Counsel can proceed forward with drafting legislation for these projects. So again, Chief Justice Joanne Jane, Director Delmar, and the Law and Order Committee have been working, putting together a list of buildings, that infrastructure that need to be built for public safety and judicial. So I do not, and I will argue if it is brought up as a legislative concern at budget, that it should not be a legislative concern, because at this point we have 9 delegates who are telling the Law and Order Committee and also Department of Public Safety and also Judicial Branch that their projects are number one and that their projects need to be funded. And if we have 9 delegates making that same argument, I think that it's something that should be addressed at the committee level, along with the Judicial Branch and also the Division of Public Safety. So again, I do not believe that this is a legislative concern. We are working, and it is dealing with ARPA funds and not necessarily the budget. I think the budget portion does come into place when we're talking about operations and maintenance, which we're also still trying to work out. So I do want to just inform the Budget and Finance Committee of the work that Law and Order Committee is doing with the Division of Public Safety as well as the Judicial Branch. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you for that information on behalf of the Law and Order Committee and the ARPA funds that you guys are seeking to continue to advocate for the courts and the buildings. These legislative concerns are brought forth by the Budget and Finance Committee, and their legislative concerns are part of the resolution, and they are speaking of their particular areas, and those particular areas, some are shovel ready, some are in dire need of having their buildings and facilities built. So those legislative concerns are in order. So therefore, I'll call for the question. Shanella, go ahead and
Vice
do the
Chair,
roll.
this is Delegate Brown. Before we call the question.
Honorable Brown, go ahead. You have the floor.
I disagree with Delegate Charles Newton. I'm looking at the documentation here, and on the item number C, we are looking at the performance assessment report, and these are all the courts that are on there that are scored. But what I don't see is, and again, that's been pretty much the response from her from starting from last year, when she said that we are working on this list. My first question would be, where is that document and how long will it take to compile that list for the court specifically? Is it going to take another year? Because my understanding is the multiple courts are continuing to work, and I can only speak for Kayenta Judicial Court just because we've been pretty active, and we are ready. And my other question that was not Chair, please allow Mr. City to respond to this, is if he can go down the list, and I know that he has been working diligently on with public safety, LOC, and Chief Justice as well. So if we can have a response from which ones are construction shovel ready. I'm interested in that. I know that as Budget and Finance Committee, that is something that our committee stood really firm on, is we want to look at projects that are shovel construction ready. So funding, when they become available, then there's no, and I know that our committee has been standing firm on that. So that would be my first big point, is a very important point, is what the status of the construction shovel ready and prioritizing that. I'm requesting for that document. Is that available? When is that going to be available? What does that look like? And I know that, and I can't speak for the other 8 other delegates who are, and that's good. So this is the work that is being done by the court administrators, as well as all the staff that are with the court building and the clerks. So we did a walkthrough, and these are coming from, and I do have binders available as well. And I know that our Budget and Law and Order Committee does have those. They're provided those copies as well, and all the data that's implemented in that. All the research has been done. So if that could be forwarded to me, and if Mr. City can respond to the shovel construction ready. Thank you.
Vice Chair, is Delegate Gay?
Vice Chair, Delegate Vice Chair Smith. I'm sorry, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Committee members of the budget, still chairing the meeting, so let's be patient on who's on the queue. We had a request from Honorable Brown to have Mr. City elaborate on the priority listing of the constructions of the judicial. And I heard Honorable Elmer Begay speak up. And also, we haven't turned the floor back over to the agents yet. So therefore, Honorable Elmer Begay, what is your question?
Okay, here is Don Nana of the Budget and Finance Committee. I just wanted to ask to Nate Brown, Delegate, if you could add to see the listing for Public Safety or Justice Center. I just wanted to ask her if you could do that. And then also, we have a project ready for Justice Center in Dalcon. We have the courts there already, which the state constructed that for us. We have the construction ready, and all the construction document we have. It's in a big binder with us on here. Even we had a right-of-way clearance, which was donated to from contribute right-of-way, utility right-of-way for NTA, the whole utility corridors. So they saw that this is construction ready from their engineers. So I wanted to know that if we could include that into the legislative concern, I would appreciate that. Then maybe include that into Mr. City's request to see if they can give us which are construction ready. So I would then also down to one thing that Law and Order ordered it about 2 months ago, saying that they're going to have a work session on these all the judicial and then also public safety and detention facility. That work session don't list. I don't think I haven't seen it yet. We haven't even seen the schedule yet. I think they're failing on doing that. We've been waiting for that. Thank you.
I think I understand your question to Honorable Daniel Brown, is that to add in public safety, public safety, it's under resolution LOCAU-05-21. I think it's the legislative concern. If you do have a concern on public safety, it's just
this is the whole. excuse me, this is the whole, I guess you call the whole thing is Justice Center on that piece in the middle. That's what we're working on. So, like I said, peacemaking court and then the other courts we have in downtown is illegal. So, but adjacent to that, there's a drawing that whole detention facility, though, public safety, all together. So they call it the whole judicial justice center. So advocate. So ours is construction ready. So we'll have the whole judicial centers, justice center in downtown. So so that's what we have that construction ready, all of it. Even now, I just wanted to ask Cecilia that Delegate Brown to include that his request as a legislative concern for downtown. All right.
Question of privilege, Vice Chair.
Hello. I'm still chairing the meeting. Let's be respectful. Quad behind the sta Ashi Nigel Honorable Brown. So go ahead and have that considered with Honorable Brown's request on the legislative concern. Jimmy Yellowhair, you have the floor.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to jump ahead of you. Anyway, I see start shovel ready 2 years, 3 years ago, Pinion. For the record, all you about is Pinion judicial system is shovel ready to go. We need court. That's what I'm the court. How long? We need court. It's priority. Yeah, so thank you, Chairman. To go back on mute now. Thank you very much.
Hagoshi, I said last. We call for the question on behalf of the legislation. Shanana, round the horn.
Vice Chair, I did
Sir,
request
Vice
to.
Chairman.
Hagoshi, Shanana, calling for the question.
Sure, Vice Chairman. Roll call vote for LOC AU-03-21.
Vice Chair.
Continue, how you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote?
Shot at Delegate Amber Kenneth-Crotty, and I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
Sure, I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Vice Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, Vice Chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Vice Chairman?
I'll vote green. My phone was muted, so I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Vice Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, Vice Chairman not voting. Vice Chairman?
Resolution has passed with no opposition. Moving on to resolution number LOCAU-04-21. Shada, could you read that into the record?
Yes, Vice Chair, I will. This is legislation number LOCAU-04-21, resolution of the Law and Order Committee of the 24th Navigation Council, 3rd year 2021. An action relating to the Law and Order Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navigation Ethics and Rules Office be it enacted. Section 1 Authority A, the Law and Order Committee is a standing committee of the Navigation Council, 2 and C Section 600A. B, the Law and Order Committee is the oversight committee for the Navigation Ethics and Rules Office, 2 and C Section 601C1. C, each oversight committee shall review and make recommendations to the Budget and Finance Committee concerning the budget in accordance with the annual budget instructions 12 NSC Section 840A, Section 2 findings. A, the Law and Order Committee held a budget hearing and took budget testimony regarding the Navajo Nation Ethics and Rules Office fiscal year 2022 budget. 12 NNC Section 840A. B, the Law and Order Committee recommends to the Budget and Finance Committee a fiscal year budget for the Navajo Nation Ethics and Rules Office, 12 NNC Section 840A. Section 3, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Ethics and Rules Office. A, the Law and Order Committee hereby acknowledges the proposed Navajo Nation fiscal year FY 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Ethics and Rules Office recommended by the Navajo Nation Office of the Speaker as provided on the fund type budget summary attached as Exhibit A. B, the Law and Order Committee requests that the Budget and Finance Committee and the Navajo Nation Council adopt the changes to the budget as set forth in the General Fund Comparative Summary, Exhibits B. Recommended changes to the General Fund Budget, Exhibit C. Recommended conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns, Exhibit D. And recommended unmet needs, Exhibit E. C, the Law and Order Committee authorizes the committee chairperson and vice chairperson to meet and negotiate with the Budget and Finance Committee on these recommendations. And this was passed by a vote of 3 in favor on the 10th day of August. Exhibit A totaled $641,218. Exhibit B totals $541,394. Exhibit C doesn't show any changes. Exhibit D doesn't show any changes. And then Exhibit E, there are no unmet needs. Mr. Vice Chair, vote tally sheet is attached.
For the reading of the resolution. Motion?
Yellow Hair motion.
Honorable Yellow Hair is recognized for that motion. Second by Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Shada, could we have those presenters that are going to be presenting this resolution, oath read to them, administered?
Okay, anyone that hasn't taken the oath regarding the Ethics and Rules Office, could you please state your name for the record?
Good morning. This is Candace Martin, Executive Director for Ethics and Rules Office.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that will be speaking to the budget?
No, there won't be.
Okay. Could you raise your right hand and do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you're about to give?
Yes, I do.
Right, thank you.
Shada, I just heard one person. I thought there was another person that was on the oath. I just heard, I think that was Candace Martinez, for the record, on my behalf, so that we conducted this meeting accordingly.
Yes, you're correct, Vice Chair. It's just Candace Martinez is going to be the sponsor of the budget.
Thank you very much, Shada. Moving on to the budget summary reports, OMB, for the Ethics and Rules Office. You have the floor. Committee members, do you have the Ethics and Rules Office, OMB's report? Shada, when did you send that for the Ethics and Rules OMB report, or did OMB send it to us?
Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, the ERO and Labor Commission OMB report was sent out on Friday, the 20th at 6:23 p.m. 6:23 p.m. and then at 10:17, the Ethics and Rules sent a corrected budget. The detailed budgets.
Thank you, Shada. Committee members, are we on the same page before we let OMB do their presentation? I'll take that as a yes. OMB, you may proceed. Lisa?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and BNF committee members. This is Nanette Francisco. I'll be reading the report in.
Have you sworn this morning?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, just making sure. You may proceed.
Okay, the report is the Navajo Nation Budget and Finance Committee fiscal year 2022 budget hearings. It has Navajo Nation Labor Commission and Ethics and Rules Office report, but I'll read the Ethics and Rules information in. You have your table of contents. You have A, B, C, D, E, and then F and G, they don't have any for this program. Expenditure, external funds expenditure report and single audit report. Going on to A, fiscal year 2022 fund type budget summary. For business unit 101020 Ethics and Rule Office for FY 2021, approved amount was $541,394. Proposed general fund budget amount for FY 2022 is $541,394. Indirect costs $85,012. GWA allocation $14,812. No proprietary, no fiduciary, no special revenue internal, no special revenue external, giving you a total of $641,218. Going on to tab B, you have your fiscal year 2021 third quarter budget expenditure report. This has been updated to August 2021. Business unit is 101020 Ethics and Rules Office. Original budget is $156,491.47. Revised $682,702. Their actuals $429,358.66. Encumbrance $30,180.71. Budget available is $223,162.63. Percent expended is 67.31. I don't know if Rhonda's on the line to read the next item. I'll just go ahead and read in. The next item is tab C, your fiscal year 2021 third quarter performance assessment report. You have for ethics and rules, business unit 101020. First quarter was 1.4, second quarter is 1.4, third quarter is 2.20. Going on to the next tab D, you have your FY 2021 third quarter plan of operation status report. For ethics and rules, they're updated. And then tab E is your FY 2021 condition of appropriation and legislative concern. The legislative concern is number LOC or LC number 23. The due date was the end of the second quarter. There's no response and non-compliance. That concludes the report, Mr. Chair, Pro Temp and BNF committee members. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez, for the OMB budget summary reports for the Ethics and Rules Office. Committee members of the Budget and Finance, any questions for the report? We're moving on to the next item on the agenda is Director's Overview. You have the floor.
Good morning again, Pro Tem Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Again, this is Candace Martin, Executive Director for the Ethics and Rules Office. I'm not too sure what you want me to overview. Do you want me to go over the detail of the budget?
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Peggy, could you kind of draw out the procedures for Ms. Martinez? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair and members of the committee. You can do the overview of the budget forms if you want to just go over Form 1 and then your Form 2. Just a quick summary overview of it would be fine.
Thank you, Peggy, for that clarification. You have the floor, Ms. Martinez.
Thank you. Yeah, and just so you know, it's actually Martine. There's no Z at the end.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Martine, you have the floor. Ms.
Okay, so for our Ethics and Rules Budget Form 1, I think Ms. Francisco from OMB already gave the funding sources. Our general funds for $541,394, indirect cost of $85,012, and GWA allocation of $14,812. In regards to our personnel expenses, in Part 3 of the budget summary, we have personnel expenses of $541,206. We had an increase of $11,582. Travel expenses of $41,912, increase of $8,050. No meeting expenses. Supplies $19,987, a decrease of $1,813. Lease and rental of $2,646, a decrease of $991. Communications and utilities $2,500, no change. Repairs and maintenance $4,603, a decrease of $157. Contractual services $17,400, an increase of $5,800. Special transactions $10,964, and an increase of $842. So we have a total of $641,918, an increase of $23,313. Total number of positions budgeted, we have 8. Total number of vehicles budgeted are 2. For our page 2 of our program performance criteria, we have our goal statement number 1, which is to receive and review 15 new ethics intakes per quarter. Goal statement number 2 is investigate and hearings, file 5 ethics cases for hearings with 10 quarter. Goal statement trainings, provide 5 to Navajo Nation elected officials, employees, and departments per quarter. Goal statement number 4 is consultations, conduct 10 with tribal programs and other agencies per quarter. Goal statement number 5, close and process 15 ethics intakes / cases per quarter. And then we have our page 3, which is identifies our employees. We currently have 6 employees. We do have 1 position that is vacant. It's our presenting officer position that's been vacant. Unfortunately, have been having a very difficult time filling that position. And then the rest of the budget forms indicate in detail the amounts in each line item. And that's all I have for my office. Open for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Martine, for the summary of the detailed budget from forms 1 through 4. Committee members, any questions at this point in time?
Pro Tem, this is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Karate, you have the floor. You may proceed.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Ms. Martinez, for your budget. And didn't respond. So I'm going to recommend a condition of appropriation I would need to know and verify who would be the responsible department. Validation will be by second quarter. If you could provide information was concerned by Delegate Eugene So, and we would want the program to be responsive to the Older Americans Act, and also just making sure that our elders and those who have physical limitations have accessibility to their government offices. Thank you, Pro Tem.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. Committee members of the Finance Committee, any other questions for ethics and rules? I don't hear any other questions concerning this resolution. You have the floor, Ms. Martin.
Thank you, Chair, Pro Tem Chair. I just wanted to get clarification. I think that Delegate Crotty was kind of breaking in and out. So it's that legislative concern regarding the handicap designated areas. So that's the only thing that I heard that she was questioning about. I just wanted to make sure I got that clear.
Yes, Ms. Martin, we'll go ahead and turn the floor back over to Honorable Crotty. Could you restate your question? You did come in kind of broken up, but you have the floor.
Okay. Let me try this. Pro Tem, thank you. Yes, it's going back to the OMB report. That then it becomes a condition of appropriation. I need the person who's responsible and the business unit not be recommending by second quarter. Thank you, Pro Tem.
Thank you, Crotty. I think you kind of broke up again, but we'll try to see if the question was relayed. Back to you, Ms. Martin. You have the floor.
Thank you, Pro Tem Chair. So I guess she was asking about who would be responsible for completing that. So I guess it would be me as the Executive Director to ensure that this office is compliant with the American with Disabilities Act. Right now, our office actually does partially have accessibility. We have a ramp in front of the building, and we have access to the offices if somebody needed to with a wheelchair to get in. So we do have that, and it would just be needing to I guess update some of our policies in regards to making sure there's accessibility for individuals. But that would, I guess, would be under my direction. I hope I answered the question.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. I think the question was partially answered on that behalf. Responsible person, you said that was you, and then business unit number. And I think there's going to be a legislative concern that will be coming up forth by Honorable Crotty. You need a business unit number on that behalf for Honorable Crotty. Ms. Martin.
Okay. Thank you, Pro Tem Chair. So that would be the business unit, and it would be under our looking at under the main ethics and rules business unit is 101020, and then the specific subunit, because we, like I said, we have our facility is pretty much up to date on American with Disabilities. We would look to, if we needed to, I guess, make any additional changes. We would have to look at identifying within if we needed to make changes or update anything else, we could probably do that under looking at having to contract for somebody to assist with that. And that would be under our contractual services, which we have budgeted for $17,400. But like I said, I think that we would need to confirm that the building is up to par. I'm pretty confident that we are. So I don't think that we're going to need to have very much work done if we actually needed any work done. I hope that makes sense, and I hope I answered the question.
Thank you very much, Ms. Martin. Back to committee members. Any other further questions regarding the ethics and rules on this resolution?
This is Delegate Yellowhair.
Honorable Yellowhair, you have the floor. I'll recognize you.
Pro Temp Chair, Vice Chairman, Honorable Smith, to my colleagues from the Budget Finance Committee, to under all the programs. And this is it's going to be my concern and legislative concern. As we're doing this, a comprehensive budget for FY22, we're going all by the law, by the codes are. Like for us, Budget Finance Committee, under Title II Code like 301 and 301 Power. This committee, I think it should be in the legislative to be written for me, my request. The committee have the authority and such power necessary and proper to carry out the purpose of set forth above. These are laws that pertain to being a committee, have that authority. We're doing this budget, even doing adjustments, and we also do promulgate rules and regulations related to contracting, investment, financial matters. And very important is the committee has this authority, so many numbers that need to be put in legislation so the program can understand that we have this authority to change or reallocating funds between branch. We have these authority. I'd like to request a legislative to put this in legislation, what being the authority we have, so it can be read by departments, Navajo Nation. On the Title II Navajo Nation Code 301 and 301 Power. Being the committee members, once about any questions with the legislative body will help me to assist us to put in a legislative concern. Vice Chair, Shahab.
Goshisha, Legislative Council, are you present on behalf of the request that was presented from Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, Legislative Council?
This is Lurleen from OLC. I think I need a little bit of clarification. Maybe Honorable Delegate Yellowhair could either email me specifically what he's asking for, or if he can repeat it. I did hear it, but I'm not quite understanding what he's asking for. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Legislative Council. We'll go ahead and turn the floor back over to Jimmy Yellowhair. Jimmy Yellowhair, could you either email her or get with her on behalf of your legislative concerns, because we can visit this as a revisit Wednesday on your legislative concern? Jay.
Okay, Pro Temp Vice Chairman, Honorable Smith, I will send an email to her. Right, maybe lunch hour. Thank you very much, Legislative Council. Thank you. Viva.
Goshi, thank you for that clarification. Shinandad, Jimmy Yellowhair, Honorable. Committee members, any other questions for ethics and rules?
Mr. Vice Chair,
Yes,
this is Mariana Khan. Just before Ms. Laureline Tapahi got on, there was a request for a legislative concern or condition of appropriation that was voiced by Honorable Crotty. And I just wanted to get clarification on that before leaving the meeting for Ms. Tapahi. That concern is during the discussion of the Americans with Disability Act and the need to comply with that. I heard two phrases, and one was to make this a legislative concern, and the other was to make it a condition of appropriation. Office of Legislative Counsel would need clarification on that. Is this to be a legislative concern or condition of appropriation? There are consequences with regard to condition of appropriation that have to do with travel, funds available to the program. And so if we could get clarification with regard to complying with Americans with Disability Act, is this going to be a condition of appropriation or legislative concern? Drafting on our part, Office of Legislative Counsel. Thank you for your clarification, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Legislative Counsel, Ms. Khan. Back to Honorable Crotty. There was a question from Ms. Khan. Honorable Crotty, you have the floor. Honorable Crotty, you still with us on the teleconference? Peggy, do you see her phone number on the list, or whoever can do that tracking? Did we lose Honorable Amber Crotty?
Vice Chairman, this is Ramona.
I think her call dropped.
Okay, thank you. She's probably trying to call in at this point in time. But Ms. Khan will ask that question when she returns on the phone. Committee members, any other questions regarding ethics and rules? I don't hear any other questions for the ethics and rules. I'll turn the floor over to Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton on the committee. Do you have anything to add for ethics and rules?
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. At this point, I do not have anything else to provide regarding ethics and rules aside from the statement that I made at the very beginning with the budget regarding the judicial branch, and that is that the unmet needs were not discussed. The general wage adjustment was not discussed. Carryover amount was not discussed because we were awaiting some clarification from Speaker Gaiman on whether that was included or whether those conversations were had during we never did get a response back from the speaker. So the information that is being provided by ethics is the information at this point that has. Hello?
You're breaking up, Chairwoman. You're breaking up real bad. It's coming in intermittently.
Can you hear me now?
Nice and clear.
Okay. So I apologize. I didn't know I was breaking up. The information that was provided by Ms. Martin is the information that will be proceeding forward. Again, the Law and Order Committee did not take into consideration or I did not have the discussion with Ms. Martin regarding the unmet needs, the general wage adjustments, and then also the carryover budget, as was stated earlier before the judicial branch presentation. That information, we did request from Speaker Damon some guidance on how the committee should address those issues. We never got a response back from Speaker Damon on that, but I do want to make the Budget and Finance Committee aware of the three things that were not discussed during that time. So thank you.
Thank you.
We do stand for
Chair.
questions at this time.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman. Eugenia Charles Newton. Committee members, any further questions? Do we have Honorable Crotty with us? Is she back on board? Are you back on board with us, Honorable Crotty?
Pro Tem, I'm here.
Thank you. There was a question posed from Legislative Counsel, Ms. Khan. Ms. Khan, could you pose that question to Honorable Crotty? Now she's back on board.
Mr. Vice Chair, yes, this is Mariana Khan, Office of Legislative Counsel. Ms. Crotty, when I was listening to the discussion about your concern with regard to the complying with the Americans with Disability Act and Older Americans Act, I was hearing two phrases and I wanted clarification. One was to make this a legislative concern. The other was to make it a condition of appropriation. And just so the committee knows, those are two very different categories. And condition of appropriation has very specific consequences that go with failure to abide by that particular conditions of appropriation. And so being as I was hearing both phrases, Ms. Crotty, I was wondering if you would clarify. So is your concern going to be a legislative concern or a condition of appropriation? We'll need to know that answer so that the Office of Legislative Counsel can draft the needed language for one or the other. Thank you, Ms. Crotty, and thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Well, thank you for that. Reiterating that question to Honorable Crotty. Honorable Crotty, you have the floor.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Thank you, shout out Ms. Khan for the clarification. So the condition of appropriation will reflect the non-compliance of the legislative concern. That's on the OMB report. So just to clarify, there is no mention of the federal law, the Older Americans Act, but I believe that was the intent of the delegate Eugene So, but we could use the same language that's on the legislative concern for consistency. So it would be the point of the person, I believe it's Ms. Martin, and the business unit number, and this will be submitted to their oversight committee, Law and Order, by the second quarter.
Thank you for that clarification.
Oral, I apologize. It could be oral or written. I could just defer to the committee, but I believe it should be written, and then that could be then shared throughout the council. Thank you, Pro Tem.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty, for that clarification and exactly what language you need to use to in this condition of appropriation, non-compliance. Back to Legislative Counsel. Do you have any further questions on this request for
Mr. Vice
Budget
Chair?
Finance?
Mr. Vice Chair, thank you very much. Mr. Vice Chair, thank you very much. And that was very clear. It'll be condition of appropriation. And thank you for pointing to that specific language, Honorable Crotty. Mr. Vice Chair, we have the information we need. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Legislative Counsel. Committee members, any further questions for Ethics and Rules? This will be a revisit on Wednesday regarding legislative concerns and condition of appropriation. Committee members, those that are requesting that, please do work with the Legislative Counsel on the language and your concerns. Committee members, at this point in time, I don't hear any questions, so I'll call for the question. We have a motion by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair and also a second by Honorable Nathaniel Brown, legislation LOCAU-04-21. Janetta, round the horn.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. Roll call vote for LOCAU-04-21. Honorable Jeremy Henio, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jeremy Henio votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott-Carty, how do you vote?
Shada, this is Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bott-Carty, and I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott-Carty votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? I'm sorry, I already got that one. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah, I should say.
Thank you, Shache. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Vice Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Vice Chair not voting, 1 member not voting. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Chanela. Resolution number LOCAU-04-21 has passed. Therefore, we're moving on to item letter I, and we do have Chair Henio on board. So I will turn the virtual gavel over to our chair. You have the gavel, Chair.
Chair Henio, are you on the call?
Hold on. We are right in the middle of a meeting with Navajo Department of Transportation, the chapter, and aerial construction here in Tortula.
Chair Henio, are you on the Budget and Finance Committee meeting? Vice Chair Smith, are you back?
This is Chair Henio. As I stated earlier, we are right in the middle of a meeting between Tortula chapter, Navajo DOT, and aerial construction on this road construction meeting. So I'm just listening.
Vice Chair, I think you might still need to chair the meeting because he's occupied right now.
Thank you for that clarification, Shada. We have Chair Henio, however, he's attending another meeting, and he'll be coming back and forth to vote as a BNF committee member. Shada, could you read in resolution number LOCAU-07-21?
Yes, I will. LOCAU-07-21 is a resolution of the Law and Order Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year, 2021. An action relating to the Law and Order Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Labor Commission being enacted. Section 1, Authority A, the Law and Order Committee is the standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council 2 and see Section 600A. B, Law and Order Committee is the oversight committee for the Navajo Nation Labor Commission 2 and see Section 601C1. C, each oversight committee shall review and make recommendations to the Budget and Finance Committee concerning concerning the budget in accordance with the annual budget instructions 12 NNC Section 840A, Section 2 findings. A, the Law and Order Committee held a budget hearing and took budget testimony regarding the Navajo Nation Labor Commission's fiscal year 2022 budget 12 NNC Section 840A. B, the Law and Order Committee recommends to the Budget and Finance Committee a fiscal year budget for the Navajo Nation Labor Commission 12 NNC Section 840A. Section 3, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Labor Commission. A, the Law and Order Committee hereby acknowledges the proposed Navajo Nation fiscal year FY 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Labor Commission recommended by the Navajo Nation Office of the Speaker as provided on the fund type budget summary attached as Exhibit A. B, the Law and Order Committee requests that the Budget and Finance Committee and the Navajo Nation Council adopt the changes to the budget as set forth in the General Fund Comparative Summary, Exhibit B, recommended changes to the General Fund Budget, Exhibit C, recommended conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns, Exhibit D, and recommended unmet needs, Exhibit E. C, the Law and Order Committee authorizes the committee chairperson and vice chairperson to meet and negotiate with Budget and Finance Committee on these recommendations. Section 4, recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee carryovers for the Navajo Nation Labor Commission. A, Law and Order Committee recommends the carryover of all the unexpended balances for the Navajo Nation Labor Commission Business Unit 101014. This was approved by a vote of 3 in favor on the 10th day of August. Exhibit A totals $314,868. Exhibit B, $276,400. Exhibit C, no changes requested and then Exhibit D, there are no COAs or legislative concerns. Exhibit E is unknown for unmet needs. And then the vote tally sheet, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair.
Well, thank you, Shada, for the reading of the resolution. Committee members, motion?
Is Delegate Brown on motion?
Recognize Honorable Brown as motioning party. Second?
Yellowhair.
Second by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. We have a motion and a second on legislation or resolution number LOCAU-07-21. Shada, at this point in time, could we administer the oath for Navajo Labor Commission?
Okay, thank you. Anyone that is speaking to the Labor Commission budget, could you please state your name for the record? Will there be anybody else that will be speaking for the record?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Could you raise your right hand and do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you're about to give?
I do.
Thank you. You proceed.
Shada, could you give me the name of the individual that just took the oath, please?
That was Anselm Bitsoy.
Thank you very much. At this point in time, budget summary report by OMB. OMB, you have the floor for the Navajo Nation Labor Commission.
Mr. Vice Chair and Budget and Finance Committee members, this is Nanette Francisco. I'll be reading in the information for Navajo Nation Labor Commission. You have the Navajo Nation Budget and Finance Committee fiscal year 2022 budget hearing for Navajo Nation Labor Commission. You have your table of contents. You have A, B, C, D, E, F, and G do not apply to this program, which is the external fund expenditure report and single audit report. Going to A, you have FY 2022 fund type budget summary. Business Unit 101014, Navajo Nation Labor Commission, FY 2021 approved budget, $276,400. Proposed general fund budget amount for FY 2022, is $276,400. Indirect costs, $33,081. GWA allocation, $5,387. Proprietary, 0. Fiduciary, 0. Special revenue, internal, 0. Special revenue, external, 0. Giving you a total of $314,868. Going on to B, FY 2021 third quarter budget expenditure report. This has been updated to August 20th, 2021. Business Unit 101014, Nomination Labor Commission. Original budget is $79,095.01. Revised, $333,874.90. Your actuals, $231,757.85. Encumbered, $6,147. Budget available, $92,970.05. Percent expended is 71.9. I think Rhonda's on the line. She will take care of the next tab.
Good morning, committee members. Under tab C is your FY 2021 third quarter performance assessment report for Business Unit 101014 Navajo Nation Labor Commission. First quarter was 1.40, second quarter is 1.40, third quarter is 1.40. Under tab D is your plan of operation status report for Business Unit 101014. It is in place, and the last time it was amended was 2014. Under tab E is your conditions of appropriation and legislative concern report, and this is for LC number 23, and the responsible entity is all divisions and programs. It was due at the end of second quarter. We didn't get any response from this program, and therefore the status is non-compliant. That concludes OMB's report.
Thank you, OMB, for the summary report on behalf of the Navajo Nation Labor Commission. Committee members, any questions for OMB's summary report? I don't hear no questions from the Budget and Finance Committee. Therefore, I'll turn the floor over to the sponsoring resolution. Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton, you have the floor, and you also have Mr. Bitsui as the director. You have the floor, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair Smith. So at this time, the information has been presented to the Budget and Finance Committee regarding the budget request that has been given to them here on behalf of this, on behalf of the division. I would like to state again for the record that the unmet needs, the general wage adjustment, and then also the carryover funds were not addressed during the Budget and Finance Committee. So there was limited conversation because we were not guided on the way that those would be addressed during this budget session. But I do want to make you aware, as far as legislative concerns, there is none. I know that the department did present before us and stated the equipment that is needed, the upgrade that is needed for their department and their division. So I'd like to ask the Budget and Finance to take that into consideration at this time, as well as the budget request that is before them. So with that, we do stand for questions.
Thank you, Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton. We'll turn the floor over to Mr. Bitsui as a director overview of the budget. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Temp Chair, honorable members of Budget and Finance Committee. They pension and I no here don't have here Nathan Kuro Anil Ko. She Edlin Bitsui should that no Kia Anil Shlekan Bashish Chin. Kurji da shnala tutsan anjin da she who died nenchly. No Hunza Inan, she de Nilsen ko. A quaggy ba she Nathan on the Sholoni. Fogo Business Unit 101014, Navajo Nation Labor Commission, Legislative Branch. The amount, the general funds, 276,400. Indirect costs, $33,081. GWA allocation, $5,387. Total amount of $314,868. Koheyan Habacha, Anado, Slisto, Benada Inistole, Be Honel Adit, Abe Honel, Hode, and Shananin Zindole, Shanatai. I on the Form 2, Program Performance Measures. Goal Statement 1, NLC Process of Appeal Commission MPA cases. Timely file a case according to Navajo Rules of Appellate Procedure. 3, first quarter, and this will be by the quarter. Goal Statement 2, complaint properly mailed within 5 days as provided by the Act and Rules. NLC staff process informal complaints 15 by the quarter. Goal Statement 3, NLC continue to conduct quasi-judicial hearings, timely adjudicate the NPA complaints, petitions, action according to the Act 20 per quarter. Goal Statement 4, NLC to continue finalize and close NLC cases 5, to timely close NLC cases 5. Goal Statement 5, NLC process and complete close NLC cases, timely process and complete closed cases, final order according to NLC and rules and NPA 5. But I did not, page 3, listing positions and assignments out on the 4, 5, 6, and 7, budget justification, which details as to how the budget will be used. Exhibit A, Navajo Nation Labor Commission outlines the same amount for general fund, $276,400. Indirect cost, $33,081. General wage adjustment, $5,387. Total, $314,868. Exhibit B, just restates the amount of general fund FY22, $276,400. Exhibit C, recommended changes. No change requested FY21 carry balance amount until FY21 closeout. Exhibit D, there is no condition appropriation legislative concern from law and order. Exhibit E, FY21 carry order will be for continued renovation of NLC office and upgrade of equipment. And committee and honorable members of EAT in the council. When you look at Form 1, proposed budget $244,455 for personnel, 2,001 account, 3,000 account, travel account expenses 3,000, 3,500 meeting expense 53,000. Supplies 4,000 account, 5,671, 5,000 lease and rental 1,000, 5,500 communication utilities 1,000, 6,000 accounts repairs and maintenance 3,000, 7,000 special transaction 3,742 comes to total of 314,868,000. What I need initial I don't want any control. Nobody anything. I don't hear honest I don't be legislative staff. That is our proposed FY22. Then the carry over requested out there FY21 is for update our equipment and then continue renovation with the office. And then there is a legislative concern, American with Disabilities Act, which we just came aware of before this committee. We were not informed of this with prior under law and order or any other report that we've done. But as far which addresses ramps and parking, we have ramps installed. We have designated parking. in front of the training building. We also, and then Navajo Nation Labor Commission and office are currently working on updating the plan of operation, and which definitely will be, this will be part of an inclusion of the proposed amendments of the American with Disabilities Act. And then the director will be responsible for continuation of this project. What do listen at do here do le do na sino da sino do or na pana any consolation. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Bitsui, for the comprehensive and the overview and the budget and where you're at with this and next year's budget regarding the FY 2022. Yabagi Bendo Nashigi. Committee members, questions?
Pro Tem, this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Honorable Crotty, I recognize you. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Pro Tem. I appreciate Mr. Bitsui's budget. And so I did hear the verbal update on the legislative concern. I would like to ask our partners at OMB in terms of how programs are notified regarding the legislative concern. And when you ask for the update, that will help me. It sounds like this program could be in compliance, but unfortunately they didn't submit by the second quarter regarding the legislative concern. And so I just need to know in terms of how that documentation is requested. I was under the impression it goes out to the program manager because it says department and all programs. If I get for this program, see that email, and that could help me as we develop the condition of appropriation. Thank you for that.
Honorable Crotty, you were coming broken up at the last part of your concern. We got the question for OMB, how they notified, but the latter part of that was coming in broken up. Could you try again, Honorable Crotty?
Sure, Pro Tem, I hope this is better. I apologize to the committee having some technical issues here. I just wanted to know from OMB who they notify. Is it the division directors or who's notified to submit reports back to OMB so that I can clarify the condition of appropriation to make sure this legislative concern is addressed? And then my second question, Pro Tem, would be to the program manager. There was an attempt by the former HES, the 23rd Navajo Nation Council, for some modifications to labor relations. I'm not sure if those recommendations are moving forward, if I could get clarification. Thank you, Pro Tem.
Thank you for that, Honorable Crotty. That was a whole lot more clear and understandable. Therefore, committee members, is there any other questions to the Navajo Nation's Labor Commission? Back to Mr. Bitsui. There's two questions posed. One was to OMB. OMB, I'll give you the floor on that first. And I think the second one was to Mr. Bitsui. OMB, you have the floor for Honorable Crotty's question.
Good afternoon, committee members. This is Rhonda Johnson from OMB. Can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you real clear. Go ahead.
As far as the legislative concerns, all these FY 2021 legislative concerns, there are in Budget Resolution CN-88-20. And these reports are compiled on a quarterly basis. Once they're compiled, it's distributed to the programs. As a matter of fact, the third quarter report went out on July 21st, 2021, and it was on a memorandum addressed to branch chiefs, division executive directors, Navajo Nation controller, delegates, standing committees of Navajo Nation Council. We sent these out by emails. And then on a quarterly basis, when they submit their Form 2s, we also request for these LC responses to come in. I hope that clarifies your question.
Thank you, OMB. Moving on to Mr. Pitsui, the question posed on the Health and Education Human Services modification at the point. You have the floor.
Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker, members, honorable members of Budget and Finance Committee, other honorable members that are listening in, let's say staff OMB. I'm not clear on what the HES proposed modification amendments are. I'm not aware of any. I know they are oversight over or regarding any laws that are referred to under Navajo Preference Employment Act. That I know. Then the other is that they make they confirm appointments to the Navajo Nation Labor Commission. Those two I know are HES and they're related to our office. Thank you.
Thank you for that response. Back to Honorable Karate. Does that answer your question from OMB and also Labor Commission? You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Pro Tem. It does, and but I would want to work with Chairman So on a legislative concern because the Office of Navajo Labor Relations laws do need to be updated. I know I was on the subcommittee at the time. It was Chairman Hale and Vice Chair, I forget his name, Mr. Norman Begay. So I can work with Chairman So and see if he wants to entertain a legislative concern to update those laws. Thank you, committee members.
Hakushi Shemayajan for the working with Chair of Health and Education Human Services, Honorable Daniel So. And
Pro Tem.
The education concerns. Hello. Committee members, any other questions for Navajo Nation Labor Commission? Any other questions? Back to Mr. Pitsui. You have the floor.
Thank you for my recognition. Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. Office of Navajo Labor Relations Office is a separate office that is under the executive branch, Shinantai, and I know they are under the HES committee, and they also work directly with NPA. They are the enforcer of NPAA too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pitsui, for that clarification. Back to Honorable Crowdy. Is that clear on behalf of the separation of these two based off of Executive Director, Mr. Pitsui?
Yes, Pro Tem. I'll be working with Chairman So and the oversight. Thank you.
Hagoshi. Committee members, any other questions and concerns on this resolution for the Navajo Nation Labor Commission? I don't hear any questions on this resolution. Therefore, there will be a revisit on this, so possibly if this can be taken care of before Wednesday with Chairman Daniel So and Honorable Crowdy. Committee members, at this point in time, I'll call for the question. Shanetta, round the horn.
Yes, Chairman, Vice Chairman, I'm sorry. Roll call vote on resolution number LOCAU-07-21. Honorable Jamie Hino, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Hino, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
How about green?
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote?
Shadow, this is Delegate Amber Kenneth-Crotty, and I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Elmer Begay votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Jamie Hino, how do you vote? Vice Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, Vice Chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Shanetta, for the roll call vote on resolution LOCAU-07-21. Committee members, we have completed G, H, and I through the morning. It is now 12:17. Would you guys like to take a recess for 30 minutes and reconvene at 1:45?
Chair, Pro Temp Chair Yellowhair, supported. Take a break.
I hear one member saying okay to take a break for 30 minutes. Committee members?
Pro Tem, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll support that motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a consensus. Committee members, we'll take a 30-minute break, go get lunch, and we'll be back at, let's make it 12:50. 12:50, it's already getting close to 12:20. So 12:50, we'll reconvene. Committee members, we're in recess mode right now. Thank you very much.
Okay, we are all on lunch recess up to 12:50. Presenters, just letting you know. Thank you.
Rashida, you coming in broken up? Not know exactly what you're saying.
I just made the statement that we are now in lunch recess up to 12:50 to everybody else that's listening in to the call.
Goshi, thank you. All right. Vice Chair Smith calling in.
Okay, Sitzler, I think you're the first one back in the call.
Augustine, thank you.
Vice Chair, Yate, this is Delegate Cardi, I'm on the call.
This is Delegate Charles Dewitt. I am on the line. Can anybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. This is Delegate Rick Nez.
Just to make sure I'm on the right line, this is Budget and Finance, right?
Yes, I'm on Budget and Finance as well.
Okay, we might be confusing people because we have two chairs on the line. Thank you, Delegate Nez.
Okay.
Good afternoon. This is Delegate Elmer. We get calling back in. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Cecilia. I think we have a quorum now.
Oh, Joelle.
Delegate Yellowhair is on the line too. Thank you for the record.
Vice Chair, we got a quorum.
Good afternoon, Budget and Finance Committee members. Shanetta, could we do a roll call, see who's all available and if we have a quorum?
Sure, Shanella, roll call for the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council, August 23rd, 2021. Jamie Henyo. Jamie Henyo. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present. Present.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is present. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, and your location, I didn't get your location this morning. Thank you.
I'm in 45, so I'm present right now on the line.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is present. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, and your location as well from this morning. Thank you.
Over Christmas.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay, and your location? Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay is present. Honorable Amber Kenneth Claudia.
Yate Estrada, Delegate Amber Kenneth Balcrati, and I'm on the line. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth Claudia is present. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown is present. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Nathaniel Brown is present. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
I'm present.
Thank you. Honorable Jamie Henyo is present. Vice Chair, we have 5 members entering the roll call. 6 members entering the roll call. Vice Chairman.
Well, thank you, Shanella. We're back for the continuation of the comprehensive budget hearing slated for August 23rd, 2021. We are now back in session at 1:04 p.m. Therefore, we're on resolution letter J, resolution number LOCAU-06-21. Shudda, would you please read that in record?
Thank you, Sitzilla, and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. I will read LOCAU 06-21, resolution of the Law and Order Committee of the 24th Navajo Council for the year 2021. An action relating to the Law and Order Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Public Defender, be it enacted Section 1 Authority A, the Law and Order Committee is the standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council 2 and see Section 600A. B, the Law and Order Committee is the oversight committee for the Office of the Navajo Nation Public Defender, 2 and see Section 601C1. C, each oversight committee shall review and make recommendations to the Budget and Finance Committee concerning the budget in accordance with the annual budget instructions 12 in see Section 840A. Section 2 findings A, the Law and Order Committee held a budget hearing and took budget testimony regarding the Office of Navajo Nation Public Defender's fiscal year 2022 budget. The excuse me. Law and Order Committee recommends to the Budget and Finance Committee a fiscal year budget for the Office of Navajo Nation Public Defender 12 NNC Section 840A. Section 3, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Office of Navajo Nation Public Defender. A, the Law and Order Committee hereby acknowledges the proposed Navajo Nation fiscal year 2022 budget for the Office of Navajo Nation Public Defender recommended by the Navajo Nation Office of the President, Vice President, as provided on the fund type budget summary attached as Exhibit A. B, the Law and Order Committee requests that the Budget and Finance Committee and the Navajo Nation Council adopt the changes to the budget as set forth in the General Fund Comparative Summary, Exhibit B, recommended changes to the General Fund budget, Exhibit C, recommended conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns, Exhibit D, and recommended unmet needs, Exhibit E. C, the Law and Order Committee authorizes the committee chairperson and vice chairperson to meet and negotiate with Budget and Finance Committee on these recommendations. We have a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed, the 10th day of August. Exhibit A is for the Office of Public Defender, $1,470,080. Exhibit B is the General Fund Comparative Summary, $1,470,080. Exhibit C is blank, recommended changes to the General Fund budget, and then Exhibit D excuse me, is blank as well, the recommended conditions of appropriations and legislative concerns. And then Exhibit E has a listing of unmet needs, $249,651. And thereafter you have a Law and Order vote tally sheet. Mr. Vice Chair.
Well, thank you, Peggy, for reading the resolution. Motion?
This is Delegate Brown. No motion.
Motion by Honorable Brown. Second.
Elmer Begay, second.
Second by Honorable Elmer Begay. Shetta, could you read in the oath for those that are going to be testifying or presenting regarding this resolution?
Okay, those those who will be speaking to the public defender budget, please state your name for the record.
Lisa Jim with OMB.
Okay, you've already been sworn in. Thank you. Is there a director for the public defender's office or an accountant? Ms. Bowman or Charlene? Vice Chair, doesn't appear to be anybody on the call.
Okay, thank you, Shetta. Chairwoman Eugene Charles Newton. We don't have a executive director or either a accountant for this resolution. Have they been notified?
Vice Chair, yes, they were emailed this morning. I did inform them that we are having our committee meetings here this morning. I guess if they're not on the line, first I would like to say *6 if you are on the line. But if they're not on the line, we can go ahead and proceed forward because I don't have their full budget information and cannot answer questions regarding their budget. I am a sponsor for this legislation, but I do need my agent present, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton. Back to the Office of Public Defender. Do we have anybody available? You are up next. If you're trying to call in, press *6. We are waiting for you.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
This is Kathleen Bowman. I don't know how we got cut off, but I've been waiting on the line and then found out that I was not on the line anymore. I guess I was dropped.
Okay, well, we're doing the oath now. Who's going to be doing the oath with you?
Okay, I have my senior legal secretary, Charlene Herbert Johnson. I may need to ask her a question or two, but otherwise I will be the sole presenter.
Okay, Shetta, go ahead and do the oath on whoever's going to be doing the public defender's budget. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Those who will be presenting the public defender's budget, please state your name for the record.
Kathleen Bowman.
Thank you.
Charlene Herbert Johnson.
Thank you. Can you raise your right hands? And do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you're about to give?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shetta, for getting the oath conducted. Now moving on to the budget summary report. Lisa Jim, this is your time and you have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair, committee members. I'll be reading, committee members, Chair. We put the report together with Office of Hearing Appeals and the Public Defender for the OMB report to B&F. I'll be just reading the Public Defender numbers. The nomination FY22 budget hearings for the Budget and Finance Committee, Office of the Public Defender. Table of Contents, Part A, FY22 Fund Type Budget Summary, Part B, FY21 Third Quarter Budget Expenditure Report, Part C, FY21 Third Quarter Performance Assessment Report, Part D, FY21 Third Quarter Plans of Operation Status Report, Part E, FY21 Condition Appropriation Legislative Concern Report, Part F, FY21 External Funds Expenditure Report, there is none, Part G, FY19 Single Audit Report, there is none. Moving on to Part A, the budget summary for the Office of the Public Defender FY21 approved budget, Business Unit 104003, Office of the Public Defender. The approved budget was $1,275,000. FY22 Navajo Nation Fund's proposed general fund budget was $1,400,000. Zero indirect cost fund. GWA is $35,040. Proprietary fund is zero. Fiduciary fund is zero. Special revenue fund internal zero. Special revenue fund external zero, giving you a total amount of $1,435,040. Part B, FY21 third quarter expenditure report. Again, for Business Unit 104003, Office of the Public Defender, the original budget was $324,486.56. Revised budget was $1,313,946. Actuals is $843,819.84. Encumbrances is $4,131.45. Budget available is $465,991.74, giving expense total of 64.53%. Part C, I can give to Janet.
Tab C is the Performance Assessment Report, the third quarter for Business Unit 104003, Office of the Navajo Public Defender. I will be giving you the average quarterly scores. First quarter is 1.80, second quarter 2.00, third quarter, I'm sorry, go back to the first quarter, I'm sorry. First quarter is 1.80, second quarter is 2.60, third quarter is 2.60. Moving on to tab D, Plans of Operation Status Report. For Business Unit 104003, Office of the Public Defender, was adopted in 1993 and has an outdated plan of operation. Below is listed the legislation resolutions with the Government Services Committee. Tab E, Conditions of Appropriations and Legislative Concerns. This program has one legislative concern, number 23. Due date was end of the second quarter. In the third quarter, there was no response, and the status is non-compliant. That concludes the report for OMB. Mr. Pro Tem Chair.
Thank you, OMB, for the summary and report on the Navajo Nation's Public Defender Division of Defender Yadla. Committee members, any questions for the summary report? I don't hear any questions from the committee members of the Budget and Finance. Moving on to Director's Overview. This is where Ms. Bowman will present the budget. And thank you, Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton, for bringing this resolution to the Budget and Finance Committee for consideration. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, honorable delegates and Mr. Chair Pro Tem. She Kathleen Bowman Yanishia, Kia Ani Nishlit Dob, Bit Ani Bashishching, Kensichini Dashache Dob, Tudichini Dashanala. I've been the director of the Public Defender Office since 1993, since its inception. And this year will be, I'm almost up to 28 years as director. And I'll just say that my staff and I work very hard to represent our people. As far as our budget is concerned, this year, we were given an amount for FY22 of $1,400,000, and last year's budget was $1,167,702. For an increase of $149,700. $740. The increase is the result of 2 additional positions that were recommended for attorneys, and also the GWA amount. Travel expenses, $15,847, and a reduction of $4,077. Supplies, $37,992, an increase of $6,911. The lease and rental, $12,238, an increase of $454. Communications and utilities, $17,100, which is the same as last year. Repairs and maintenance, $7,510, a slight increase of $444. Contractual services, 0. Special transactions, $26,911, for an increase of $6,568. The total increase, $160,040. The increase, as I said, was for 2 attorney positions, one in Window Rock and one in Shiprock. I only have 1 advocate in Shiprock at the present time. And also the allocated GWA amount, $34,040. Okay, on program performance criteria, number 1, the public defenders represent defendants in criminal cases as appointed by court order. I reduced the numbers in the goals because at the present time we're limited in the services that we provide. We're only doing hearings by telephone for the most part, and these are arraignments, bail hearings, sentencings, motion hearings, extradition hearings, and detainers, federal detainers. We do some pretrial conferences. That's only if we can settle a case. But otherwise, all the trials have been pushed back because the courts are not open. So far, in the past few months, there was 1 trial scheduled in Kayenta that was held outdoors, and we did a transcript of the proceedings, but there was so much noise from the traffic and from the birds chirping that we weren't able to transcribe the whole hearing. And then there was also another trial scheduled that was mine, and it was scheduled in Crown Point at 8 o'clock in the morning, and there's one scheduled for this Friday at 8 o'clock in the morning, and this office serves Window Rock District. So the one that's scheduled for this Friday, the client lives in Indian Wells, so he's got to be there in Crown Point at 8 o'clock in the morning for a trial. At present, I believe that is one court that is open. The other courts, there have been no indications that we will have trials because I don't believe they're set up to implement safety measures for all the participants. So we don't have a Window Rock court. That's why it's scheduled in Crown Point. Makes it difficult for our clients that live in Indian Wells and Ganado and within the Window Rock district to travel to their court trials. But those are the only trials that are on that one that we had in Kayenta and the one that's on the docket for Friday. Those are the only trials that we've had. And the reason why we can't have them is because we can't allow our clients' rights to be violated. And one of those rights that's very important is the right to confront and cross-examine, because we can't view a witness's facial expressions or body language if that person is testifying. Other such rights, along with that, prevent us from doing trials for our clients. So we do represent adults and children in accordance with legal, ethical, and restorative justice principles. And another goal is writs and appeals. Those numbers are really low because We only appeal if we lose something and we have a significant legal issue that we need to appeal. Otherwise, we do make appellate decisions in favor of defendants, and we do it by like habeas corpus writs, writs of mandamus, or writs of superintending control. And another goal is that we provide advice and legal representation to those that are facing extradition. Extradition applies to individuals who are requested through other state courts or through other tribes. And for the federal cases, those are done by either federal transfer or federal detainer. And we still represent those individuals, and we advise them of what their rights are before they leave our Navajo Nation custody. And then the last goal is to ensure consistent and proper training for all staff by doing semi-annual case reviews. Those are done ongoing. I review all the closed cases to ensure that that we are properly, that the staff is properly representing their clients. So those are the things that we are challenged with. And the other thing that I might mention is with our clients, they call in for their hearings, but sometimes the phone numbers are changed and they have difficulty calling in. And if they don't call in by a certain time, sometimes bench warrants are issued. And it's difficult to operate with that kind of those kinds of actions because we are in a pandemic situation. Not all of our clients have phones, not all of them have transportation, but we usually try to advise them to call the court before their hearing so they could find out the proper phone number to call in and the access code. So those are difficulties that we deal with our clients. That is just information provided to you. And the next thing is the exhibits to the budget. Exhibit A, proposed general fund budget, $1,400,000. General wage adjustment, $35,040, and $1,400 for Exhibit B, and no information on Exhibit C. Exhibit D, none. And Exhibit E, I am requesting for additional attorneys, but the information that I can provide to you is it has been very difficult to recruit legal staff. There are very few tribal court advocates now that are in the workforce. There are a few that work for DNA, a few that work in the tribe, but a lot of them have either passed on or they retired. So, and I don't know how many are graduating, like from CTU's program. There isn't a program at Dene College. And as far as attorneys go, we have no housing. So attorneys and advocates are needed in almost every legal program in the tribe. And it's not just limited to the tribe, it's also DNA and Navajo Housing Authority. We're all having difficulty recruiting and hiring attorneys and advocates. That doesn't mean we don't need them. We still need them. And if we can find one that's willing to work under the conditions that we work, we'll hire them if they're at all competent and resourceful and dependable. And then the other needs that I have, I put on there for 3 legal secretaries, one for Shiprock, one for Crown Point, one for Tuba City. And I have 2 here in Window Rock, and they're busy all the time. But with the COVID, right now I have 2 secretaries out. One that has exposure to someone that was positive. So I don't know how long that secretary is going to be out of commission. And then I have another secretary who was diagnosed as positive just yesterday. So that's going to have an impact on the advocate And that advocate serves 3 districts because I have a vacant position for an attorney in that office right now. So we're really short-staffed. I only have 5 practitioners right now. I'm supposed to have 7, and I want to add 2 more that were approved in this proposed budget. And then the unmet needs, I'll also ask for 2 more, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to get anybody. So I'm just providing you that information because it doesn't just apply to me. It applies to Department of Justice, legislative branch. I mean, almost all the tribal offices are in need of legal staff, even the prosecutors. So that's how we've been operating. And if we do get to the point where the court's open, we're going to have a whole bunch of trials that have been pushed back because we've been unable to have in-person hearings. So that's the information for the exhibits. And then as far as the legislative concern, I'm sort of like in the dark, like Mr. Bitsui. I didn't even know there was a legislative concern of this nature until I got the report. And the only information I can give you as far as that goes is this office, if you know the history of this office, it's one of the old Army barracks from, I don't know if it must have been World War II, and it's old, and the walls have asbestos, and probably the floors. But right now, we're protected by the paint and by the carpet. And so I would not like to have construction come in here and try to do any renovations. The hallway, I don't know if it's large enough to allow a wheelchair to go down the hall or even to access the outside door to go to the bathroom. The bathroom is not large enough. If we were to renovate that bathroom, there would only be room for 1 stall. Right now there are 2, and I have about 5 females working in this office here, and on the other side, in the Department of Vital Statistics, there are almost nothing but females over there, so there wouldn't be sufficient bathroom space for all the women who work in this building. And as far as the men's bathroom goes, there's 1 stall, and we only have about maybe 3 men that work in this whole building. So I don't think it would affect them as much as it would affect all the female staff. So, it's just, I don't think it's feasible to try to renovate our bathroom. We do have access through our back door for a wheelchair to come in because I have 1 staff member who has a handicap sign outside for parking, but that's it. And when she's in the parking space, there's no other parking space, so I need to get some more parking space designated for those that need ADA and those who need entrance into our offices. So that's my report as far as meeting the ADA. The other thing that you probably should know is these rocks that are right beside my building, north of my building, they have been cracking and falling down. And I'd say about maybe 4 years ago, took down a tree right to the east of us. It broke a tree down. So bits and pieces fall off. There's 1 big piece that I don't know when that's going to come down, but I think that it would probably just flatten this office. So we work in a place where the work site is dangerous. And other people have looked at it before, NOSHA, and I don't remember, maintenance has looked at it, but it would be too costly to try to do, to tie that rock to the other rocks that are there. I think this building should only be used for storage space, and that the public defender needs to find suitable office space so that we can continue our work on behalf of our people. But anyway, I just thought that you should You should know that. And any of you are welcome to come over here and look at our space. We don't even have room for staff meetings. We just have our staff meetings in the middle of the offices. That's when the staff from the district offices come in and we discuss our work and our workload and how we can figure out how to deal with some of the issues that we have with the courts. So anyway, I'm ready to hear any questions that any of you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman. It was that in-depth report. Committee members, Budget Finance Committee, any questions?
Just don't give again.
Nashida. Honorable Elmer Begay, go ahead, you have the floor.
Vice Chair, don't give again. Other committee members and around Ms. Bowman, I didn't report in Zagit, I think my question is, so what's the plan? I know that we went through this pandemic. So last year, your plan, how we're going to start doing some arraignment or start doing some courts hearings or meeting with the with his clients called what kind of what I'm talking here regarding the lack of communications we have throughout the reservation. It's worse out in Dalcon and District 7 areas because of the buttes. And then we NTA say that we have broadband, we just improved it then. So I've been checking with these students around here. During the from 8 o'clock only 5 o'clock there's no, then still very slow then. Other day after about 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock age is really fast. I know that so through that this case I know that some I don't know how your plans are to improve that part of it because we got vaccinated. We vaccinated that last year so what's your plan? Are they going to go back into courts? How they improve that part of it? From last year and to today, how you guys can do for these clients? What kind of improvement are you providing them, or where they can go to do that? Look at chapters in the E. We're still this communication here. If everybody starts working from 8 o'clock, it's really hard to download and upload. So so I don't know where NTA said that they improved the broadband based on the CARES Act. We didn't feel it at all. When he caught over the I don't know how even the other kind of telecommunication part of it to improve it, put more money in there, or how that. Thank you.
Okay, staff. Committee members, any other questions before I turn the floor back over? Ms. Bowman, you have a question? You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair Pro Tem. And thank you, Honorable Delegate Begay, for your question. What we have been doing during this pandemic time, I have a court advocate in Tuba City, and she maintains contact with her clients over there because her office is right next door to detention. And we also have notices on the door for clients, and we let them know in our letters to call in and schedule a time for a telephone interview. That's how we've been doing them in Tuba City. The same for Shiprock, and the same for Crown Point. Crown Point's office is right there where detention is. However, in Window Rock, detention is not here. Detention is either in Tuba City, but mostly in Tuba City, sometimes in Chin Lee. And we do serve Chin Lee and Zithyagene from here. And the way we've been handling the interviews is, if we can't do it by phone, the attorney travels to the district office, to Chin Lee jail, or even to, if it's a child, to even go to their home to find them, to talk to the parent and the child. That's what we have been doing, and we have to be very careful, not only for employee safety, but also for the safety of the clients and their families. And even though we've been vaccinated, the latest information is we can still catch the Delta variant. And even if it doesn't make us sick, we can still be carriers and we can pass it on. That's why I think there has been new surges in the COVID related illnesses. And I think that's how my secretary in Tuba City contracted COVID. Even though she's been vaccinated, she can't work because she's ill. And the one in Crown Point was also vaccinated. All of the public defender staff have all been vaccinated, 2 vaccines. But that doesn't mean that we can't catch it and we can't pass it on. So, because we can still do that, and that's the latest information that's out there. So we've been making all kinds of adjustments as to how we serve our clients. But the main problem is, and we can't do it, is the courts. There's information out there that they were supposed to do phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. And I don't even know if they've even done phase 1 or phase 2 or phase 3, because we can't go into the courts. They're closed. Even their offices are closed. Nobody can go in. We deliver our mail to outside the door, and or else through the post office. So we don't have any control over how the courts are either trying to set up plexiglass or ways to protect parties, attorneys, witnesses, court staff. We don't know how that's being done. Apparently, there is safety in Crown Point since they did schedule a trial over there. But I have no knowledge beyond that, how the other courts are operating. As far as I know, most of our hearings, the ones I mentioned where you're not required to be there in person, we're doing those by phone, even bail hearings, sentencing hearings, and motion hearings. But as far as trials go, where you need witnesses, and not just witnesses to the incident, but also police officers, because they're the ones who make the arrests. Even for anybody that has to attend a trial or a pretrial conference, we don't have a way to do that now. So we have to accommodate our work to the way the courts are scheduling. And to add to that, we've even had trials scheduled on Saturdays, and we've had hearings scheduled all hours of the day from 8 o'clock to 4:30, and where hearings used to be scheduled certain days, like Tuesdays in Zithyagene and Thursdays in Chin Lee. Now they're being scheduled all days of the week, and sometimes we get the notice the day before. We don't have a police report. We haven't talked to the defendant, let alone talk to any of the witnesses. So those are the things that we're trying to work around so that we can represent our clients diligently and ethically. We don't want to commit malpractice. So we're doing the best we can with the situation the way it is. And I hope I've been able to answer your question, Mr. Begay.
Hakushi committee members, any other questions for the public defender, Ms. Bowman, on the budget? Have a follow-up question by Honorable Begay. You have the floor.
I can't acknowledge that, so I don't, Ms. Bowman, can't have that for your response. I'm quite the artist, so I don't know who the court administrators, I don't know how much they have communicating regarding the public defender. Because I know that these clients, some of these are low-income people, because they come over to see their information. Because they can't even call out from their home, so they have to come out to that country to get more service. Although they said that they come for 5 minutes and they have to go back. Or that they have to make the time out to do that, because the courts are not ready for them and papers are not there. So it's not a waste of time for them. So I think we need to consider these people, respect them, even though they did something wrong, but they're still human beings. And I think so. So the court needs to really respect these people, my community, our community. I think so. And he went to other reservation. So what kind of improvement is this? The whole courts and the public defender are doing with the courts. Thank you.
Hakushi, thank you for that follow-up question. Committee members, before I turn the floor over, any other questions for Ms. Bowman? Ms. Bowman, you have the floor on the follow-up question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair Pro Tem. This is a very kind of touchy situation. The interaction that we have with the courts, they're the ones who take all the applications for counsel. And I believe some of the individuals who want to apply have difficulty contacting probation, because probation is the one who takes the applications, and then they make a recommendation to the court. The court then appoints us, and we review the documents to make sure we don't have any conflicts before we represent someone. So the only interaction that we have with the court beforehand is when they send us an order saying you have to represent this person. Beyond that, the only other interaction we have with them is when they send us a notice of hearing. But sometimes we don't get these notices, and we'll find out at the last minute when the court calls us and says, you have a hearing at 10 o'clock, and we didn't even get notice of it. So that happens to us every once in a while. And then the other part of it is the prosecutors. They're the ones that are driving the courts. They're the ones that file the complaints. They're the ones that we have to discuss settlements with. They're the ones that have to give us discovery. But we'll get a murder case, just as an example, and then we don't get an autopsy. We don't get the witness statements. We don't get criminal histories. If it's a vehicle, homicide by vehicle, we don't get the traffic reconstruction report. We have to ask for all those things because we're obligated as defenders to conduct our own independent investigation of the facts. We don't just accept what's on a police report, because what's on that police report is nothing but hearsay. So when we do our own investigation, we need to get all of the information from the prosecutor's office. And normally, the only information that we get is a police report. So we have to ask for everything else. And those are things that are written in the criminal rules of procedure that they're supposed to give us. We don't get those things unless we ask for them. Sometimes if we don't get them, then we have to file a motion to compel, and then the judge has to review it, and if the judge thinks that it's warranted, then she'll order the prosecutors to give it to us, giving them another 10 or 15 days or whatever amount of days he or she wants to give them, and then we sit here and we wait for that again. But it's medical reports, like I said, because we want to know about what kind of injury, what's the extent of it. Is it really an aggravated battery kind of thing? We need to know all that information, and we also need criminal histories of all the witnesses. Those are stuff that we ask for. We don't get initially. Usually all we get is a police report, and we can't represent someone just with a police report. It would be unethical for us to do so. In the long run, sometimes we have to do depositions. We have to find the witnesses and ask them questions. What did they see? What happened? Who was there? And during this discovery process, we might even end up getting more information that we have to investigate. So we're not just continuing cases just because we want to continue them. We do it for a reason, and it's usually because they don't give us all the information at the beginning. And then the other thing they're telling us is, we have an open file, come and get it. And what are we supposed to do for every client? Do we have to go to Chinle every other week to find out if they have another piece of discovery that they didn't give me? Or do I have to go to Dilcon, that's the Tuba City office, and find out what's in their file? I don't think that is proper, because it's a waste of Navajo Nation's resources. It's a waste of the resources from the Public Defender Office, because it takes time to drive over there, and that time you could be doing work in the office, working on the cases that you do have of other clients. Anyway, that's what we're dealing with, and that's we're doing the best we can, contacting our clients the best we can. But there's your, I hope that answers your question, Mr. Begay. Thank you.
Committee members, we've been discussing this for quite some time. Is there any concerns, like legislative concerns or other matters to that? We're going into the subject matter of things that BNF is where we oversee the funds, and we can allocate more funding if we can find more funding and things like that of that nature. Committee members, is there any other questions for the public defender, Ms. Bowman?
This is Delegate Yellowhair, Pro Temp. Just to
Honorable Yellowhair, you have the floor.
I just pay a public defender give a budget to let end so so the bind every year. It has a budget for 2022 for $1,435,000 for budget again. So the budget had the public defender account number 104003 and at Ilababa Capital Lalonson. ADB form zip ADB so zip B to zip C. That's all I have in the binder. Is that their budget? This is to OMB, and then back to public defenders. Chair, Vice Chairman, thank you very much for the floor.
Those questions will be answered by the agents of this resolution. I'll turn the floor back over to Ms. Bowman. Ms. Bowman, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair Pro Tem. I'm not sure I understand the question. Is Mr. Yellowhair missing his copy of our budget? What he was referring to, I believe, are the exhibits. And I don't know if he has a copy of the full budget. That's what I'm That's what I'm wondering, what his question is. I'm not sure what his question is.
Okay, Ms. Bowman, back to Honorable Yellow. I've been trying to look for the budget too on my laptop. Can't find it. I don't know if that was sent out or if, I can see the OMB report. And OMB has done the report, the summary, but for the public defender, Jay Hunch. Peggy, could you maybe re-email that out so that it'll be all on the same page?
Chair, Vice Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, we are all in the same boat. We haven't received a copy of the detailed budget for FY 2022 for the Public Defender's Office. And I've emailed to Arlene from the Public Defender's Office, and then I've also emailed to Lisa from OMB to see if we can get a copy.
Thank you, Ms. Nakai, Shada, for that. Committee members, we don't have the budget in front of us as requested, and we just have the So, OMB, could you see if there's anything that we could get for the committee members? OMB?
Mr. Vice Chair, committee members, OMB does have a copy of their budget. I'll scan it right now and send it to you. Give me 3 minutes. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair, this is Ms. Bowman.
Ms. Bowman, go ahead. You have the floor.
Okay, our budget, the last budget we sent was dated August 6th, and it was signed by Levon Henry and myself. We emailed a copy to Lorene, a copy to Lisa, and a copy to Troy Cook. And I believe, I don't know when we sent one to Peggy, but we did send her the exhibits, and we did give hard copies to Troy Cook. So I don't know what happened to our budget. I have mine here, of course. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. Bowman. OMB will facilitate that, and we'll wait for OMB's email. Committee members, while we're waiting, any other questions for Ms. Bowman based off the budget and off her presentation? Committee members.
Chair, Pro Temp Chairs, to Honorable Mr. Smith. This is Delegate Yellowhair.
Yes, Honorable Yellowhair. Shay, go ahead. You have the floor.
Earlier, I saw this budget like that, and I was going to print it out. I was running around doing some things too right here. But these budgets are very important because it's going to be government information documents. If we don't have this, we being that committee will violate something that was never been submitted. So this budget will go to Navajo Nation Council to thank you for the floor.
Shay, thank you for being on the committee and recognizing that and knowing that we need to have the budget. I was trying to look for it too, but I thought maybe it had bypassed me somehow. But we'll wait for OMB and we'll review that, and I'm sure there'll be some questions posed on the budget that's being presented by Public Defender Ms. Bowman. Therefore, committee members, any other questions while we're waiting for OMB to send the copies to us? Peggy, do we have everything in order for the next resolution? So we don't come to the end of the road saying Hajj, and are we all set for resolutions that are going to be Law and Order 08, 09, and 05? Of course, we've got RDC coming up, which is RDCCA 20 and 19 and 15. We've got a long session hearing in front of us, so I want to make sure that everything's in order.
Thank you, Vice Chair, members of the committee. The last I haven't received anything on the public defender. And then the Department of Justice, I have the OMB report. And the last time I saw the Department of Justice budget was for the one for fixed costs. I'm not sure if Barbara has brought those over yet. And then the Office of Hearings and Appeals, I've been emailing and texting the chief of staff for the executive branch to see who's sending that information to us. I haven't seen anything in the emails for that one. But public safety, we are good. We have public safety's binder as well as the OMB report. So we have those before us right now. And then the Division of Natural Resources, I don't have their budget yet, their binder, but I've seen the OMB report. Going down the line, Community Development, I've seen their OMB report. I haven't seen their binder yet. And then the Gaming Regulatory, I haven't seen their budget yet or their OMB report on that one. So that's just an update.
Thank you, Shada, for that. Chairs of the resolution, I know that we have Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton, and that you could contact them and see if we can get the documents that are necessary to move forward. And also Shache, Honorable Richie Nez, on behalf of Ricky Nez, to send this information to the divisions and to the RDC that you oversee, to have all these things prepared as we move along, so that we'll be in order and won't have to wait for 5-10 minutes again, like we're doing with OMB. I'm not saying OMB is at fault, but we just need to have all these in order to move along on the resolutions. Yeah, Shanda, I don't know, Cindy, thank you. Committee members, any questions for the Public Defender?
Chair, Honorable Begay.
Honorable Begay, I'll recognize you. Go ahead, you have the floor.
Chair, I think I need some legal advice regarding the communication and also the how we could try to streamline and a good understanding a work relationship between the courts and then also the prosecutor and then also the probation office and then you to communicate with public defender. So some of these like people they should be respected even though they probably broken the law, but as public defender, people sometimes they have to Japan they call they have to get away from home or from work to attend these, but I don't know how can we this court can and try to work with the public defender. Is there what's my question is what will be the legal maybe directive made to correlate to maybe work together on behalf of these clients and anything. And so yeah, on this case, is there any legislative concern that we can do on it? Or not involving money, but respecting this people. Yeah, on this case, I don't know if it can be a legislative concern. So, no, I just keep on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Shada, for that question. Legislative Council, did you hear the concern that was brought forth? And that's a legislative concern. How can that be incorporated in the resolution on Honorable Elmer Begay's concern, and I know that we can come back and revisit this on a Wednesday and put that language in Legislative Council.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Lurleen with Office of Legislative Counsel. I did hear it, but I would like to ask Honorable Delegate Begay if he could email me just a statement as to what he wants. I think it could be incorporated into the body of the legislation. There is a separate exhibit that will be attached to the comprehensive budget legislation that will be specifically for legislative concerns. But when I see the specific statement, the specific language, then Office of Legislative Counsel will determine whether it should go in the body of the legislation or in the exhibit.
Legislative Council, are you still there?
Yes, could you hear me?
Oh, I'm sorry, my phone dropped. Could you reiterate as you had spoken?
Okay. I was just asking if Honorable Delegate Begay could email me a statement regarding his legislative concern and clarify whether he wants it to be a legislative concern or a condition of appropriation. I heard legislative concern. Once I see the statement, I'll be able to determine whether it should go in the body of the legislation or as one of the legislative concerns in the exhibit to the comprehensive budget legislation. There is normally a separate exhibit of legislative concerns that's attached to the resolution that's considered by council. So I hope that clarifies. I hope you can hear me okay.
Thank you very much, Legislative Council. Go ahead and address that to Honorable Elmer Begay. Shida, Intado, the Naidi Kido, Bisala Holola, they need more information, email which or get the language going on either the committee of appropriate, the Legislative Council, the legislation of concern. Shida.
Okay, Shida, I'll do that then. Thank you.
Mr. Pro Tem Chair, this is Kathleen Bowman. May I make a comment, please?
Hold on, Ms. Hold on. Committee members, at 2:04 p.m., we have received the budget from Charlene Herbert Johnson, and it's available for review. So go ahead and open that up and look at the budget, and I'm sure we can have Ms. Bowman reiterate the budget, Form 1, Form 2, Form 3, and Form 4 all the way down on her presentation. Ms. Bowman, you have the floor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair Pro Tem. And this is a comment in regards to Mr. Begay's, Delegate Begay's concern. He's concerned about the clients having to come back and forth and call in and time after time because their cases get continued. And my response was to just provide the information on why cases get continued. And I don't know, I don't think it's appropriate to put it in the form of a legislative concern or condition of appropriation, because all of these actions that we do as public defenders are governed by the criminal rules of procedure and also the law and Title I, the fundamental law and all of the protections that are in Title I for defendants that are charged in the courts. So I don't think you can legislate how attorneys and advocates practice law representing their clients. I don't think it's appropriate to do it. I mean, we're hampered as it is by having to follow rules and law and procedures in the courts. And I don't think you can correct some of the situations we have through legislation or conditions of appropriation or legislative concerns. That's my comment, because it's not appropriate. We're already governed by our ethical rules and also by the rules of criminal procedure and the rules of civil procedure. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman. We'll keep that in consideration. I'm sure Legislative Council will not overstep or put any language in there that would infringe upon what you had just mentioned. Legislative Council is aware of the request, and we will go from there. Committee members, the budget in front of us is business unit numbers 104003 has been presented. Any questions on the budget now that we have in front of us? I know that you had a little bit of time to review it, and it was already presented by Program Director Kathleen Bowman. Committee members.
Vice Chair Smith, Pro Tem, this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Honorable Crotty, I'll let you have the floor. Recognize you. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair. Since we're in this hearing, we're in negotiation with the Chair of Law and Order Committee and hearing the concerns from Chief Public Defender. I would ask our Legislative Council if there's a way in terms of the essence of that request, if any of it is appropriate, or I'm just trying to think of language because it is a concern of the committee, but in terms of, I think there's also other ways. I don't know if Delegate Begay can elaborate. I know that we could also request like a performative audit, but that will showcase some of the systemic issues that the program may have to fully provide services, like if they don't have enough funding, personnel matters, or they don't have office space. So I'm just trying to understand the legislative concern and see how we could draft that, or if there's any recommendations from Chair Charles Newman. Thank you, Pro Tem.
Thank you for that, Honorable Crotty. I'll turn the floor back over to Legislative Council. There was a question posed on the concern that's being brought forth. Legislative Council?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think two things. I think I would like to request Delegate Begay to either email me or elaborate more on what exactly he wants specifically. And then the second thing, I would actually want to reach out to the director to talk through some of these issues with her and definitely get her concerns on any of the wording that would go into the legislative concern. I think that's the best way to handle this. It's a delicate balancing of what the committee wants and what the committee urges and recommends to the council, and also recognizing the already existing obligations that the Public Defender's Office is bound to follow. So that's what I would recommend.
Appreciate that, Legislative Council. Honorable Crotty, does that, or do you have a follow-up question? Back to committee members of Budget and Finance. Any questions? for Ms. Bowman?
Chair, please don't give again.
Honorable Begay, I'll go ahead and recognize you. You have the floor.
Thank you, Larlene, and also today's Delegate Crowdy. Ms. Bowman. I'll go ahead and write it the way I'm understanding. Larlene is that I can go ahead and write it, and then she can communicate with Ms. Bowman. But the issues we have, I guess, a lot here on the southwest is that law and order, and then from the public safety, they relocated the police station out in Twin Arrows. Even down there, and then something happened. They're no longer there again. So now they're saying that they're being overseen from Tuba City and then also from Winter Rock again. That's where, and then we don't. The prosecutor was hosted in judicial in the court. So I'm not sure if they move out right now after the pandemic. We don't know where they are. So they need to law and order and public safety, and also the judicial needs to come back and to straighten these up for us. The Southwest community, there's a lot of issues, but my main thing was that these people comes around and say that court documents are not ready. So we need to respect these people. That's why everybody asked here. So but I'll go ahead and write some of these and then give it to Larlene. So I'll let thank you.
Hagoshi, guess you get to with legislative council on that concern that you're bringing forth. However, I think maybe that it'd be wise to also confer with LOC chairwoman on behalf of your concern. That way we're in proper method of putting that legislative concern so that we're not overstepping on behalf of what Ms. Bowman said. But committee members, is there any other questions regarding the budget? I think we're moving towards voting. Committee members.
Vice Chair.
I heard someone call Vice Chair.
Vice Chair, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Chairwoman Charles Newton, I'll recognize you. Go ahead and have the floor.
Thank you. And I do appreciate the legislative concerns and the concerns that are brought forward by the Budget and Finance Committee members. I will say that the information that was presented here by the public defender are arguments that should be made at the court and not to council or to this committee as a whole. The reason is there are Supreme Court cases that guide attorneys in the responsibilities that they have. So I think that it was very unfair for Director Bowman to put blame on the prosecutor's office and also on judicial about the work that public defenders have to do. I understand the concerns that are coming out of her office, and we have heard those concerns, but there are Supreme Court cases currently that attorneys argue in terms of the information that has to be provided to defendants and then also to the prosecutor's office. That was the reason why I did intervene, because I think, again, it's really unfair that these arguments are being made here at the Budget and Finance Committee. And I think it does confuse committee members as to what some of these concerns that are being brought forward, because again, those are arguments that are made at the court in front of the judge, and the judge is the one who determines whether those arguments stand weight or not. In terms of the budget, we do support the Public Defender's Office, and in fact, we have, since 2019, we have approved for carryover funds and for their unmet needs, but we learned that money was never given to the Public Defender's Office from the executive branch, from OPVP. And in fact, Ms. Bowman did state on the record at a Law and Order Committee meeting that she was never informed by Paulson Chaco, the Chief of Staff, that funding was approved by council. So she was unaware of the funding that was made available to her at the last budget year. So I think that, the information that's being provided here to us today, we do support the Public Defender's Office. We support their unmet needs. We support the requests that they are making. Again, however, I do think it was out of line to make those arguments that should be presented to the court, those arguments that were made here at Budget and Finance. Again, I hope that I was able to clarify a few things, and the concerns that were brought up by Delegate Elmer Begay, those concerns are all the way around. It's not just the fault or the responsibility of the public defender. It is also the responsibility of the Navajo Nation and also the judicial system as well. And so the only thing that we can do is advise them to continue to communicate, as is their responsibility as legal advocates and also advocates for their clients, but leave whether anybody is at fault to the court. And so I'd like to ask the Budget and Finance Committee at this time, as far as legislative concerns, we don't have any from the Public Defender's Office. And then as far as the information provided about the unsafe working building, we were informed of that, but there has never been a formal request to change office locations or to have funding provided to build a new building. We have made that clear, and we did technically, I believe in last year in 2020, there was a conversation. I believe Honorable Otto So is the one who did inform Public Defender's Office of the new office complex that was going to be built, and I believe the office complex is currently being built right now behind the hotel as a potential new area that Public Defender may want to look into, and as far as new office locations. But that information was shared at the Law and Order Committee. Again, I hope that clarifies a few things, and more importantly, we're just trying to help the Public Defender's Office with the budget to move it forward. And then I think, again, in terms of providing notice to people about what's going on with cases, we should leave that to the attorneys, to the courts to make those determinations. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton of the Law and Order Committee, pursuant to the resolution and the information you have provided. Back to committee members, I think this is gone to the point where we need to move forward and support Public Defender, and we can call for the question. Shanella? Roll call vote, please.
Chairman, excuse me, Vice Chairman, this is Delegate Yell here.
Okay. Honorable Yellow Hair, got a question on the budget?
Yeah, I've got a question. I don't have a question right now, but the we received a budget for from Catherine Bowman's office, and it looks like it's pretty good, and looks like it's okay. As far as OMB agree with this budget report from Ms. Bowman, and it looks fine to me. The budget is here. It should be a copy and put it in the binder too, and corrections on the budget that was made before. So it should be implemented into binder. Should too a vice chairman. Ni chili OMB the special agents it balance out with their numbers. OMB. That's my questions. Vice chairman. Just go to OMB, so we'll be safe this way. Just to pass legislation for a public defender's office.
That question, I'll turn over to OMB. Lisa, do you have the floor?
Thank you, Vice Chair, committee members. OMB does have that same copy from Public Defender's Office, and yes, we're okay with it. Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much,
Vice
OMB.
Chair.
Yes, thank you very much, OMB. At this point in time, committee members, Shanetta, roll call vote. Peggy, roll call vote, please.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Smith. This is the roll call vote for legislation number LOC AU-06-21 for the Navajo Nation Public Defender budget. Jamie Hinio, how do you vote?
I will agree.
Thank you, Chair Hinio, votes green. Amber Canespa Crotty, how do you vote? Delegate Crotty, how do you vote? Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
Should I vote green?
Thank you. Elmer P. Begay votes green. And then Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Thank you. Delegate Brown votes green. And Amber Crotty, how do you vote?
Shade, this is Delegate Amber Crotty, and I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. So there are 5 votes in favor of this resolution. Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Shada, for the roll call vote on LOCAU-06-21. Motion by Honorable Nathaniel Brown and second by Honorable Elmer Begay with a vote of 5-0. None. This moves forward. Chair Henio, are you available?
Vice Chair Smith. Yes, I am. I'm back on I-40 in good signal area, so I can give you a break while I head to Grant. So I can take over.
Agushi, we'll turn the virtual gavel to so that you can take care of the rest of the hearing here. Yeah.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. I might need your help again when I leave Grants and on my way home, but that'll be later. I'm going to try and hang around Grants for a while. Next legislation on Budget and Finance Committee members. LOC AU-08-21. Peggy, if you would read that into the record for us, please.
Okay. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee and Chair Hinio, I will read the legislation. This is LOC AU-08 into the record. And I just wanted to let you know that I apologize that I misspoke. I did send out the Department of Justice budget to you at 9:31 this morning, Monday morning on the 23rd. And then you also received a copy of the DOJ exhibits at 10:53. And then I believe the OMB report was also sent out at 9:35. Okay, so now I'm going to proceed to read LOCAU-08-21, resolution of the Law and Order Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, third year 2021, an action relating to the Law and Order Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Department of Justice, be it enacted Section 1 Authority A, the Law and Order Committee is a standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council, 2 and NC Section 600A, B, Law and Order Committee is the oversight committee for the Navajo Nation Department of Justice, 2 and NC Section 601C, 2. C, each oversight committee shall review and make recommendations to the Budget and Finance Committee concerning the budget in accordance with the annual budget instructions 12 NNC Section 840A. Section 2, findings. A, the Law and Order Committee held a budget hearing and took budget testimony regarding the Navajo Nation Department of Justice fiscal year 2022 budget 12 NNC Section 840A. B, the Law and Order Committee recommends to the Budget and Finance Committee fiscal year budget for the Navajo Nation Department of Justice 12 NNC Section 840A. Section 3, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Department of Justice. A, the Law and Order Committee hereby acknowledges the proposed Navajo Nation fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Department of Justice recommended by the Navajo Nation Office of the President and Vice President as provided on the fund type budget summary attached as Exhibit A. B, the Law and Order Committee requests that the Budget and Finance Committee and the Navajo Nation Council adopt the changes to the budget as set forth in the General Fund Comparative Summary, Exhibit B, recommended changes to the General Fund Budget, Exhibit C, recommended conditions of appropriations and legislative concerns, Exhibit D, and recommended unmet needs, Exhibit E. C, the Law and Order Committee authorizes the committee chairperson or vice chairperson to meet and negotiate with Budget and Finance Committee on these recommendations. Section 4, recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee carryovers for the Department of Justice. The Law and Order Committee recommends the carryover of unexpended balances from Navajo Nation fiscal year 2021 to fiscal year 2022 as follows. The Department of Justice unexpended balances, Business Unit 104001, 104002, and 104005. And this was approved by a vote of 3 in favor on the 10th day of August. Exhibit A totals $11,119,147. Exhibit B is $6,374,091. Exhibit C, there are no changes to the general fund budget. The Exhibit D is conditions of appropriations, which are none. Exhibit E, recommended unmet needs budgets, total $664,274. And the vote tally sheet is attached as for this reading. Thank you.
Agustina, thank you for that reading of the legislation. Budget and Finance Committee members, is there a motion to accept this resolution as read?
Yellow hair.
Delegate Britton, motion.
By Shinada, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, second by, I believe that was Elmer P. Begay.
Hello?
Second by Elmer P. Begay. So yes, we do have a motion and a second on the floor. Other with this, we'll go to defer to Office of Management and Budget for their report. OMB.
Good afternoon, Chairman Henry and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is Darlene Sam. I will be reading along with Ms. Janet McCabe, the OMB report. So you have the Navajo Nation Budget and Finance Committee Fiscal Year 2022 Budget Hearings, Department of Justice, Navajo Nation OMB Report. Next page is your table of contents, letter A through G. And going to tab A is your FY 2022 Fund Type Budget Summary. Next page is the budget summary, the 3 business units listed for fiscal year 2021, approved general fund budget of $6,374,091. Proposed for 2022 Navajo Nation funds, proposed general fund is $6,374,091. Indirect cost fund of $2,104,138. General wage adjustment $228,703. Special revenue fund external $2,412,215 for a recommended budget of $11,119,147. Next page is your tab B, your fiscal year 2021 Navajo Nation Funds Budget Expenditure Report. And this was updated on August 20th. The next page shows the 3 business unit budget status report as of August 20th. Original budget $2,130,471.77. Revised budget $9,630,691.14. Actual expenditure $6,258,974.65. Encumbrance of $155,374.65. Budget available of $3,216,341.84. and expenditure rate of 66.60. And Janet will cover the next tab.
Tab C, the 3rd quarter performance assessment report. There are 3 business units within the Department of Justice, and I will read the average quarterly scores. First quarter is 2.47, second quarter 2.80, third quarter 2.80. Tab D is the Plan of Operations Status Report. There are 3 business units again with outdated plans of operations. And below is listed the Government Services Committee resolutions approving the plan of operations.
And tab F is from Contracts and Grants, which is your FY 2021 External Funds Expenditure Report. There's a Word document there explaining the budget expenditure report. And I will go to the last page, which is your active externally restricted funds for Office of the Attorney General. And you see in column J and K the original and revised budget for the 2 contracts for $1,002,221, expenditure of $491,928.61, open commitment 0, and available balance of $510,362.39. Column N or column O is your percentage spent, 49%. Column P is your percentage balance, 51%. And that completes OMB's report, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Christina Cadillac for that report, Office of Management and Budget. With this, National Budget and Finance Committee, are there any questions for Office of Management and Budget?
Chair Henry, this is Vice Chair Smith. I have a question.
Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Henry, Budget and Finance Committee members, and OMB and Department of Justice. This question goes to OMB and those that are listening out there. You were talking about the budget expenditure report, BER, active externally restricted funds. The line number 4, I understand that one. But number 3, what is that? That's a total something 4, 6, 0.77. Numbers are really tiny, and it has 51%. Could you explain what that is? I know that the number 4 is what you had explained and what is available on that behalf. So, or I guess the other question too is, if there's an available balance, they're alike, huh? Since the letters are really small, and I didn't catch that. But could you explain what's going on with that? Because it has the same numbers. It's just different coloring to it. Thank you, Chair Henry.
I appreciate you again for that question, Vice Chair Smith. Back to Office of Management Budget. Response?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is Darlene Sam. As I indicated, this report is done by Cordell Shorty's office, Contracts and Grants. I'm not sure if anyone's on the line. Mr. Shorty, are you there? Or Jermaine Jones? Anyone from CGS?
Good afternoon. This is Jan James from CGS. The BER report are actively externally restricted funds. Line number 3 and line number 4.
Hello there. Hold on. He's going to be called upon, but at the same time, I have a question for you. Have you taken the oath?
Oh, no, I have not.
Okay, so please, Peggy, if you would administer the oath to the staff member from Contracts and Grants.
Okay, to OMB and also for Department of Justice, if you haven't been sworn in, taken the oath for this budget, could you please state your name for the record?
Jan James.
Thank you.
Doreen McCall.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, did you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you're about to give?
Yes.
Thank you.
I appreciate again, thank you for that, Minister. Also, back to Contracts and Grants. If you please proceed with your response to Vice Chair Smith.
Okay. As I was saying, line 3 and line 4 are identical, but the top number 3 is explaining the number of contract numbers within this business unit that covers the one contract on top. And you'll see the contract ID in column C. So this details the original budget, the revised budget, the expenditure, and the available balance across in row 3 and row 4. I hope that explains or that answers your question, sir.
Thank you for that response. Back to Vice Chair Smith. Any follow-up?
Thank you, Chair Henry. Thank you, Contracts and Grants. Yes, I did follow along. However, it says start date is on 3/20/2019, and the end date is coming up in a couple more years, or 3 more years, 2024. So with this K account, you're talking about in letter H, K1907770, and then K2007106. Those two are combined to make that amount. Is that what you're saying on the original budget? And that's how these numbers are exactly the same. And 49% has been spent, and the balance is 51%.
Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith, for that follow-up. Back to Office of Management and Budget, to the contracts grant management, to that. He would respond.
Hello, Chair. Yes, the total amounts under column J is a combination of both that K190770 and K2007106. These will remain under the contract ID of A19AP00102. This is a 4-year contract. Thank you.
Thank you for that response. But to Budget and Finance Committee, have any further questions, comments for Office of Management and Budget? We can move forward to the Director's Report, the legislation itself, and I'll defer to Shananta, Madam Chair, Eugenia Charles Newton, to introduce the legislation to the Budget and Finance Committee. Shadeja, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Henyo. At this time, we do have legislation before you regarding the budget needs of the division and departments that the Law and Order Committee does oversee. To be clear, Chair Henyo, I don't know if you heard my cue this morning regarding what the Law and Order Committee budget did here, but we did not have thorough discussions regarding the unmet needs, nor did we have any discussions regarding the general wage adjustments, and we did not address any carryover concerns. I believe that there were only Department of Justice, and I cannot recall if it was OHA or if it was Labor Commission that did have an amendment that included their carryovers. So just to be clear, we didn't have that discussion with any of the divisions and departments because we did email Speaker Damon to ask, and I don't know, Chair Henry, if I CC'd you in that, but we did ask, how those would be addressed and whether those were issues that we could consider at budget. Because that was not shared with us on guidance on how to handle that, what Law and Order Committee did was we did go through the budget, we heard their concerns, but we didn't ask specifically about unmet needs carryovers or general wage adjustments. We left that for the Budget and Finance Committee to ask questions pertaining to those three matters. In addition to that, there were some confusions at the beginning of the Law and Order Committee budget hearings that resulted us in having to adjourn early on 2 days because information was not given to the committee on the budget. And for the budget that was included, they were the wrong budget information. Apparently, there was some miscommunication that happened in the executive branch with some of the divisions and departments in terms of what they could ask for. So there were some amendments that had to be made at the Law and Order Committee for that reason. So again, we do apologize. We tried to address as many issues as we can regarding the budget at the Law and Order Committee meeting. But there were a few unanswered questions that we had, and then we also, again, made some amendments to the budget to include the proper budget. So with that, Chair Hanyo, I do have my agent on the line who can answer any questions. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to my agent at this time. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Madam Chair. With this, so I have here Madam A.G. Doreen McFall on the line. Ms. Doreen McFall, you have the floor to present your budget.
Thank you, Chair Henio, and thank you to the Budget and Finance Committee for the opportunity to present our Department of Justice budget today. as OMB explained, we have 3 budget units, and just to share some context for that, there's a statute that governs the Department of Justice under Title II that starts at Section 1961, and one is for the Office of Attorney General, which provides legal services to the Navajo Nation government. The Department of Justice also oversees the Office of the Prosecutor, as well as the Navajo Hopi Legal Services Program. And so we have a budget unit for each of those programs within the Department of Justice. And just to share with the committee, I also have Deputy Attorney General Dutcher here, as well as Barbara Calvin from Office of the Attorney General, Vernon Jackson, our Acting Chief Prosecutor, as well as Eveline Curley Sandoval are also on the line. And Susan Eastman, who's our Director of the Navajo Hopi Legal Services, is also on the line. Within our department, we have 94 positions total. And so when we get to each of these budget units, I'll give you a little bit of information about the positions within those budgets. But to start with budget unit 104001, which is for the Office of the Attorney General. The proposed budgeted amounts for general funds total $3,214,083. We have IDC allocated to the Department of Justice in the amount of $2,104,138, as well as a FY21 GWA allocation in the amount of $136,297 for a total of $5,454,518. And this funds 49 positions within the Department of Justice, as well as 4 vehicles. For this particular budget unit, we also have an unmet need request in the amount of $200,583, and primarily this funds the prorated positions. So within the Department of Justice, for both the Office of the Attorney General as well as the Office of the Prosecutor, for our vacant positions during the budget season, we budgeted those at halftime. And so the unmet needs is to be able to fully fund those positions so that we can staff those vacancies, as well as when the fiscal year starts and be able to fully fund them throughout the fiscal year. And as of August 6th, my information here in front of me is for the Office of the Attorney General, we have 4 vacancies. For budget unit 104002, this is for the Navajo Hopi Legal Services Program. This office has 3 positions, 0 vehicles, and the office is fully staffed. For the proposed budget amounts for general funds, the total is $321,269. The FY21 GWA allocation is $8,568 for a total of $329,837. And then finally, for budget unit 104005, this is for our Office of the Prosecutor. There are 42 general fund positions within that program, as well as 4 budgeted vehicles. Their general fund proposed budget is $2,838,739. The fiscal year general wage allocation amount is $83,838. And then the 2 grant amounts, there's the Tribal Court Co-op Agreement in the amount of $549,526, as well as a US DOJ Tribal Victim Services Year 3 grant in the amount of $1,862,689 for a total of $5,334,792. Our Office of the Prosecutor also has an unmet need in the amount of $463,691. This is primarily to, as I mentioned before, fully fund the prorated positions for that department, as well as fund their fleet needs and office space needs, particularly in Shiprock. And there was a conversation earlier about the justice centers. And my understanding is those are primarily planned through the judicial branch and the Department of Public Safety. And the Department of Justice is respectively requesting that as those justice centers are being planned, to also include the Office of the Prosecutor, as well as the Public Defender's Office, who you just heard from, as those offices are critical to the public safety needs of the department and to be able to move the police investigations through the court system. That is the presentation on the Office of the Attorney General and the Navajo Legal Services and the Office of the Prosecutor budget, and we are available for questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. McFall, Madam Attorney General, for your presentation. With this, the Budget and Finance Committee, are there any questions or comments regarding this budget? I'm not hearing any questions or comments, so with that, we'll call for the question. Are there any comments or questions regarding the budget? Ramona, are you there?
Chair, this is Delegate Yellow here.
Delegate Jimmy Yellow here. You have the floor.
Yes, welcome back to the Vice Chairman for your help on behalf of the being the committee members. I was looking at these binders that we have binders and I'm in order. These budget, the one that just submitted on the our cell phone. These budget are not filed with binders. As far as I know, the budget for DOJ budget, the whole budget cost is for a new proposed budget of $5,454,518. This is under column B on the Form 1, in page 1 of 11. And this budget is not in the binder. But what is those what data? H not the kid. If we could get my assistant from a our advisor Peggy Nakai, or also help from my OMB office too, to make sure that these budgets are balanced out and reflects to a binder. I didn't see any budget in the year with the budget for this binder I have. It's something in the then I think that's insert after we review this budget. That's my questions, Chairman.
Delegate Jimmy O'Hare. Peggy, you have a response to for Delegate Jimmy O'Hare?
Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, to Delegate Yellowhair's question, we are in order. We have the hard copies of the DOJ budget as well as the emailed copy. And as I stated before, I emailed the Department of Justice's budget at 9:31 this morning, and then also the OMB report at 9:35, and then we do have the hard copies, and Ramona's coordinating that effort with all the programs, Mr. Chair.
Now,
thank you.
Which of these can I help you
for
with?
that response.
Payments or bills?
Back to Shenandoah, Delegate Jimmy Yalair.
Okay, ate nana siya tayo siya no anige podita that's odd. Okay, I was looking at the binder with a pink cover sheet inside. Ada 80 nashenko dediki. If it's an order, 30 shimi get binder the so that's a nashinda. I say a nashin. Anyway, but that looks like if she's an order, that means I can't find those copies probably later if everything's according to her. They even know to get a chairman. Because I was heard this. If everything's in order with you guys, I follow with your directions. Being a committee members, my colleagues. But so far, I got a budget on it. I need if that's in the binder somewhere. In the I need to on the budget itself for a DOJ account number is 104001. That budget is cost $5,454,518 for proposed FY22. Korea Chair, I'm sorry, I jumped over you. Then Latin Shahnani to apologize, Chairman Stiller.
Magashina Kiala, Shenandoah for that. Follow up, Shenandoah Budget and Finance Committee. Are there any further questions, comments regarding this legislation?
Chairman Henny, this is Delegate Crotty.
Shenandoah, Delegate Ember Kanasmachari, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair, committee members. Thank you for the report. I wanted to ask in terms of the Office of the Prosecutor, if I'm in order, what is the unmet needs? And I did have some concerns regarding, I know that we have an acting prosecutor, Chair. It looks like they're covering multiple sites and acting. If I could just get a brief update in terms of what's the support that's needed for the Office of the Prosecutor. Last year, this committee supported their unmet need request. Unfortunately, that was line item vetoed. So I just, I didn't hear all of Ms. McPaul's report, so I apologize if this was part of the presentation. I just want to make sure that going through the budget hearing that we're maximizing our support to the Office of the Prosecutor. Thank you, Chair.
Kiana, for that question, Shenandoah. So defer back to Madam AG, Dory McFall. If you would repeat your unmet needs for the Office of the Prosecutor, at the same time responding to the question regarding the leadership at the Office of the Prosecutor. Madam AG, you have the floor.
Thank you, and thank you, Delegate Crotty, for the question. With respect to the Office of the Prosecutor's unmet needs budget, it's primarily to fund the prorated positions. So within the Department of Justice, to stay within our allocated budget for both the Prosecutor's Office and for the Office of the Attorney General, we budgeted our vacant positions at 50%. So in order for the Prosecutor's Office to be able to fill their vacancies year round, we are requesting unmet needs to fully fund those prorated positions. The Office of the Prosecutor also within their unmet needs has fleet needs. So the costs for the insurance and the mileage to travel to hearings, they do cover the entire Navajo Nation. And because of the budgetary cuts or the unmet needs that were supported by the council and line item vetoed last year, the Office of the Prosecutor did turn in some of their vehicles. And so that's included within their unmet needs budget, as well as spacing, lease spacing for their, primarily their Shiprock office. The office there has grown primarily due to the fact that we were able to create positions funded by the grants and fill those positions with victim advocates. And so they have outgrown their spacing there, particularly in light of the requirements for COVID to socially distance and the like. And so there's included within their unmet needs leasing costs for a larger space in Shiprock. So that's the unmet needs budget. And then just the concern regarding the acting chief prosecutor and the coverage of multiple areas. This has been an ongoing issue for the last 3 chief prosecutors, where they were wearing multiple hats and covering multiple districts. And what we're doing to support their needs, and that we request for assistance in further supporting the Office of the Prosecutor, is we do have conflict counsel that assists when there's a conflict within the Office of the Prosecutor, but also just to assist with the needs of the office for the workload. And so we are supporting that. We do have 3 separate firms that can assist with that. And then I know that, for example, within the Office of the Prosecutor, Brandon Bitsuer, former chief prosecutor, was also covering white collar crime, which didn't have investigators. They have hired investigators, and so that work can continue. And the hiring for the prosecutor's office is continuing. So we're just trying to fill those positions to keep up with the workload and to use outside counsel to support in the interim. But it is a fact that our prosecutors are covering multiple districts and wearing multiple hats. Thank you.
Thank you for that response. Madam AG, what is the amount though? I did not hear the amount of unmet need, dollar amount.
I apologize for that, Chair Henyo. The unmet needs amount for the Office of the Prosecutor is $463,691.
Okay, thank you for that response. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee, Shananta. Delegate Amber Kness-Matswani, do you have a follow-up?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Chairman. So, Chair, I don't have the resolution in front of me. Could Ms. Nakai, or is there the recommendation from the Law and Order Committee on the exhibit to support the unmet needs? And the second part of the question, Chair, if not, I'd like to make the recommendation that we support the Office of the Prosecutor unmet needs. We do have a memo from OMB that there is surplus of the permanent trust fund interest. And so I'd like to make a recommendation that either that funding be used to cover the unmet need, or as we move forward with the additional dollars that are available from the permanent lapse fund savings. Thank you, Chair. If I could make that recommendation, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, thank you for that response follow-up. I'll defer to, as Madam Chair Charles Newton had stated earlier at the beginning of this presentation. She did touch upon the unmet need and carryover. So maybe, Shananta, Madam Chair Charles Newton, if you would reiterate, that was what LOC, Law and Order Committee, had discussed regarding unmet needs.
Yes, yeah, Chair Henyo and Delegate Crotty, thank you for the question. So I believe that we did pass an amendment to support the unmet needs We did not make a formal recommendation from the committee for any of the needs that were provided, I guess specifically here for the manpower. But the Law and Order Committee did make the amendment to address their unmet needs. We have tried to assist the Department of Justice, the Office of the Prosecutors, with what is needed from their department to move forward. We have talked about that. We've also supported them through budget, and as you stated, Delegate Crotty, unfortunately that was vetoed. So if the Budget and Finance Committee would like to make a formal recommendation, I would support that, and I would also encourage that because that is something that was not made at the time. So again, the unmet needs were considered, and I believe that we did pass an amendment, and I'm hoping that you guys have that amendment language regarding your unmet needs. In addition to that, Chair Henyo, I should also state that I believe that we did also discuss having to do a general wage adjustment for the prosecutor's office. But again, because we weren't given any formal guidance on how to address GWAs, there was nothing formal that came out of the Law and Order Committee as far as amendments or any recommendations regarding the general wage adjustment. I want to remind the Budget and Finance Committee that on Friday, when the Office of the Prosecutors did present to Council during the DOJ litigation update, they were informed that the prosecutors have not received a step increase for several years. And some of them are still making the minimum amount of what prosecutors make, and that's around the $61,000 salary mark. And again, many of them haven't got that step increase in years. In addition to that, there were several prosecutors, I believe, and Madam AG, please correct me if I'm wrong, I believe there were 5 prosecutors who did retire in the last 2 years. And so that is where Madam AG is talking about having to try to fill these positions. But any assistance from the Budget and Finance for the prosecutor's office is appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, with that explanation, Shenandoah, Delegate Amber Bakari, you have a follow-up?
Thank you, Chair. So I'm trying to understand Chair Charles Newton concerned regarding GWA. It's my understanding DPM developed a listing and the programs that needed GWA support were reallocated that funding. Can I get clarification on that statement, Chair? I know it's a conversation that we had at length at our committee. I just need to understand the impact on this program. Thank you.
Clarification from which presenter? And Delegate American Sakari, clarification from which presenter? Madam AG or Madam Chair? Ashnanda, Delegate American Sakari, you still there?
Chair, I'm here. Are you able to hear me?
No. Clarification from which presenter, Madam AG or Madam Chair?
Thank you, Chairman Henyo. If I could, I believe it was Delegate Charles Newton who mentioned the GWA. If I could get clarification if that's an unmet need or did the program receive their allocation? Thank you, Chair, of the GWA. Thank you.
And, Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Thank you, Chair Henyo, and thank you, Delegate Crotty. So we did reach out to get information regarding the GWA, but it was never sent to us. So the Law and Order Committee did not, at the time that the budget was presented to us, we did not have any information on the GWA. So I do apologize for that, which is why we did not have that conversation with any of the divisions or departments regarding their GWA requests. The law and order did support, we did verbally, nothing official came out of the committee, but we did support the request for the step increase, and that was the information that was also shared during the DOJ litigation update that was presented on Friday. And please correct me if I'm wrong, the way that it was explained to us is that the GWA is a little bit different from actually doing step increases. Council can approve a across-the-board GWA, general wage adjustment, but for step increases, I believe that the information that was given to the committee is that there has to be some justification. It's got to go through DPM because in some cases, some of the prosecutor may have to do like 2-step increases based on their workload and also the number of years that they have been working at the prosecutor's office. But again, per the budget for for this year that was took place last week with Law and Order Committee, we did not discuss the general wage adjustment because we weren't shared any information on that. So I do apologize for that, Delegate Scotty.
Back to Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Yes, Chairman Henyo, maybe I could ask Ms. Nakai, in reviewing budget forms, did this program receive a GWA? Were they part of the allocation, or is part of their unmet needs their GWA absorption from last or from this fiscal year, or are we talking about a salary adjustment for fiscal year 2022? I'm just trying to pull up the budget forms right now, so I apologize, committee members. I just need to know, or if this is something we can just note for the record, and if it's an unmet need, move forward and try to find funding. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Peggy, any response?
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, in response to Shadeja's question regarding the GWA, if you look at the Exhibit A for the LOCAU 08-21 for the Department of Justice, it does have for business unit number 104001, the Office of the Attorney General, general wage adjustment of $136,297. And then for 104002, Navajo Hopi Legal Services, $8,568. And then for 104005, Office of the Prosecutor, there is $83,838 for a total of $228,703 that was allocated for the GWA. And that is what it shows on President Nez's memo dated July 8, 2021. The Department of Justice shows what their allocations are for general funds, and GWA allocations $228,703.
Thank you for that response, Peggy. Also defer back to Madam AG, Doreen McFall. Is this what you received as an allocation from the 3-branch chief agreement?
Thank you, Chair Henyo. Yes, the information that was shared by Peggy is accurate. And just to address Delegate Crotty's question, the unmet needs does not include general wage adjustment allocations. It's primarily for the prorated positions as well as the salary step increases that are prorated for several of our senior prosecutor and prosecutor positions. And that is in budget form 4, which is 4-7 in the prosecutor's budget information. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. With that, back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Shenandoah Delegate Amber Canosa-Crotty, do you have any follow-up?
Thank you, Chair. I just would need to get recommendations. If the unmet needs is approved by the committee, the Budget and Finance, do we need to take any action now, or is that when we go to the comprehensive budget? Thank you, Chair.
We can do is, Shenandoah, we'll make note of it at this present time, and then at the end, on Wednesday, when we are developing forth the exhibits for the comprehensive budget, this is where we will entertain it and take action at that time, Shenandoah.
Chairman. Honorable Henny.
Hold on, please hold on. Shenandoah Delegate Amber Canosa-Crotty, does that help you?
Yes, Chair. Thank you. I appreciate it. We look forward to supporting this unmet need. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Shenandoah Delegate Jimmy O'Hare.
Oh, yeah, Chairman Chile. Basically, on just a email that was sent on the budget, what we have on my cell phone, majority of it have GWA in their funding. It's already there. It's been signed by Melton Blue House for Paulson Chaco. So what we need is probably a committee to approve it. Look, I thought this was already been approved, but the way the budget was set. But I'm going by my email that was sent to us. But I don't have anything in the binder. I don't know where this binder, but I'll look for a binder. Where is this binder? I'm looking at the right one, but it's not in the budget so far. I don't have a budget form in here, but I look for it this evening. So far, I'm just going by email that was sent to us. Chairman, yeah, diga o pesta pistas la peso GWA allocation.
Chair Henio, Mrs. Peggy.
Delegate Jimmy O'Hare. With this, back to the committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chair Henio, Peggy.
Hold on, please. I'll recognize you in a bit. If there are no further questions from the committee, Peggy, do you have anything to add?
Yes, I do. Thank you. The LOC has recommended Exhibit E, which is a recommendation for unmet needs budgets, and it totals $664,274, and that includes the Office of the Prosecutor and the Office of the Attorney General. Just FYI on that. That's attached in the exhibits to the legislation.
Christina, thank you for that. Back to the committee. Any further questions, comments? I'll call for the question to accept the resolution. Ramona, if you would, roll call vote, please.
Sure, Chairman. Roll call vote for resolution number LOCAU-08-21. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy O'Hare, how do you vote?
I'll vote green too.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Cardy, how do you vote?
Senate Delegate Amber Kenneth Cardy, and I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth Cardy votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative and Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Thank you, Ramona, for that vote. We do have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Legislation LOCAU 08-21 receives a due pass. Thank you. Then let's move forward to the next legislation, LOCAU 09-21. Peggy, if you would read the legislation into the record for us, please.
This is the resolution of the Law and Order Committee of the 24th Navajo Council, 3rd year 2021. An action relating to the Law and Order Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the office, the Navajo Nation Office of Hearings and Appeals. Be it enacted, Section 1 authority. A, the Law and Order Committee is a standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council, 2, and see Section 600A. B, the Law and Order Committee is the oversight committee for the Navajo Nation Office of Hearings and Appeals, 2, and see Section 601C1. C, each oversight committee shall review and make recommendations to the Budget and Finance Committee concerning the budget in accordance with the annual budget instructions, 12 NNC Section 840A. Section 2 findings. A, the Law and Order Committee held a budget hearing and took budget testimony regarding the Navajo Nation Office of Hearings and Appeals fiscal year 2022 budget, 12 NNC Section 840A. B, the Law and Order Committee recommends to the Budget and Finance Committee fiscal year budget for the Navajo Nation Office of Hearings and Appeals, 12 NNC Section 848. Section 3, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Office of Hearings and Appeals. A, the Law and Order Committee hereby acknowledges the proposed Navajo Nation fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Office of Hearings and Appeals recommended by the Office of the President, Vice President, as provided on the fund type budget summary attached as Exhibit A. B, the Law and Order Committee requests that the Budget and Finance Committee and the Navajo Nation Council adopt the comparative summary Exhibit B. Recommended changes to the general fund budget Exhibit C, recommended conditions of appropriation or legislative concerns Exhibit D, and recommended unmet needs Exhibit E. C, the Law and Order Committee authorizes the committee chairperson and vice chairperson to meet and negotiate with the Budget and Finance Committee. Section 4, recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee carryovers for the Office of Hearings and Appeals. A, Law and Order Committee recommends carryover of all the unexpended balances for the Navajo Office of Hearings and Appeals, Business Unit 103004. This was approved by a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 10th day of August. Exhibit A is a total of $507,033. Exhibit B is $507,033, and then Exhibit C, recommended changes, there are none. Exhibit D, there are none. Exhibit E, unmet needs, $138,916, and then the vote tally sheet is attached. Mr. Chair.
Appreciate Kedla. Thank you for that reading. With that, Budget and Finance Committee, is there a motion to accept this resolution?
I'll motion Delegate Yellowhair.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, motion. Is there a second?
Elmer Begay.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay, second. We do have a motion and second. So with that, I'll defer to Office of Management and Budget.
Thank you, Vice Chair. This is Lisa with OMB. I'll be reading the handout, Budget Finance Committee FY22 budget hearings for the Office of Hearing and Appeals. Again, you had a table of contents, Part A, FY22 full type budget summary, Part B, FY21 third quarter budget expenditure report, Part C, FY21 third quarter performance assessment report, Part D, FY21 third quarter plans operations status report, Part E, FY21 condition appropriation legislative concern report, Part F, FY21 external funds expenditure report, there is none, Part G, FY19 signal audit report, there also is none. Move on to Part A. For Business Unit 103004, Office of Hearings and Appeals, the FY21 budget, you have $1,389,229. For FY22, the proposed 22 general fund budget is $385,000. Indirect cost is $111,081. The general wage adjustment is $10,952. It has 0 proprietary, 0 fiduciary, 0 special revenue fund internal, and 0 special revenue fund external, giving me a total amount of $507,033. Moving on to the third quarter expenditure report as of 8/23/21. Again, Business Unit 103004, Office of Hearings and Appeals. The original budget was $147,092.37. Revised budget is $593,508. Actuals is $245,295.12. Encumbrances is Encumbrances is $2.57. Budget available is $348,210.31. Expense total is 41.33%.
Tab C is the performance assessment report for Business Unit 103004, Office of Hearings and Appeals. The quarterly average for first quarter is 1.80, second quarter is 1.40, third quarter is 1.80. Moving on to Tab D, the Plans of Operation Status Report. You have one business unit for the Hearings of Appeals, which was approved in 1995 and is outdated with the Government Services Committee. Moving on to Tab E, Conditions of Appropriations Legislative Concerns. There is one legislative concern, number 23. The due end date is the second quarter. There was no response for the third quarter, and the status is non-compliance. That completes the OMB report, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for that report. Office of Management and Budget. Budget and Finance Committee. Are there any questions for Office of Management and Budget? Are there any questions for Office of Management and Budget on the report? Up to now, let's move down the line to the Director's report. With this, is Mr. Ritchie?
I'm here. Chairperson. Richie Nez here.
Richie Nez, yes, sir. Okay. Who else? Who will be presenting with you, Shananda?
I'll be having the assistance of Trudy Armijo, who is my administrative assistant.
Shana, Peggy, if you would swear them in, take the oath.
Okay, Mr. Naz and Ms. Armijo, can you state your names for the record?
Richie Nez.
Trudy Armijo.
Can you raise your right hand and do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you're about to give?
I do.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Peggy. And with this, let's move forward to our Madam Chair, Shananta. Madam Chair Charles Newton, please introduce the legislation to the Budget and Finance Committee.
Thank you, Chair Hanyo, and thank you, Budget and Finance Committee. We do have before you the Office of Hearing and Appeals, Mr. Richie Naz, who is before this committee to present his information regarding the budget that has been attached to, I believe it's resolution number LOCAU-09-21. Again, as stated before, for the record, the Office of Hearing and Appeals, they did share with us their budget request, which included information on their budget, their unmet needs, I believe there was information on their general wage adjustment as well, and then also their carryover funds. However, the Law and Order Committee, because we were not provided any guidance on specifically the general wage adjustments, the unmet needs, and the carryovers, we didn't have in-depth conversations about that. We did let Mr. Naz know that information may be asked or may be required at the Budget and Finance Committee regarding those three matters. So we went ahead and we approved the budget as was presented to us on that day. I believe that OHA did have an amendment regarding their budget, and that amendment was addressed at Law and Order Committee. We do stand for questions at this time regarding the budget and any concerns that the committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Shananta. Madam Chair Charles Newton. With this, I'll defer to Mr. Richie Nez. Please present your budget to the Budget and Finance Committee.
Honorable Chairman Henio, Richie Nez, Kia Anin Shido, Tokat Lina, Kate Nash, Adata, Ashida Nalado, Tachini, the Sache, Ganado, Arizona, Adi Chishikeko. I had the budget Kodonich and present Schlechtole. For general funds, we have received $385,000. In indirect costs, we receive $111,081, and GWA allocation $10,952, for a total projected amount of $507,033. In the budget summary, in the proposed budget, we have a decrease in 2001, the personnel expenses, to $367,260. There is also a cut in the travel expenses of $28,855. There is no immediate expense funds. For supplies, almost a half a cut, $30,028. Lease and rental, $4,250.
Who is she?
Do I need to stop, Chair?
And she just looks at you, doesn't even say anything.
All right, let me continue.
Chair, no, Mr. Nez, please wait. This is Delegate Crotty. Staff, can you make sure folks are muted? We're hearing a conversation. It sounds like between possibly two women, and it's really hard to hear Mr. Nez. Thank you. Please mute your line if you're not speaking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Donovan Handley, are you on the line with us? Okay, I think they muted themselves.
Hi, Chair. Good afternoon, this is Donovan.
Yes, we're just having some interruption here with two people having a conversation about General Hospital or something, but I think they muted themselves. Mr. Richiness, if you can continue.
All right, I'll continue with line item 6500, communications and utilities. We've also taken a cut down to $1,650. Repairs and maintenance has increased for $14,100. No contractual services. Special transaction, there is a cut for $11,890. Public assistance, there's none. Capital outlay, we've taken a cut for $45,000. There's no matching funds and no indirect costs. We have 5 budgeted positions. At the present time, 2 are vacant, and we have 1 vehicle that is budgeted in our fiscal year upcoming budget. Chair.
Christina Carla, thank you, Mr. Nez, for that report. Budget and Finance Committee, Sunanta. Any questions or comments regarding the budget for hearings and appeals?
Chair, this is Delegate Cardi with this question.
You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. If I could get, and thank you, OMB, for the report, and Mr. Nez now for your program. In terms of the legislative concern, can you please help me? Was your program compliant with that request? Thank you, Chair.
Any further questions or comments to the Budget and Finance Committee? I'll have to know you. I'll defer back to Mr. Nez. He can provide a response.
Thank you, Honorable Crowdy. I'm going to defer my response to Trudy Armijo. Trudy?
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Trudy Armijo. I'm Tuahe Green and Shlonki Ani Bashichin, Katna Sakni Dashiche, and Skatchitni Dashinella. I'm going to refer back to the question asking if we are the legislative concern summary. And yes, we are handicap designated. We have a handicap designated area, just not for parking, because we do share parking with the Labor Commission. And when either one of us has a hearing, our parking lot is full. And we also share the parking lot with the Staff and Development Training Center. So when they're having staff trainings, it gets very crowded here. But the walkway up to our building does have a ramp. We are, it's been here since I've come here, and which was about 8 years ago. And the door is wide enough to accommodate someone in a wheelchair. The only thing that is not up to par is probably our restroom. We have 2 small stalls, and if someone came in here with a handicap or a wheelchair, would not be able to make it into the women's restroom. I'll let Mr. Nez answer the question for the men's restroom, but the hallways are very small. They're not very wide, and this is a very old building, and we can't even really do any kind of remodeling. We are told that we're not allowed to remodel this building because it's of historic value. And so we pretty much just deal with what we have already in the building. And if you ever come to this building, you'll notice that our walls and our ceilings are 2 different textures and types, because I guess at one time most of these rooms were hotel rooms. And even the flooring, there's parts of the flooring where it could cave in, so that's why we can't even get fire safety filing cabinets here, because they're too heavy for the floor. But we do need we do meet the handicap rails and the ramp that comes up to the office. Mr. Ness?
For the men's bathroom, it's also very narrow. It will not accommodate into the toilet stalls. It will not accommodate a wheelchair. Chair.
Sheena, thank you, Mr. Ness, for that response. Back to Budget and Finance Committee. Shananta, any further questions, comments?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Shananta, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I appreciate the verbal update. My question was if then that report was that submitted to OMB, so are you in compliance? Or do we need to move forward with a condition of appropriation? The committee understands that the challenges, and that's why we were hoping all of the divisions and programs would respond so we could make directives, but we don't have that information if you didn't submit your report to OMB to comply with the legislative concerns. That would be my question, Chair, or if maybe when speaking with Chair Charles Newton as the oversight, if the program can submit a one-page summary just to be in compliance, or do we recommend a condition of appropriation? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ken Shananta, for that question and concern. Regarding the OMB report, Shananta, Madam Chair Charles Newton, Mr. Richinez, it takes communication. There's no communication with the Office of Management Budget then when it comes to the grading. You're listed as non-compliant, and that's where we concern is that there's nothing happening. Office of Management Budget. What do you need from the Office of Hearings and Appeals on what they just reported regarding their non-compliancy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Janet from OMB. The fourth quarter report is coming up in September, and the program can respond with their statement acknowledging that they comply with the legislative concern number 23, which would bring them into compliance. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Janet. With this, I defer back to Madam Chair Charles Newton, Law and Order Committee, the Oversight for Hearings and Appeals. What's your response regarding this? Do we need to go into a condition of appropriations, or what is Law and Order Committee's response? Madam Chair, Charles Newton, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Sorry,
I can now.
I think there was a blanket mute. I apologize. I didn't know I was muted. Chair Henio and Delegate Crotty, thank you for the questions and the concerns regarding Office of Hearing and Appeals. My understanding, at least through this budget session and also in previous budget sessions, is that many of our divisions and departments have had communications with OMB, but for some reason, we always hear from OMB that they never received emails or that they never received information regarding the division and the departments. I'm not saying that that's the case with ONH, right? I'm sorry, Office of Hearing and Appeals right now. But what I'll do is I'll go ahead and refer the question to Mr. Naz. I don't know if they already sent an email with information. I'll leave it to them to answer that question. But in terms of the communication part, I think it takes care of that part of what has been happening. If there has been no email sent by Office of Hearing and Appeals, based on the information that has been given today, I think it would be probably best if the Budget and Finance Committee has did conditions of appropriations with other divisions and departments regarding the accessibility. Then I think that it would be in order to have a conditions and appropriations for Office of Hearing and Appeals. However, if there are no conditions of appropriations for any of the divisions or departments regarding the accessibility, I would like to ask the Budget and Finance Committee to consider getting a report from Office of Hearing and Appeals. That report should be sent to OMB, CC'd by CCing the Budget and Finance Committee and the Law and Order Committee of what has been done and why the accessibility, why or why not the accessibility hasn't been addressed. So hopefully I was able to answer that question, Chair Hanyo, but again, I'll leave it to my agents if they want to further clarify any communication that has been done with OMB. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ashnanta. Madam Chair Charles Newton. With this, I'll defer back to Division Director, or Mr. Richinez.
Thank you, Chair. We will certainly work with OMB, and we will work with our Oversight Committee on the need to make Office of Hearings and Appeals Section 504 accessible. I think the bathroom is really the big issue, but I think a team that is knowledgeable in the regulations should inspect the Office of Hearings and Appeals offices, so that if there's any other areas that needs to be addressed, we can certainly put that into the report. And at this time, we are non-compliant as far as Section 504, and we would ask for a directive for appropriation to address that issue, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that response. Someone was calling me on the same line. I was trying to get them to hang up. That's moving forward to back to the Budget and Finance Committee. I guess you did hear from Madam Chair Charles Newton and also Director Richinez, Sunta, Delegate Amber Knauss-Crotty. You have a follow-up to this. I believe I did hear that a condition of appropriation would be needed from the Division Director. Sunta, Delegate Amber Knauss-Crotty. No, Delegate Amber Knauss-Crotty, are you still there? Okay, with this, moving forward, Peggy, make notation of this conversation here, and we will discuss it on Wednesday when we do the comprehensive budget exhibits. Moving forward, are there any questions, comments, further questions, comments from the Budget and Finance Committee? I'll call for the question if there are no further questions, comments.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chair, this is Delegate Crotty. I lost connection, but I did hear Chair Charles Newton's suggestion, and I think if the program does have a response, if they can submit that to OMB and so that they can be deemed in compliance. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that notation regarding this
Chairman Henyo?
Hold on, please. Please hold on. Wait till you're called upon. So this Delegate Amber Knauss-Crotty, Peggy does have a notation on this, and I think I did hear Director Richinez stating that a condition of appropriation would be appropriate, which would limit either his salary or the travel for the program. Delegate Amber Knauss-Crotty.
And with that, Peggy, I did hear you make notations of that. So with this, back to Budget and Finance Committee, are there any further questions, comments? To know, yeah, maybe Shinanta, Director Richie Niz, do you have a response?
Thank you, Chairman. What we will do from here, from the Office of Hearings and Appeals, is we will involve the Labor Commission because we shared a bathroom with them, and we will also do a concerted effort to work with the Oversight Committee and OMB to address this issue. Yeah.
Again, Director Richie Niz. And with that, so you're comfortable with responding back to Office of Management Budget?
Yes.
Gashina. With that, back to Budget and Finance Committee members. Any further questions, comments? I'll call for the question to accept resolution regarding hearings and appeals. Ramona, if you would lead us on a roll call vote.
Yes, Chairman, roll call vote for LOCAU-09-21. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? I'm sorry. Roll call vote for resolution number LOCAU-0921. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott-Carty, how do you vote?
Honorable Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bott-Carty, and I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott-Carty votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 2 members not voting. Chairman?
Thank you for that.
Our roll call vote. Thank you, Ramona. And we do have a due pass for this legislation for hearings and appeals, and we'll move forward to the next legislation. As the next legislation is LOC AU dash 05, is it? 05-21, Division of Public Safety. Peggy, if you will read that into the record for us.
Legislation LOCAU 05-21, resolution of the Law and Order Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year 2021. An action relating to the Law and Order Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Division of Public Safety. Be it enacted, Section 1 Authority A, the Law and Order Committee is the standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council 2, and see Section 600A. B, Law and Order is the Oversight Committee for the Navajo Nation Division of Public Safety 2, and see Section 601C1. C, each Oversight Committee shall review and make recommendations to the Budget and Finance Committee concerning the budget in accordance with the annual budget instructions 12 NSC Section 840A. Section 2 findings. A, the Law and Order Committee held a budget hearing and took budget testimony regarding the Navajo Nation Division of Public Safety's fiscal year 2022 budget 12 NSC Section 840A. B, the Law and Order Committee recommends to the Budget and Finance Committee a fiscal year budget for the Navajo Nation Division of Public Safety, 12 NNC, Section 840A, Section 3, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Division of Public Safety. A, the Law and Order Committee hereby acknowledges the proposed Navajo Nation 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Division of Public Safety recommended by the Navajo Office of the President, Vice President, as provided on the fund type budget summary attached as Exhibit A. B, the Law and Order Committee requests that the Budget and Finance Committee and the Navajo Nation Council adopt the changes to the budget as set forth in the General Fund Comparative Summary. Exhibit B, recommended changes to the General Fund budget. Exhibit C, recommended conditions of appropriations and legislative concerns. Exhibit D, and recommended unmet needs. Exhibit E. C, the Law and Order Committee authorizes the committee chairperson or vice chairperson to meet and negotiate with the Budget and Finance Committee on these recommendations. This passed with a vote of 2 in favor on this 10th day of August 2021. Exhibit A has a total of $78,713,710. Exhibit B has a total of $8,946,408. Exhibit C, there are none. Exhibit D, there are none. Exhibit E, recommended unmet needs budget, $3,015,199 with a vote tally sheet attached.
Does that conclude the reading, Peggy?
Yes, it does.
Thank you for that reading. With that, the Budget and Finance Committee, is there a motion to accept this resolution as read?
Y'all have a motion?
Delegate Jimmy, you have a motion? Is there a second? Is there a second? Going once? Going twice? Is there a second? Going 3 times? Let's move forward. Next legislation. There's no second. Eller, we're into RDC AU-20-21. Peggy, if you would read that into the record for us, please.
What are you wanting me to read into the record?
No, hold on. Hold on, Peggy. Please, maybe we need to see if we still have a quorum. There was no second on the legislation before that, so we're moving on to RDC AU-20-21. Is Chairman Rick Nez on the line? Chairman Nez?
Yes, Chairman Henio. Delegate Rick Nez has been on the line all day. Thank you.
Okay, Shannon. Peggy, if you would read RDC AU-20-21 into the record.
Chairman Hanyo, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Hold on. Delegate Charles Newton.
Chairman Hanyo, I do apologize for interrupting your budget hearing. I just want to ask, what happened to LOC AU-05-21? I don't know if I missed the conversation. My did at one point, the sound did go down, so there's a good possibility that I missed what that legislation. Are we going to come back to that?
Shananda, we do have revisits scheduled for Wednesday.
And this will be part of our revisit since there was no second at this present time. Therefore, it will be part of our revisit.
Okay, thank you for that, Chair Hanyo. So I'm going to get off the call and I will be on the Budget and Finance call on Wednesday. Thank you.
Wednesday morning, Shananda.
Yes, sir. I will be on the call at 8 o'clock a.m. Thank you.
Katrina, thank you. Peggy, please proceed.
Chair Himio,
Yes, Peggy.
I am going to read the legislation RDCAU-20-21, Resolution of the Resources and Development Committee, 24th Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year 2021. An action relating to the Resources and Development Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Division of Natural Resources, be it enacted. Section 1 authority. A, the Resources and Development Committee is a standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council, 2 and C Section 500A. B, the Resources and Development Committee is the oversight committee for the Division of Natural Resources, 2 and C Section 501C1. C, each oversight committee shall review and make recommendations to the Budget and Finance Committee concerning the budget in accordance with the annual budget instruction 12 NC Section 840A. Section 2 findings, Resources and Development Committee held a budget hearing and took budget testimony regarding the Navajo Nation Division of Natural Resources fiscal year 2022 budget 12 NC Section 840A. B, the Navajo Land Department's listed expenditures for budget unit number 415,000. The Land Acquisition Trust Fund totaled $4,232,278. C, the Navajo Department of Justice has determined that portions of the Navajo Acquisition Trust Fund budget, the Land Acquisition Trust Fund budget submitted by the Navajo Division of Natural Resources are not within the purposes of the Land Acquisition Trust Fund. The Land Acquisition Trust Fund is restricted to land acquisitions and disposals and the hiring of a licensed land appraiser until the Land Department has employed a full-time licensed appraiser. D, the Office of Management and Budget with the assistance of the Department of Justice has determined that a Land Acquisition Trust Fund may be used to pay for the following. A, 2001 series, the senior appraiser position with fringe benefits, $66,672. B, 5,000 series for property taxes, $650,000. C, 9,000 series for the purchase of land, $3,274,417 for a total of $3,991,089. E, the Land Acquisition Trust Fund may not be used for A, 2001 series, all except senior appraiser, which is $92,387. B, 3,000 series travel expenses, $40,757. C, 4,000 series supplies, $15,450. D, 5,500 series communications and utilities, $7,632. E, 6,000 series repairs and maintenance, $47,667. F, 6,500 series contractual services, $32,200. G, 7,000 series special transaction, $5,096. H, total $241,189. F, the Resources and Development Committee recommends to the Budget and Finance Committee a fiscal year budget for the Division of Natural Resources, 12 NC Section 840A. Section 3 recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the waiver of 12 NNC Section 1 and Section 205A. The Resources and Development Committee recommends to the Budget and Finance Committee that a waiver of 16 NNC Section 1 and Section 205 be placed in the fiscal year 2022 comprehensive budget legislation. B, the Resources and Development Committee recommends to the Budget and Finance Committee that the Land Acquisition Trust Fund statutory purposes be waived so that the additional expenses, including operating expenses in the amount of $241,189 as listed in Business Unit 415,000 may be expended from the Land Acquisition Trust Fund. Section 4, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Division of Natural Resources. A, the Resources and Development Committee hereby acknowledges the proposed Navajo Nation fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Division of Natural Resources recommended by the President of the Navajo Nation as provided on the fund type budget summary attached as Exhibit A. B, the Resources and Development Committee requests that the Budget and Finance Committee and the Navajo Nation Council adopt the changes to the budget as set forth in the General Fund Comparative Summary. Exhibit B, recommended changes to the General Fund budget. Exhibit C, recommended conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns. Exhibit D, and recommended unmet needs. Exhibit E. C, the Resources and Development Committee authorizes the committee chairperson or vice chairperson to meet and negotiate with the Budget and Finance Committee on these recommendations. Section 5, recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee carryovers for the Navajo Division of Natural Resources. A, the Resources and Development Committee recommends carryover $6,505 for the Minerals Department Business Unit 115004 for external contractors to perform major plumbing and electrical work for the Minerals Department building. Facilities maintenance does not perform the services needed. B, the Resources and Development Committee recommends the carryover of $235,722.76 or unexpended balance for the District Grazing Committee members Business Unit or number 115002. C, the Resources and Development Committee recommends a carryover of $79,758.75 or unexpended balance for the Eastern Navajo Land Board, number 115005. D, the Resources and Development Committee recommends a carryover of $291,041.31 or unexpended balance for the Major Irrigation Farm Board, number 115007. Section 6, directing the Navajo Land Department to develop proposed amendments to the Navajo Land Acquisition Trust Fund. The Resources and Development Committee hereby directs the Navajo Land Department to work with the Navajo Department of Justice to develop proposed amendments to the Navajo Land Acquisition Trust Fund statute to include expenditures for operational expenses and other expenses that the Navajo Land Department determines are necessary to the purchase and disposition of land for the Navajo Nation. And this was certified by a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed on the 18th day of August. The exhibits are attached. And they exhibit A totals goes to 2 pages, $162,936,483. Exhibit B, $19,958,631. Exhibit C, there's for Business Unit 115027, Department of Resource Enforcement, recommended revision to proposed FY 2022 budget for Business Unit 115027 with no change in budget, total amount of $1,976,489. Exhibit D, there are no changes. Exhibit E, the unmet needs has 2 pages and it totals $3,389,245. And that concludes the reading of the legislation.
Thank you for that reading. Shenandoah Budget and Finance Committee, is there a motion to accept this resolution as read?
All motion again, this time again. This is Delegate Yellowhair.
As a motion by Shenandoah Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, is there a second? Is there a second? As a motion by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, is there a second?
Chair Henio, this is Delegate Crotty with a second.
Okay, Shenandoah Delegate Member Knessel-Crotty, second. So we do have a motion and a second for this legislation. With this, so if we can move forward to Office of Management and Budget for your report.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members.
Yes, please
Good
go ahead.
afternoon.
I think somebody needs to mute their phone. We can hear driving in the background.
Good afternoon,
go ahead.
Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is Darlene Sam, Senior Budget Analyst. I will be doing the report along with Ms. Rhonda Johnson in Contracts and Grants section. So going to the OMB report, the cover sheet, the Navajo Nation Budget and Finance Committee Fiscal Year 2022 Budget Hearings, Division of Natural Resources, OMB report. Next page is your table of contents, letter A through G. And then on to tab A is your FY 2022 Fund Type Budget Summary. And it's a 2-page budget summary by fund type. I will go to the second page. Grand total amounts, fiscal year 2021 approved budget, $31,869,524. For FY 2022 Navajo Nation funds, proposed general fund, $19,958,631. Indirect costs, $268,373. General wage adjustment, personal lapse fund, $350,439. Proprietary fund, $9,960,000. Special revenue internal, $4,957,278. Special revenue external funds, $127,441,762 for a recommended grand total budget of $162,936,483. On to tab B is your FY 2021 Navajo Nation Funds Budget Expenditure Report. And the following page are your general fund amounts. This is the budget status report as of August 20th, 2021. The general funds original budget grand total $4,915,882.69. Revised budget of $19,991,546.58. Actual expenditure $14,116,749.12. Encumbrance of $521,365.96. Budget available $5,353,431.50. And expenditure rate of 73.22. Next page is the budget status report for your non-general funds, the 2 special revenue funds, and then the bottom proprietary funds. Grand total original budget of $4,506,525. Revised budget of $20,837,041.91. Actual expenditure $11,365,156.41. Encumbrance of $1,482,493.54. Budget available of $7,989,391.96. Expenditure rate of 61.66%. And the next tab, Rhonda will cover.
Good afternoon, committee members. Under tab C is your FY 2021 third quarter performance assessment report for Division of Natural Resources. There's 28 business unit with the business unit number listed, name of program, and I will just read the average. First quarter was 2.11, second quarter is 2.16, third quarter is 2.21. Under tab D is your FY 2021 third quarter plans of operation status report for Division of Natural Resources. The plan of operation for this program has been last amended in 2016-2019, and I believe the 2010 for Navajo Nation Museum is in process at this time. Following that is your listed statutory references for the plan of operation. Other tab E is your FY 2021 legislative concern report. LC number 23 is for all the divisions and programs. The due date for this was in the second quarter, and you will note that as of third quarter, Division of Natural Resources did not do any response. The status at third quarter is non-compliant.
Okay, for tab F, is anyone on the line from contracts and grants?
This is Jermaine Jones, Deputy Contracting Officer. I can read in tab F and tab G. Okay, let's go ahead and start with good afternoon, Chairman Henyo and members of Budget and Finance Committee. I'll go ahead and read in tab F and tab G. Tab F is FY 2021 External Funds Expenditure Report. The following page is is an explanation on contracts and grants section, OMB FMIS Budget Expenditure Report, explanation of active externally restricted contracts grants as of June 30th, 2021. The next few pages is the Budget Expenditure Report for Division of Natural Resources. I'll go ahead and read in the grand total. Column C is the contract ID for each of the contracts listed above. Column D is the start date of each contract. Column E is the end date for each of those contracts. Column F is the number of business units. Column G is the number of company numbers. And column H is the business unit numbers. Column I is the description of all the programs and the awards. Column J is the original budget, which totals $134,794,365.48. Column K is the revised budget entered into FMIS, which totals $209,379,885.56. Column L is the expenditures, which totals $107,721,539.59. Column M is open commitments, which totals $14,393,963.41. Column N is the available balance, which totals $87,264,382.56. Column O is the percentage spent, which is 58%. Column P is the available balance percentage, which is 42%. Tab G is the FY 2019 single audit report. Navajo Division of Natural Resources has two findings for this FY 2019 single audit, and they are 2019-004, which includes DNR. And the finding is equipment and real property management, material weakness, and internal controls over compliance in instance of material noncompliance. Of the 10 water resource equipment items tested for equipment, 4 did not contain the appropriate Navajo Nation asset tag. This is a repeat finding from 2018, but the finding is cleared and it's not repeated in FY 2020 audit. For the second finding, 2019-006, Water Resources has a finding which is allowable cost, material weakness, and internal controls over compliance. The description of the finding is the nation did not properly monitor cost allocation and internal charges on health benefits, internal service funds. On health benefits, internal service funds. Major change occurred in FY 2018 and 2019 in which corresponding charges to federal programs were not adjusted. This is not a repeat finding from 2018, and the finding was cleared and not repeated in FY 2020 audit. Thank you.
Mr. Prince, do you have staff to sign, or will you be reading the agenda into record? I will read it to the record myself.
Mr. Chair, that completes OMB's report. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that report, Office of Management Budget. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any questions, comments regarding the OMB report?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. She has, with OMB, for the audit findings, can you help me understand, are there any outstanding audit findings or have they all been resolved? Thank you very much, Chair.
Here's up for that question. Mr. Jones?
Okay, good afternoon. In response to Delegate Crotty's question, these findings have been cleared for the FY 2020 audit. Thank you.
Thank you for that response, Mr. Jones. Can somebody please mute your phone? We can hear some noise in the background. Budget and Finance Committee, are there any further questions for Office of Management and Budget?
Little ones here in here and they're not in here.
Can you mute your phone, please? Somebody that's driving and talking. Donovan, are you there?
Hello?
Donovan, are you there? Can you please mute your phone? Somebody, you're disrupting. Thank you. Okay, back to the committee, Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments for Office of Management and Budget? I'll defer to the legislation that we have here with the Division of Natural Resources. Do we have Dr. Rudy Shabala on the line?
Good afternoon. This is Shabala. Yate.
Yate, Dr. Shabala. On this legislation, who will be presenting besides yourself?
It'll be myself, Rudy R. Shabala, and Deputy Division Director Vanjie Curley Thomas. Thank you, sir.
Peggy, would you administer the oath at this time?
Please state your name for the record.
Rudy R. Shabala.
And the other one? Other person presenting?
She'll be right here, madam.
Okay.
She just stepped up.
You swear to tell the truth in the testimony you're about to give? Executive, Mr. Shabala?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Christina, thank you for that, Peggy. Okay, with that, Shananda, Chairman Rick Nez, if you would introduce your legislation, the RDC legislation to the Budget and Finance Committee. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman Henio, honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee, members. I would like your favorable response, your votes for Division of Natural Resources. And whatever questions that you would like to ask in reference to the fiscal year 21 budget. I do have Dr. Shabala and Ms. Vanjie Curley-Thomas on the line and other program managers who have all the knowledge that they need to respond. So with that, honorable members of Budget and Finance Committee, I will turn the floor over to the program managers and executive directors. Chairman Henio, thank you.
Christina, Chairman Nez. With this, Dr. Shabala, please provide your budget to the Budget and Finance Committee.
Chairman, this is Delegate Yeller, question of privilege.
Shalanda, Delegate Yeller.
This one is for corrections for my brothers to the F Chairman Rick Nance.
So not Delegate Jimmy Yeller here. I could not hear you.
Do you know how to mute this?
Star 6. That's star 6.
This one, that's what it is.
Okay, we can hear your conversation. Can you mute yourself? Thank you. Delegate Jimmy Yeller here. Delegate Jimmy Yeller here. Going once. Delegate Jimmy Yeller here. Going twice. Delegate Jimmy Yeller here. Going 3 times. I think he lost signal here for a while, but let's move forward. Dr. Shabala, if you would present your budget to the Budget and Finance Committee. You have the floor. Dr. Shabala?
Good afternoon, sir. Can you hear me now?
With the second.
Oh, yeah, I Jamie Henio, do Aro Anosko, Budget and Finance Committee, Naso Taniki, do Isonos Anki, Aro Shade Edition Rudy Arshabala, Aro Vanjie Thomas Curley, Besakedo, Aro the Division of Natural Resources Department Managers, do Edo da East Aro na de Kitko Hodol Lesko go Eshi Anilko Nika Dija Ako what Edo Les Ako Din Sinke budget the fiscal year 2022 on a Gatko 162 $936,483. A B Vakako A Nita Dani Sozoles Aro A Resource Development Committee A Sepetahni Kado A Bes Nhayim Yandas Ido Vespandas Ido A Nhabela Slido A Nastanes De Ko Kade Ko En Ha Holjish Ko Hot Era fiscal year 2021 kat on the beat dan yes kaki a do a saho otsara ni budget. The only significant change na kick of two of our departments.
Oh, okay. Well, I emailed him.
Two of our departments, Navajo Nation Resource Enforcement, Adon the Navajo Nation Fish and Wildlife Department. Na kiko has koko a peso bata hotza a animal control around the number of resource and enforcement officers a peso budget us a ko edit a saho zashan and I a bunch of dollars kat ha
Megashina, so Dr. Shabala, that completes your presentation?
Delegate Hino, yes sir, thank you Chairman.
Okay, Dr. Shina, there are no numbers presented to the budget and finance, so I assume your budget is zero then? Or what's your detailed rundown of your budget? Your budget form 1.
I apologize, Delegate Chenio. I did verbally gave you my budget for fiscal year 2022, the budget for the Division of Natural Resources for the Navajo Nation for FY 2022 is $162,936,480. We were fighting with our mute button while I was doing so earlier, so I apologize. I did also add that we have it hasn't changed any from fiscal year 2021 with 2 exceptions, and those exceptions are, Chairman Hino, Resource Enforcement's budget increases by the amount of $750,000 for additional resource enforcement officers. The other change is the Navajo Nation Fish and Wildlife Department's animal control programs dollar amount and also increases by the amount of $750,000. Shananta, thank you.
Kushina, that Chairman Nez, does that complete your presentation?
Honorable Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Rick Nez. What is your question, sir? Chairman Henyo?
Does that complete the presentation for this legislation? So I can defer to the committee now. Is this presentation complete?
Yes, sir. Chairman Henyo, I believe that is complete. You have all the necessary documents for the legislation. Thank you.
Kushina, with this, Budget and Finance Committee, would you have a motion and second? Budget and Finance Committee, are there any questions or comments for Division of Natural Resources?
This is Delegate Yellow here. Excuse me.
You have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry. Chairman, Honorable Henio, I sorry, I'm actually good. Right now.
Delegate Yellowhair, we can't hear you. You're breaking up. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair?
Hello.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, going once? Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, going twice? Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, going 3 times. Okay, let's move forward. Is there any questions, comments, Budget Finance Committee for Division of Natural Resources? Budget and Finance Committee. Are there any questions for Division of Natural Resources? Ramona, are you on the line? Ramona.
Yes, sir. Chairman Henry?
Yes, if you would do a roll call for us, I think we might have lost quorum here.
Okay, roll call for the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council. Honorable Elmer P. Day. Honorable Elmer P. Day. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable
Delegate Brown is present.
Okay, Honorable Nathaniel Brown's present. Honorable Amber Kinsbach-Toddy. Honorable Amber Kinsbach-Toddy. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Delegate Henio is present.
Okay, Honorable Jamie Henio is present. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Chairman, we have 2 members entering roll call and 4 members not entering roll call. Chairman.
Chair Henio, I'm on board. Chair Henio, I'm on board.
We lost quorum. We only have 3 members at the present, including Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith, Delegate Nathaniel Brown, and myself are the only ones that have answered roll call. Therefore, we have lost the quorum. So with this, we will recess for today and continue till tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Henio.
We didn't get Daniel.
Oh, thank you, Shananta. Chairman is.
They're upset by this, Mr. Shaw.
We'll see you in the morning.
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty.
Too late.
Excuse me, I was having technical issues, so whoever said too late, I'd ask you to respect the committee. Thank you.
Yes,
Donovan,
I
could you let me know who provided that statement? I'd appreciate that. And I've been on the call since 8 o'clock this morning.
I do agree, Shananta, that with those kind of comments are unwarranted, especially if it's coming from program staff. Therefore, if Donovan's still on the call, I've been trying to call him earlier.
Chair, this is Donovan.
Noises with that. So we'll continue till tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Chair Henry, Eugene Shaw here for the record. I'm on the call all day.
We will reconvene tomorrow at 8 o'clock. We are recessed for the day. The Budget and Finance Committee is recessed for the day. Thank you, everybody. Call back in tomorrow. And we will
Okay,
start
so we're
back.
recessed for the day?
Yes.
Is it because we didn't have quorum?
Yes, and we'll start at the Division of Natural Resources.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, we lost quorum.
Peggy, I was at the delegate's office and I tried to look for the budget manuals, and then I understand Ida's not there, so the council chambers is locked. So I didn't get it. I wasn't able to get a hold of the budget documents. So I thought it would be in our box.
Are you still are you still here in Window Rock?
I left already. I'm on my way home. So
I wish you would have texted me because I can make arrangements for somebody to have those for you. She asked, it's too much to put into your box. We have, like for me, I already have like a whole Xerox box of all the budgets so far. And my desk has like several documents now. Ramona just barely brought those in to on my desk.
yeah, so I don't know why they're locked up. I'm rushing around between meetings and I think majority of it is digital copies anyways, right?
Yeah, well, all except for Division of Natural Resources, I've been asking them for their digital copies. What I'll do is I'll go ahead and see if we can get the documents out of the chambers to be put on one of the desks like we did last year, and we'll just leave it there in the steno office, and you can go pick those up.
Yeah, I did. Staff were helping me, but then they disappeared, so I didn't want to bother them. They must have something really important that they're dealing with. I waited and waited, so I didn't want to
I'm sorry to hear.
get upset or anything, so I just left.
I'll go ahead and get those documents for you from out of the chambers. I'll have one of the guys help me carry all those out of the chambers and put them in the steno office. See if we can find a place for them. It might just be in that conference room.
Yeah, this is I think my third attempt trying to pick those up. I've been coming and trying to look for them, but I'm also trying to limit my interaction with people as well.
Okay.
I know that in a lot of areas, I'm receiving reports that the third wave is really hitting, and it seems like the public doesn't know. So I know in my area, or throughout Navajo, it's a lot of people even that are vaccinated are getting sick. So I'm being as cautious as possible as well. So I'm trying to run around everywhere for this. So that's another reason. So I'm just trying to be cautious.
All righty, I appreciate that, and I'll do what I can to get those in the Senate office for you, the budget forms. And
Okay.
Wishy.
Okay.
All right, everybody, then good night for the